Alright, alright, alright. Welcome back, one and all, to Sunless Skies. When last we left off, we had finished the White Well, and dealt with a judicious amount of spider worshippers. Or spider-ish themselves. We dealt with spiders, that's what matters. And we had gained access to the forge. Access to the forge, for upon which we need to rekindle. Which we will do first. But the ultimate goal of this session of Sunless Skies will be to be, well, to literally fly out into the sunless skies. We need to go off the map. Off the map in the Reach. We have technically done that off of Albion very early in the game. We need to do it once more. Off the edge of the Reach. Even the stars keep secrets. Gather a store of fuel and supplies, and search for your friend beyond the edge of the Reach. Or, more wisely, abandon this unhappy quest at New Winchester. We are not abandoning this quest, but we have some things I want to do first. That is the Clay Conductor's quest, which means we need to rekindle the forge. And I have some things I want to do quickly in Albion. This specifically involving, we need to take the Parliament quest, in which we need to take the Royal Astronomer to the Royal Society. And while we're there, we might as well return to the sequencer of the Clockwork Sun to gather some rewards. And as well, I want to finish the Albion to the Lutherian Transit Relay, because that sounds like it'd be fun. And once we have done all this, yeah, we'll be going off the edge of the map in the Reach. I don't know if that ends my quest. I don't think it does. I'm sure it'll warn us if so. But I do want to do these things quickly because I want my full officer crew, and I want that transit relay because it sounds like it'd be really cool to get up. Now, we don't have, say, tons and tons of resources, but what we do have is a bunch of hours. Now, 5 divided by 75 is 25. And 25% times, assuming it's 5% a tick, it would be overkill. That's 125. However, if we are, say, at other deals, then yeah, we should have enough hours to complete this. We have our souls in here, which we're going to rekindle the forge first, so we can see what more we need for the Clay Conductor. And yeah, then we'll hop off to the Albion, depending on what we need to do, and then the truth. Hello, Cybershot. Trains indeed. Oh, the trains. In which we have plenty of fun stuff to do on said train. Like going off the edge of the map. Not right now, though. Right now is not our time for going off the edge of the map. Although I will say our best bet in this avenue is probably heading from Lustrum, because I could just restock on everything, and assuming that is a void or somewhere over there, nothing else, there's a void there past the Terror. Grave of the Silent Saint. But first, we have a forge to rekindle, and our conductor to help. Or our conductor is still waiting for a deal. Yeah, hope all is going well for you, Cybershot, this evening. I actually managed to start stream before 10, which is impressive for me these days. Happy about that. I'm still in an odd mood, but that's probably not going to change anytime soon, so I can just hope I stream for as long as I feel up to it, and that'll be that. No. I don't know. Let's study it. Perhaps you can learn something. Ah, vision of heaven. Nice. Observations. It does not respond to movement, heat, or light. We've probably done this because it responds to singing. Because it likes voices. Why does a fungus like voices? Probably for nothing good. Like, I do remember that text. I just did not remember that it gave the vision of heavens. Usually I blow it up to reduce my terror. For obvious reasons. Terror is the great lurking killer. Yes, let's go rekindle the forge. A soul forge. Using cheap souls that we're just gonna toss at it willy-nilly like. I am not using upside souls for that. This is what we have otherworldly artifacts for. First class for me. Our tension from the burrow below cannot increase because they've been angry with us for the entire game, pretty much. Or at least almost the entire game. I've just not bothered to fix any of my relationships. I think the only god of Sunless Skies that I have not managed to piss off, or have currently not a matter of pissed off, is the storm that speaks. We have not upset them at the current time being. So, yay! Waste Wave and the burrow below, on the other hand, yeah, about that. Yeah, let's go. Let's go and light up a soul forge. So that we can help our clay conductor make a companion. I think I've pretty much gone this far in the clay conductor's quest before, and have never actually fully completed it, weirdly enough. Really, really weirdly enough. Eternal Sapphire Logi. Go I. Well, you have no reason to be pissed at me because I'm not anti-deceased. I'm ephemera. Although something Soulfire-wise has been trying to kill me, as we know. Because the judgments don't like their secrets getting out. Not really. Not really. Alright. Enter the Lyceum. And we want to return to the Forge of Souls. Repair the Forge of Souls, and let us toss souls at it. Slag indeed, but it'll work. Slumber disturbed. There are eerie lights in the forge as the first venture melts away the souls, freed from their glass, like so much candle wax. He pours the remains over the kilns. The red ministers will be pleased, he says, offering these spirits far more affection than the slurry of souls now dripping over the clay. They're returning, he tells you. Or waking, at least. Toss more souls, 'cause there's cheap and we have tons of them. Just don't think that we're sacrificing on the fact that we're sacrificing souls. Yeah, you'll note it's been going, the Forge's strength grows up to this point, and now, a chaos of light. The Forge of Souls is operational once more. The Forge repaired. The Forge is filled with the clamor of voices and coruscation of light. The Forge ignites. In his delight, the first adventurer goes to embrace you, but thinks better of it. You've done it, Captain. The servants of the Forge have woken. Come, let us see who we can make. He leads you into the newly bright chambers. Along the way, he introduces you to the host of spirits. You meet thrones and dominations, the Red Ministers, to whom the venture is deferential in the extreme. The principalities of the Chalcedon, the sisters in green and gold, and the White Minister herself. The Forge is repeopled with its spirits. The real work can now begin. The Forge awoken. The great chambers of the Forge of Souls are ablaze with light. Smoke in blue and gold and black belches from the furnaces, attended by spirits in all manner of shape and hue and size. The spirits guard their domains jealously, and must be entreated to lend their skill in the creation of new souls. There's work to be done. Donate items of the spirits to gain unique aspects. These aspects can then be combined to create something of your choosing. Leave the Forge, you've done all you can here. You will need to pay to enter the Forge again. You will, however, keep any aspects you have already gained. Note, we need to pay now. I did not remember that. Here's the reminder. You can craft a Scribe Spinster, as was taught by the region of the Reach to the Binary, says the Venture reverently. The Forge will need time to recover after this. You will need to re-access it later. You would need Caprices of the Forge, an aspect of Verdance, and an aspect of Dominion. Craft an Immaculate Soul. Ah, the food of the gods. The Venture sounds like they improve. Aspect of the Hourglass, aspect of Dominion. Craft crew members. Another soul under your Aegis, another body for your engine. Aspect of the Hourglass, aspect of Incarnadine. Entreat the Red Ministers for an aspect of Incarnadine. The Venture tells you they hoard the properties of vitality, wanderlust, and loathing. They appreciate poor quality souls for their collection. Entreat the sisters in green and gold for an aspect of verdance. They were educated by the region of the Reach once. The Venture whispers, before coming to the Forge. They know the secrets of longevity and expansion. You need a bronzewood. Two jumbled of undistinguished souls there. Entreat the principalities of Chalcedon for an aspect of the Hourglass. They were once servants of the King of Hours, the Venture informs you. They helped guide the Graven of the White Well across the heavens, and remained at the Sapphired King's court. Barrel of unseasoned hours. Entreat the thrones for an aspect of Dominion. The thrones have jurisdiction over the aspects of Dominion, the principles of rulership. The Venture tells you this was the reward from the king. 2 panes of stained glass. Alright, let's bring up my notes and start jotting some things down. Just in case it's not displayed. Because I don't recall if these are displayed or not, so, let's see here. Incarnadine is 2 2 undistinguished souls. Distinguished souls. Stellated, no. Verdance is 1 bronzewood. I remember that. 1 bronzewood. Hourglass is unseasoned hours. 1 unseasoned hours. And Dominion is 2... Dominion, let's spell that right. Is 2 stained glass. And now for our different means of production, again, just in case. Scribe Spinster is Verdance and Dominion. An Immaculate Soul, which sounds like the item, so we don't probably have to overly worry about that. Hourglass and Dominion. Let us see here. Crew members, which we'll probably definitely never make here, because why the hell would we? Is Hourglass and what I presume to be Incarnadine. Yep, Incarnadine. And alright. And then we need whatever we need for them. So all we can do right now is just to leave the forge. You'll note there's some new options here on this deal, just the Forge of Souls. You could allow your Blemigan to enter the forge. The Blemigan stands on your foot. It reaches up to your hand and gives it a firm, solemn pat. This is where it wishes to be. You will lose your Blemigan Voyager. It's about what you'd expect, really. Forge a companion. The rekindled forge presents an opportunity. You could make an officer for your crew. One constructed to your precise specifications, free from any complications in which you might otherwise become entangled. And that's if you don't have a forged companion. Never done that before. Enter the forge with the Lamentation's permission. Lamentation only that worthy souls make use of the forge, and secure entry to the forge with the Testament of the Feather. The towers of the forge once more quake with purpose. So, to enter the forge, we would need the Lamentation's gratitude. Gratitude, or a Testament of the Feather. How do we get Lamentation's gratitude? Excellent question. I don't remember. First things first, we shall go with this. Consult the spirits of the forge for the clay conductor. Their voice must be perfect, the conductor implores. His eyes bright. Let's see what's needed. A template from the sun's daughter. The sisters in green and gold raise their limbs as though shrugging. The red ministers are implacable behind their woven mass. The principalities scurry away from you and will not consider your request. Only the white minister, bearing her voice in a silken casket, consents to hear you out. She informs you that a new soul requires a template, but the Amaranthine Edict forbids new templates from being created. If one wishes to receive an exemption, one must visit the sun's daughter at death's door. You will need a testament of salt to petition her. The clay conductor punctuates all of this with a grumbled monologue of impatience. You know, this is probably why I've never done that. This step. I'm pretty sure it's this step that I never did. So I need to figure out how to best be efficient. Like, how the hell do we do the Lamentations gratitude? I mean, there's two that means, but to get to the forge to do so, we would still need one. What would I do? Is an excellent freaking question. I know you can get things with that, but for things with that, we need to do that. So, how? How? There's that. Do we need a testament of the feather? We might need a testament of the feather. Well, blast. I can't figure things out. Where do we get testaments of the feather? It's like the confusing place for me. Okay, House of Days for Cryptic Benefactor. Okay. Okay. So, how do we get to the sun's daughter is the next question. Is an excellent question, really. I don't know. Let's see here. Captains must be yo. So. Oh, it's one thing or another. Ah, god damn it. This is very much why I haven't completed much in the way of things here in the Blue Kingdom. Everything requires a Garam some sort of freaking status juggling around and whatnot, and and it's so annoying to just try to balance around statuses and other nonsense as so. Just, bleh. It's a confusing place, and the whole bureaucracy stuff just gets fantastically annoying. Like, incredibly so. It's like, I don't necessarily object to the premise of having to go with yoke status, but I do need to balance out other deals, which is all the other stuff. And by that I mean all these other missions here. Okay. What the hell else do we have in this place? For here to give a certain status, we need to be either invisible or be anti-deceased for the corruption at court. Which means probably going there, dropping down our status, and doing so. Go to the Court of Meals, and this I might want to figure out before switching status, because I'm ephemera. Okay. This damn place. Anything else I can think of? No, so let's go to there again and see what we need to do there. That's a way for us to get yoked. We need to be our current status still for that. But we can probably get that status back with a little bit of cost from there to show that we are something. Where the hell did we get ephemera again? Was it at that same place? I can't recall. It's confusing! It's incredibly confusing. Okay. Alright. So we'll need to become yoked to some fashion. But first we should probably do these other deals so that we are not yoked. Do I have a port report that I can get here? I might already have one, okay. So, that way or that way? Probably this way, yeah. Okay, so let's go to there, go to that place, see what we need for there. If it's another Testament of Feather, I can probably cash in, like, a number of them, of my cryptic benefactors for Testament of Feathers. Possibly get 3 Testament of Feathers, maybe. That should potentially balance things out. Potentially. Go around this one. For now, we don't have much reason to go there. Also, that makes me wonder. It's like, which is from that? Request to recover a casket from the Lyceum. I have forgotten what we need from there, so we'll not worry about that quite yet. Because we just need to figure out all our other stuff first. Sounds like it's also in the Forge of Souls, so... Okay. We can do this. We can figure it out. Tediously, we can figure it out. We'll just need to do some status bouncing because... Oh, dear gods. Once devils ruled here, now only bureaucracy. Yeah, there's tons of bureaucracy here. Too much bureaucracy. Gemstones for Death's Door, Immaculate Souls for that. 5 and 5. Well, we can do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sure to pick them up. The Wheels of Diplomacy, Immaculate Souls for the White Well. A discreet request. 5 selections of Immaculate Souls are required at the White Well for political reasons. Burning Aspirations. Ah, that guy again. Okay. And whoop. Yes, political reasons. Dubiously. Alright, let's go to the House of Days. Figure out what we need for a Testament of Feather. See what we need for the House of Mules. See what we need for any of that. So we'll definitely need a number of Testament of Feathers, and if that's just a simple exchange and exchange, then we should do so. So your Court of Mules is where we need to go. There's that. Seen in the Court of Mules, one must either belong to the court by nature or sent by another functionary. Alright, so we definitely do need a Testament of Feather here. Let's do some research. This place is so confusing. So confusing! I need a Testament of Feathers here, and our Testament of Feathers are gone from where in this goddamn place? On the porch? No. Is it in the antechamber? Definitely not. Court of Apes on where we belong? A Veils check. Various officials elsewhere. Literally a 50-50 Veils check. Is that a fail and you lose sort of deal? I think it might be. Why can't it just be a purchase? I'm not trying to scam anything, I swear. I just want to get to the place. I just want the thing for the thing, and then I can thing with the thing. And, ah! Ba ba da da. Da 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 da. How do I get a feather? So yeah, it's a 50-50. I lose the cryptic benefactor either way, and Godspeed. And God's speed. Can I? No. Okay then, and there's nothing anywhere else. That's to get out of yoke status. Court of Mayflies is just claim the status of ephemera. Ah, right, it's the Court of Mayflies where we can get this back. Easily enough because we keep a litigator. Okay. Cool. This is where we belong. Alright, we'll try to get one for now. And see how much we lose in the process. Achieve a Testament of the Feather. A matter of convincing the attendants of this court that your case deserves to be heard by another. Gee, shocker, I failed. Unconvinced. Perhaps to just the court you're meddling things you ought to leave alone. Nuisance suits are not regarded kindly in the Blue Kingdom. Failure number 2. Here we go. One Testament of the Feather. A grant of favor. You tell a story that moves the attendant to tears. You invoke the influence of your benefactor. You embellish certain points and gloss over others. It's enough. I have a friend in another court. You will only need to bring a message for me, says the attendant, proud of his generosity. All the trouble of your case will land on someone else. The attendant inscribes the Testament of the Feather in clay and bakes it with the glare of his will. When you pick it up, it feels like a brick that has been left in the sun. Okay, so we have a Testament of the Feather. Now note it is... where does it fall underneath? After Carlin, he is quite comfortable with conditions on board. As you probably should be. 6 favor. Yeah, it seems familiar. Indeed. We have our Testament of Salt, which we do need. And we have a Testament of the Feather, a document from a senior official in the Blue Kingdom's bureaucracy, requesting a service from an official similarly senior. So now we need to go to the Court of Mules and contest the interpretation of the embassy lease. To be seen in the Court of Mules, one must either belong to the court by nature or sent by another functionary, which is what this is for. Solid attention. You must surrender your Testament of the Feather in order to be given a place in line. Then you must wash your body with a sponge dipped in vinegar water. After this, the masked attendant kneels beside you on a square of bleached linen. She takes careful and copious notes. She does say, with a sigh, that you can never tell with contracts drawn up by devils. Finally, she asks, should the ambassador of Albion hold the Toll Tower, though it belonged to the devils for millennia? Though she has already stretched her time with imported hours. Though she has no respect for bounds. You could say, when it's put that way, no, Albion has no rightful claim. This choice will commit you to act against the ambassador, or, which we will be doing because we are very much a Londoner. Yes, she has made great progress. She needs just a little more time. This choice will commit you to act against the devils and for the ambassador. Very well, says the attendant. The Mayflies control precedent that pertains to unfairly short contracts, rents, and leases of life. Ask them to rule. Go to the Court of Mayflies to renegotiate the lease in favor of the ambassador. We have lost the testament of the feather that we sacrificed 3 different things for. So, to the Court of Mayflies. I believe if you contest otherwise, you might be chucked at the Court of Oaks, potentially. But because we're helping, we're here. Ah, I'm gonna need to grab some more souls, clearly. But at least we have them, coincidentally enough. Rental dispute. Seek a ruling on the shortness of days. The Court of Mayflies is entitled to determine that a contract has too short a time limit. Thankfully, our mirrors is guaranteed to succeed. And we did not lose any souls. Precedent. 3 days for a contract of lease? Not reasonable. Precedent states this cannot be correct. Therefore, the lease must have another meaning. The official of the court embellishes your copy of the leash with roughly 50 small red stamps, then shouts for you to make way for the next applicant. Excellent. Case closed. Roop. Take your paperwork to the Pan Secrets to have it converted from word into action. Visit the Pan Secrets in the House of Days for a final ruling between Albion and the Devils. I believe that's the antechambers. Shit. I need more stuff. Rather keep my liver. Reduce cost and with your liver. You need 2? We need 1 more testament of the feather. Okay, let's make sure we have everything we need when we enter in of this place. We'll probably need to grab back more souls. Being here before being ousted. Okay, so I don't need anything special from inside. I just need to get another testament of feathers. God damn it. Well, time to probably lose all our cryptic benefactors. If I realized I need more cryptic benefactors, I would have grabbed more when I could from other people. Unfortunate. Anyways, to the apes. To failure. We have 5 more. Oh, thank gods, we only lost 2. Another testament of the feather. Thank gods we have a litigator, because not only does it reduce the cost to 1 testament of the feather compared to 2, we will still have our liver. Because if you claim your right to an audience as so, this will bring you before the Panscritis. Following the established protocols, your liver will be required as a deposit. You will get it back later. You could, on a hearts check, walk boldly into the presence. This is dangerous. It avoids certain liturgies and rituals. Following protocols would be safer. Failure here will strip you of your status in the Blue Kingdom. We don't want to deal with that. And have your litigator argue your right to enter. Your litigator can help you gain access to the pancreas at a reduced cost and with your liver. Let us keep our liver. Others have vouched for you. The nameless spirit presents your testament of the feather. Then it takes a jar containing its voice and connects this by a rubber tube to the earhole of the mask of the jackal who attends this door. The voice of the nameless spirit speaks through the tube to the jackal for several minutes together, and you don't hear a word of its argument. But when it is done, you are admitted. We have lost our testament of the feather, and you have performed the proper rituals to come into the presence of the pancreas. The pancreas is a wall of flame and wind and noise. So strong is the light that your body is transparent. Even the shadow of your bones is only a faint pattern on the ashen floor. The pancreas perceives you. Each hair on your head is counted, every scar. It does not have time for delays. What do you wish? What would you convert from shroud to is? You could try to make a study of the pancreas. You seek to understand it. You can only do one thing here before being cast out. Be sure of this choice. A very difficult mirrors check, but what we're here for is a rental dispute. Keep the ambassador where she is, untroubled by devils. Her work is not complete. You can only do one thing here before being cast out. No more discussion. Your skin burns. Your hair prickles. You are frisked by a hurricane. There are no questions. You might have thought there would be some final consultation, that you would have to defend your case to this final arbiter. But the pancreas has no interest in your words. It marks your paperwork with its own name, which is to say, with itself. Then it is finished noticing you. You are left holding something that looks like a lease document, but that weighs on your hand like a shield. You must deliver to the ambassador, and it will put the devils in their place. Take the renegotiated contract to the ambassador at the Embassy of Albion in the Toll Tower. Yeah, we're done here. For now. We will need to go back here to get our ephemera status after we drop it down to anti-deceased again, just to do a thing, and then bounce it up, and yeah. So we're going back into there, get yoke status. However, we need to get yoke status. Once we get yoke status, we can go up, do a thing, and yeah. Suffice to say, we have so much goddamn shit to just keep on bouncing one thing to another, and then, oh hey look, to another. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, okay, fair enough. Notifications and making sure things are as it should be. Alright. First things first, fuck it, we might as well requisition repairs at this point. Go elsewhere. And now into the Embassy of Albion. Let us deliver some of our port reports, because we really should. We can exchange gratitude for cryptic benefactors. Okay, thank fuck, there's a way. There's a way! Just in case. Pay another visit to the ambassador. Fortunate to find her in. The ambassador's left arm is still in a bandage. She's struggling to write a report home with her right hand. Her mood has not improved since last you visited. Secretary absently waves you in, yeah. We're here to make her day better. Because, well, what's not... what's not to like about a silver-haired woman? Is for some reason the first thing that came to my mind. Don't mind me. Deliver a renegotiated lease. It is stamped, sealed, signed, and ready. You have renegotiated the lease so that the Embassy of Albion has permission to remain. The gratitude of one's country. The ambassador reads the document. Then she reads it again. Then she spreads it on the table and counts the stamps and seals affixed to it, until she reaches the sigil of the Panscritus on the last page, which makes it indisputable and irrefutable. Then she sits back in her chair, eyes closed, for a count of 10 breaths. Finally, she opens her eyes again. Tell me the truth, she says. Do you think I have mismanaged my tenure here? You could say the Blue Kingdom has no need for Albion. She should have closed the embassy and returned home. She is out of her depth. She should have gone home long ago and let someone else take this on. But honestly, with how much shit I have been through and continue to go through with the bureaucracy here in the Blue Kingdom, she has done her best. It is not her fault that the Blue Kingdom does not readily welcome Albion, or is a bureaucratic cesspool of a nightmare. She has done her best. Truthfully, you've done your goddamn best. I have, she says. I've done everything that effort and determination can do. She calls in the secretary and weighs you down with every gift that the embassy can currently offer. Is that a real dispensation? Yes, it is. Involved in a rental dispute, there is no more to do. You have allowed the Embassy of Albion to remain in the Toll Tower. 2,000 experience, 3 selections of immaculate souls. Hey, the souls I'm looking for. 2 ministry stamp permits, 5 gratitude of the Embassy of Albion, and 1 royal dispensation. I have 4 of those fuckers now. If something needs me to drop a royal dispensation on, I'm just gonna be like, oh, here you go, flop. Ah. Inquire about the devils who used to hold this place. Now that the rental dispute is over, perhaps she will speak to you about the history. A horror of cleaning. I dare say it was a junk shop of souls, the ambassador remarks. Glowing bottles on every shelf, and some nasty yellow-eyed man at the back smoking a pipe, and no one dusting under the furniture. Now we are doing some real work here. Let's see here. Let's do this because I'm curious about this. Invest in copies of the Culture Attaché's work. There are 19 volumes published. He is working on the 20th now. Change gratitude for a volume of notes on the Blue Kingdom, which can be used to hire certain assistants. I'll just take one. Delighted to offer you a copy. It's not what I expected to do here, he admits. At first I staged performances for the locals, gave poetry readings. Couldn't tell if they appreciated it at all. Have you ever given a reading to a circle of horse spirits? And even when you've got ex-humans listening, they put their jars of voices in the front row and you couldn't say which voice went with whom. Now, these notes have had a very receptive audience back home. He takes out a volume and autographs the front page with a flourish. Volumes of notes on the Blue Kingdom. Which is here. 448 pages illustrated with index, bound in the leather of a spirit bowl. Inaccurate. And thus, on that note, we can ask about the master about the accuracy of the volume. Is the cultural attache's work officially approved? The books are for Albion. Without constant report about progress, Albion wouldn't send any support for their embassy, or any salary for the staff. And when they do pay, they are stingy. So the attaché may publish what he likes, especially if the publishers continue to pay in sovereigns and supplies. Besides, this volume infuses with just enough truth to interest readers back home, while omitting what might trouble them. I tried once to write a report home about the Court of Wales, she remarks. They accused me of being honey-mazed, but it was all true. When there's a new verdict in that court, they seen it in the water. Sounds about right. Trade gratitude for cryptic benefactor. The embassy has contacts. Perhaps they can arrange a useful introduction. Around the back of the embassy. The secretary consults a list of the residents of the Toll Tower. She frowns over several similar entries. She performs a set of sums in the margin of the page. Finally, on some unexplained principle, she selects one as the best benefactor for you. She copies out a name and a direction onto a fresh card and presents it to you. And we could also trade gratitude for a moment of inspiration. The secretary probably knows a great many motivational tales of woe, and offers some information. 7 times. I just want another moment of inspiration so I wasn't down to 1. She tells you what she knows, that the ambassador has been 7 times to the Court of Apes, and put her case to change the lease, and come home again days or weeks later, rejected and without any explanation. She tells you that the devils come and pound on the door of the embassy. She tells you about the barrels of hours spent to extend the embassy's presence here. She tells you how the wound on the ambassador's arm is freshly reinscribed each time. No, she doesn't know what any of that signifies. Oh, the poor woman. The poor, poor woman. But the embassy continues. Which is good, because you'll note somewhat tied to repairs, and I like this being here. And just haven't changed here. I don't know if it gets replaced anything otherwise on the alternative, but I'm not about to find out. I hope London. 1, 2, 3. Let's see here. This was 5, right? Yes. 5 to the White Well. 5 to Death's Door. 1, 2, and a 3. And where is it? There. Boop. Alright. To the White Well. To improve our skills, because I realize we can do a little bit of skill improving. Let's see here, what are our skills at? 78, 46, 77, and 74. Okay. Let's bump that to 75 then. And that should be satisfactory. By the way, fun game, Satisfactory. I've dumped many hours into Satisfactory. hours have I put into that game? Oh god, there's something evil. But something evil that I want to kill because I can get more knowledge to pay my way to a certain someone. Ugh. I just repaired. Steady does it. Let's go the other direction because there's a wall over there. And right down the gullet. Alright. Experience and scraps of ancient knowledge, and 2 more scraps of ancient knowledge, which means more to allow us in. Huzzah! Thank goodness. I approve wholeheartedly. Alright. Oop, let's turn here. So we need to change our status back to anti-deceased. I think we might be able to do that at the White Well. I think we could. Not 100% sure, but I'm about to figure that out. Damn it! How dare you just appear randomly in front of me? You are repairing me. I don't care if that's a waste for whatever the other option is. You're repairing me, damn it. Grave robbers and spearfurs. This path, by the way, we'll need to worry about when we're yoked. But maybe I won't have to go this path. It's also why I'm not going speed distances here, because I know up there, near the White Well proper, there's a yellow one. Amongst other evil. Ah, you're following me, I see. You're not hostile, but you're still following and watching, which is amazingly disturbing, so congratulations. Yeah, see, this clusterfuck of nonsense. This is what I'm talking about. Excuse me, pardon me, want nothing to do with y'all's battle. Enjoy! Get the fuck out of here, Naren. Get the fuck out of here! Still following you, I know. It's decided it wants to kill us instead of the things actively pillaging it. So, run! Or fly, or whatever counts. Piss off, ghost! Alright, political reasons. The red-robed graven who collects the souls is perhaps pleased. It's hard to tell since he has meticulously stripped the flesh from his skull. This should suit the judge, he says, and supplements the agreed-upon amount with a couple of curios which he promises has use here, in the Blue Kingdom. Alright, let's go to Erd. So we need to go to here, write a port report, and we need to mean, there is other options. Leans in conspiratorially. Does it say again? To meet you, though, your status must be invisible or anti-deceased. I suppose that's impossible. It's like, or we can try to flatter deals. However, has to be formally declared anti-deceased. You're currently ephemera, but you'd prefer that the Blue Kingdom recognizes your lamentably pre-mortem status. An absurd request. I understand you correctly. You wish to stop being dead? I wear an expressionless mask that others manages to perfectly convey bafflement. It's a manner of antic foolery or cheat. Snaps fingers, or is it subterfuge? Hoping to use this to get closer to uncovering the secrets of the judge? As in that case, I can help, although I still find the whole idea a little hard to wrap my head around. To go from ephemera to anti-deceased, you need to prove that you are, as a matter of fact, alive, says the ombudsman. That'll require word of endorsement from a litigator on your behalf. And coming back from the dead always requires a lot of paperwork, of course, but I can take care of that. He looks suddenly uneasy. But that's not all. You'll also need to submit your internal organs for an audit. You'll be granted a death exemption for the duration, of course. On second thoughts, the ombudsman is right. People shouldn't come back from the dead. Provide an endorsement from the nameless spirit, what would you do without them? Okay. This is conferring negatives, because I don't know any other way to drop back down to anti-deceased. To be perfectly honest. Like, not be dead? Not be dead? Da 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 da. So that gets me that. That gets me that. And what once potentially is hearts. Okay, so turn to the city outside. I need a hearts check, which means I need to switch around my officers a bit. Irons, mirrors, veils, hearts. And I can do either of these hearts that I so desire. Let's do that one. That are hearts there. I think so. Bumps me up to 7, which is 70 and 100. Okay, cool. 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 And asked to be formally declared anti-deceased. And thus, provide an endorsement from the nameless spirit. What would you do without them? Why keep them around? An endorsement. Spirit sits and writes an endorsement of your character, while apologizing for the fact that you are, unfortunately, alive. Ready for an audit. You lie on a granite slab while the ombudsman fusses around you, preparing his tools. He lays out saws, scalpels, hammers. Actually, probably best to not to look. Steel your nerves. Have to have less than 75 terror. and ready for an odd, which is the other deal. And that's a very reasonably difficult heart check, but that we are able to compromise for. It's like 92 or something like that. Steel your nerves. The ombudsman begins tying leather straps around your ankles and wrists, humming tunelessly. Proof of life. The ombudsman is kind enough to give you a nip of whiskey and a cord to bite down on. Of course, there's no anesthetic. The pain is an important part of proving you're alive. With a great deal of effort, you manage to will yourself elsewhere. It is still agony, but it seems to come from a very distant place. Tale of terror. Only 2 terrorists could be worse. And ready for an audit, too. The ombudsman finishes sewing you back up. You are sore and raw and emptied. You try to lift your limbs, but lack the strength. Even your thoughts feel sluggish. Submit your organs. You've managed to provide enough material for an audit. They're sitting in wet, neatly labeled paper bags on a nearby shelf. Fun! A week of emptiness. I believe if you fail that heart check, you can also lose hearts, which no fucking thank you. It's a long, unpleasant week, confined to the ombudsman's office, draped uselessly across a bed, utterly hollow. Your blood has settled uncomfortably below the knees. Finally, a knock at the door. Your organs are returned alongside the results of the audit. You are indeed alive. An official inquiry will take place to discover the source of the error. I'll get you on the slab once I'm sure you're all present and correct, says the ombudsman, rifling through the damp little parcels. Sometimes things get lost in transit. I assume you never had an appendix? Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Not the date that it was. It's been like 7 days. You're one of the antecedents. A testament of salt. Ask the official. Yeah. Ask the official how you can obtain an invitation to the judge's ball. He sighs. If he had eyes, he'd be rolling them. The curious official. Yes, I have an invitation to the Macaborium, says the official. No, I'm not going, and no, you can't have it either. I don't know how it works where you're from, but here it's generally frowned upon to pass your unused invitations to oddly insistent strangers. Dangle him out the window by his ankles. Falling such a long way probably wouldn't kill him, but it would be embarrassing and inconvenient, and may require paperwork afterwards. Or with the moment of inspiration, offer to take over his duties for the day. The official leads you to his cramped room in the cellars. The only furnishings are a narrow bed and a desk piled mountainously with paperwork. To rethink your approach, I don't know, I think I might switch into my irons officers. Because, yeah, we currently have a minus in that because we adjusted other things, so... Turn to the city outside. To our officers. Wear irons. Irons. Might as well get veils back in. Irons. And irons. Oh, wow, nothing's invalidated by that. Neat. Because now that minuses our mirrors, and our hearts, we still have a plus 10. That is a plus 29 now instead of a minus 1. So enter the Stoneface course. And ask the official... What's our check now? 100%. I was a few irons short, now I'm not. Hi, seemed like you're a few irons over. Good. An effective threat, says the official, hanging upside down above a spectacular drop. This is absolutely absurd. You can have this stupid invite. Just haul me in, I'm getting cold. Attend the Korea Macaron and find the truth about the Watcher from the Jewel Judge. We now have an invitation! And that guy's just Alright, so if we switch back to our normals, we would be boosted as so. And boosted as so. And now, let's see here. Are there any checks we're gonna need to do inside the place? It is a wonderful question that I'm about to find out. What would I potentially need? Okay then. Well, for no particular reason, cough cough. Dun dun. That is. It's actually like 96 or something. Okay, that's fine. Alright, enter, follow, and attend the Korea Macaborium. Every few months, at a grand ballroom within the deepest bowels of the court, the skull-headed graven gather for a dance. A waiter offering figs and pomegranates on a silver tray, a band playing drums and pipes, a puppet show in the corner. There's a remarkably pleasant atmosphere, considering you're surrounded by enough skulls to overflow a crypt. The graven are dressed in colorful linen robes and fringed skirts, their ivory polished to a sheen. They whirl and pirouette across the marble dance floor, laughing and chattering and pouring drinks down exposed throats. The Jewel Judge is nowhere to be seen. You could slip away. You've exhausted options. You'll have to come back another time, but no reason to lose out on an invitation like that. Explore the ballroom in search of the judge. 100 eyeless faces. A sea of identical grins. The Korea Macaborium. You try not to draw your attention to yourself as you flip between the graven, searching for a gem-encrusted skull wearing a horned crown. You accidentally interrupt a backgammon game, knocking dice and clay triangles across the floor. You are momentarily distracted by a teetering game of polo, where the players sit on other gravens' backs instead of horses, their swinging mallets just a hair from decapitating you as you pass. You apologize as you stumble upon two entwined lovers in the domed gardens outside, fiercely clacking their teeth together. Just as you were beginning to abandon hope, you spot her. The jeweled judge, sitting in a private booth, surrounded by a cluster of her fellow crowned judges. Corruption at the court. Either find the truth about the Watcher, or confess to the judge about the Ombudsman's investigation. Also 3 Sky Stories. The jeweled judge is sitting in a private, smoke-filled booth, sipping a cocktail that seems to flash a dozen colors at once. So, here's your options. You could tell the truth, inform the jeweled judge that the ombudsman is investigating her. She leans forward, setting her cocktail aside. The other judges at her table fall suddenly silent. If you happen to be the sneaky sort, you could eavesdrop on the judge's conversation. You hover outside the booth. When a guest shoots you a puzzled glance, you pretend to be very interested in a nearby fresco. Or, you could seduce the jeweled judge. You know at least one surefire way to get to know someone. Let's be fair here. This isn't the oddest. This wouldn't be the oddest thing Rem has done in terms of intimate relations. So, enjoy. Also, I can guarantee to make that check, but still, this is too humorous to pass up. No more than a fling. A splash of wine, a wink, a caress across her glimmering scalp. It doesn't take much. She's intrigued by your face. She drags you to her room upstairs. Her furnishings are luxurious, her four-poster bed soft as a dream. You tumble into it together, and you are surprised to find an eager tongue within her lipless mouth. For a while, you lose yourselves in exploring each other, then fall entangled into a perfect sleep. You wake to find her standing at the mirror, flinching as she cuts away the veins and scalps of flesh that regrew across her chin overnight. You ask her casually what the Watcher sounds like. The Watcher hasn't spoken to us in years, mutters the judge distractedly, staring into the mirror. It died long ago. It died long ago. Also, oh my. Tell the ombudsman the truth about the Watcher, or lie to him, and end his investigation now. You've gained one savage secret. And had one hell of a night. Return to the city outside and get our normal officers back in. Casually brush over the fact of what we just did. La-di-da-di-da. Suffice to say, the Sunless series and Fallen London do not shy away from matters. They'll dance around obvious things that would be a little bit more to deal with as far as rating stuff goes, but it does not shy away from topics. It does not shy away from things. Alright, so, we keep our word. We are going to now meet the exacting ombudsman. And you have your fucking options, clearly. We're going to do what we will do, which is tell the exacting ombudsman the truth. The Watcher is dead, his judgment's counterfeit. You could lie to the exacting ombudsman. The Graven are still hearing the Watcher in their polished ivory heads, same as always. Or you could try to lure the ombudsman to his demise at the bottom of the well. The Watcher's spirit lingers down there, you lie, but in a much reduced state. It could perish any minute. No. We'll tell the truth. The truth is out. I knew it, declares the ombudsman, leaping to his feet. Rest assured, my vindication only somewhat dampens my outrage. I'm going to travel at once to the Forge of Souls to present my findings. He pulls from his robes a flawless diamond, the size of a horse's heart. Here, it's just a transparent rock containing no souls at all, but I believe it has some kind of symbolic value where you come from. Hopefully it's enough to recompense you for your time. Meet the ombudsman at the Forge of Souls. You've gained 300 experience, and I've gained a captivating treasure. Nice. A captivating treasure, and now we need to go to the Forge of Souls. Now we need to go to the Forge of Souls. Well, okay, off we go. The transparent rock. Also called, considering it's the size of a horse's heart, likely an insanely big fucking diamond. Don't mind me, Whitewell. Everything's fine. Also, don't mind me, Wellmouth. I'm not going to eat any of the mysterious pies that smell oh so good. Fuck. Not one of you. Oh, dear heavens on mercy. We need to get out of here. I don't care about anything else. We need to get the fuck out of here. There are too many of those things there. Nope. No treasure's worth 3 of those. Hells no, off the way we go. As the crocodile things snap at our backs. Hells no. Fuck you all. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. So long. And fucking piss off, you damn insistent little devils. Sorry, that might be insulting to devils. Either way, piss off. No, really, piss off, please. Get into dock. I don't care that I bumped the dock. It's better than that thing. And track down the exacting ombudsman. You find him in a hushed chamber of the Lyceum, so swamped with paper, you can barely open its bronze doors. Enter the office. Also, thank God we don't need to change our status for this, but the ombudsman has carved a little hollow for himself in his desk, inside an avalanche of paperwork. The ombudsman obfuscated. He barely glances up to acknowledge your presence. He has a pen in each hand and he's scrawling fiercely across 6 sheets at once. Of course, this being the Blue Kingdom, not all the paperwork is paper. There are stone tablets, a rune-covered obelisk, a spirit lurking in the corner with a requisition form tattooed across its barred chest. Bare chest, rather. Best not to think where the small print might be found. To enter the room, you have to carefully step over a lazing cat with natural hieroglyph-like markings across its back. Do they breed paperwork here? Stymied. Hello, nice to see you. The ombudsman talks in the short, clipped tones of someone counting every wasted second. I'm trying to submit the results of our investigation, but for some reason they keep bouncing me between different departments I've never even heard of, and sending me more and more forms. It's highly irregular. This goes against everything I believe, but I need you to help me cut through the bureaucracy. You seem good at that. Leave the ombudsman to work. He'll try to make progress in your absence. Bureaucracy can't be entirely intractable, surely? Submit a testament of the feather and a costly series of tithes. Grease the wheels of the forge's bureaucracy and help the ombudsman support his report. Or ask the name of spirit to intercede on your behalf. There's only so much they can do. You'll need to pay a tithe as well. Okay, so we need 2 immaculate souls. Okay, so we need to go back there. We'll grab some souls. We'll stop by there to get ephemera status back, because we do want ephemera status, if but briefly, so that we can actually gain access to that place again. And thank gods the alligator has stopped following us. There's something else evil over there, because we're antitheses, and there's the blue fucker in this corridor. Ah, shit, it's right there. Just need to go in a little bit of circle to try to juke it. Then make a break for it. Ha! Thank you, Resurrectionist, for the decoy. Good luck, bye! You just enjoy that wall, other Resurrectionist. Yes, you just enjoy that wall. I know it's my mistake too late. It's fine. That's fine. We're still not doing too bad in terms of this stuff. In terms of our hold. Yeah, that barely hurt. Thank gods. Still unideal enough times, but the occasional accident thankfully doesn't punish you too badly. Compared to the enemies, which they will fuck you over to the goddamn extreme. Gods, will they ever? Terror reduction? Terror reduction! Yay! Okay, hours to the White Well. Alright, so 5 unseasoned hours to the White Well. 2, 3, 4, 5. And we needed 2 Immaculate Souls. Grab 1 more of those, and a few more fuel. 1, 2, 3... 4, because we're about to take over anyways, meaning I should probably just toss another one of these in. Excellent! Now the House of Days to get ephemera status back, and then back to the Forge of Souls. Best way to do it? Honestly, this route still, because the less territory I go through crocodile turf around there, the fucking better. Although I just remembered this could be fire alligator territory as well. Yeah. Thank God it isn't at the moment, but do remember I occasionally find them there. Oops, well, this is awkward. Steady. Steady. There we go. Let's see here. Was it the Court of Mayflies? Yeah, claim the status of ephemera. Same deal. there, and now... Well, now we are back to Ephemera. Easy enough. When you have a litigator. Thus, pretty well assuring, if you want to get shit done in the Blue Kingdom, please, 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 for your own sanity, get one of the litigators. I beg of thee, get one of the litigators. They help so goddamn much in just reducing costs, jumping around statuses. It's invaluable. It is utterly and completely invaluable. Alright, back to the Forge of Souls. There are suddenly a bunch of spearfurs here. Let's just make our way by them. And now this one will not harass us. Though I still need to try not to run into it, I can only but presume it's still a ball of fire, after all. Watcha. So we need to get yoke status while we're here, which means helping out find those sapphires. Which we will. We will. Oh. Hi, look what was just fucking sitting here. The archaeologists... Why the hell am I saying that wrong? The archaeologist's game. The plucky archaeologist is selling souls of savage brightness. Found these in a vault only a few days ago. A few days away, rather. Didn't need them all, but I could hardly just leave them there. She considers you for a moment. I'll offer you a good deal if you take them off my hands. I'll need the space. I'm bound to pass more vaults on the way back to Albion. There'll be plenty left for the museum. Well, we'll buy them in case we need any more for something else, but... It's like, there's just the one sitting right there. Okay, fair enough. Avalanche of paperwork, and... ask our nameless spirit to intercede. Still need to pay a tithe, but that is fine. The Lamentation of Miss. Every bureaucrat refers you higher and higher up the chain, until you find yourself called to a meeting with the Lamentation of Miss herself. Her wings tremble. Aw, I actually really honestly like the Lamentation of Miss. I don't know why. There's just something about her that I sympathize very much with and like her for such. She shows a lot of character for the Blue Kingdom. Thus she's a standout to me. The Watcher is dead, she says mournfully. Long gone, decayed. The unworthy scribe whispers in your ear. We allow the graven to maintain their fiction because the Watcher's status... Because the Watcher's status as an omniscient judge means we avoid contending with every court's worst nightmare. Appeals. Appeals would overload our creaking bureaucracy beyond recovering, he pauses. He pauses. Everyone understands this except the ombudsman. A limited thinker. He must disappear, mutters the scribe spinster, picking fitfully at the tablets scattered round her. You must do it. Ooh! Lure the ombudsman to his death, or warn them that he is in danger. Tell the ombudsman the Watcher is at the bottom of the White Well, and obvious lie, but the ombudsman trusts you implicitly. Lamentation of Miss will reward you for his convenient disappearance. And warn the ombudsman that he's in danger. The Lamentation of Miss asks you to make sure that he disappears. Decisions. 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 Saying I like the Lamentation Miss, and I do, and then it makes me feel very conflicted on the decisions. Because, yeah. Okay. I mean, technically, I believe the latter one does more or less just sort of qualify as. It did say to disappear. We don't necessarily need to lure them to their death. I don't feel that as far and so much as the case. Like, I don't personally feel like we would need to off them. Probably don't. So, let's... We can just kind of go around the issue. For now, let us just warn that he's in danger. As you made sure that he disappears, and this is a good way of making them disappear, in that it's the morally right way to make them disappear. The Ombudsman's exile. Is that so? The exacting Ombudsman continues filing out paperwork until your words sink in. He carefully lays down his pen. Then, I suppose I better flee the kingdom, hadn't I? He gathers his possessions. It doesn't take long. He collects some paperwork to keep him amused on the journey. I've caused you enough trouble, he says wretchedly. I have friends at Sky Barnet. They can help me with this subterfuge business. Just don't tell anyone where I've gone, and thank you for the warning. Safe travels, my friend. He hurries from the office. We will help both the Ombudsman and the Lamentation of Miss by just going this route. Now we must inform them. We must inform them, but we also should be finding those sapphires too. Fuck. Very well then. Hold up. Hold up. We need a testament of feather. Go fucking figure. We need a testament of feather. Back to the House of Days we go. Back and forth we go. Hi, I seem to be seeming a lot. Welcome to my sanity slowly diminishing because of the goddamn bureaucracy of this goddamn place. I fucking hate everything. I don't care! I have nothing to live for! Nothing! Don't mind me, don't mind me. La-di-da-di-da. Auto saves. Oh yeah, gee, it's like nothing happened at all. Nothing happened. Nothing. Like a goddamn inconsiderate motherfucker. This is what I'm saying, that for some reason the enemy you see here in the Blue Kingdom just deal fucking stupid amounts of damage. Just absolutely insanely ridiculous amounts of damage. Right, do not hit this side, like last time. And now we swing up to the House of Days. Drop off these souls. Ah, right. Have a vision of the heavens. You've been helping me a lot lately. What happened? I ran into a spear fur while trying to zoom away from it. It machine gunned me to half my health, so I took a suicide pact in-game, and effectively just having effectively, what's it called again? Oh yeah, Wrath of Heaven in melee range. 'Cause I did not give a shit. I'd already lost half my health in the initial deal, and fuck off if I was going to have to deal with that nonsense. Let's get another Cryptic Benefactor just in case. And another moment of inspiration, just in case. More of that. Stick these into there. And grab a couple of supplies. And now we're going to head to the White Well to sell these hours. But we'll stop by the House of Days to get another Testament of Feather, because we need another one of those. So, off we go. To waste more Cryptic Benefactors on a 50-50 case. So go in here and go to the Court of Apes. It is indeed where we belong. And failure number 1. Failure number 2. Success on the 3rd. That's another Testament of Feathers that we have just sacrificed into the maw of a 50-50 Veils check. Yay! Yay. Alright, time to sell some stuff, and then we shall become yoked by going back to the Forge of Souls. There's that one. Hello, you. Yeah. Why must you terrify me like that, floating ball of fire? Why? Because, dear God, sounds terrifying. Just to show how fast they can go, they were pacing me using the Devour of Distances on speed mode. On turbo mode. Suffice to say, they can fucking haul. Not again! No! No! Not again, you damn spear firm. None of that now. None of that now. Just no. And here we go. Sell these hours. Yeah, we got some more immaculate souls from it. Oh, pardon me. On ice. While excavating ice to build their homes at the well's edge, the Palmas unearthed a number of large, sinuous creatures frozen within it. The beasts thaw slowly. Still trapped, this one flicks a lazy eyelid. For a fee, you may take the monsters off the Palmas' hands. I don't trust anything from Spiderland, to be honest, so nope. Nope, nope, and no. Seek entry. Ask your litigator to intercede on your behalf. Enter the stone-faced court. The curious official sighs deeply when he meets you at the gates. He has a thick folder under one arm with your name on the front. No one else wants to deal with you, you know? You're everywhere at once. You change your status like a pair of underpants. People disappear around you. So, guess who's lumped with being your designated guide for the foreseeable? Rain or shine? Muggins here. Follow the curious official. So you're ephemera now, is that it? Asked the official gloomily. They don't usually let me deal with ephemera. I get lumped with the oddballs. And he is now our chaperone here. And he hates it. Because, yes, we have been changing our status, and we're about to change our status again. Don't want to spend too long over the White Well. Let's hurry along. Turn, 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 turn. Excellent. I love you, Outrider. You have such great maneuverability even at high speeds. Or certainly great maneuverability for such high speeds. You know what? I can work with this. Probably. I might regret it, but I should be able to work with it. Alright, retool, reorientate. And you've come to me. Excellent. I approve. The other one's right there. Ah, fuck me. can survive that. Why do I keep on doing this to myself? Because it's so goddamn fickle is why. There's one thing you can never update, and it's very unfortunate you can never update it. Or rather, upgrade, rather, it's your heat levels. And when things take more than one hit from even literally the artillery of it, of the game, then, well, fuck me. Get out of here. Experience and ancient knowledge. That's a good amount of ancient knowledge to bargain our way in. And some bronze wood to, bargain our way in. Give them hope. We like giving them hope. And, excellent. Salem Spire. Stripper for repairs. Excellent. Now, you may be asking, what are we going to use that bronze wood for? Well. The thing is that crafting scribe spinsters, verdants, and dominion can grant us favor with the lamentation. Favor with the lamentation is a good thing, because it'll allow us to get into Forge of Souls. So, I have a balancing act, one that I might still need some, like, Testaments of Feathers to get in, but I think if I just have some bronze wood and have some stained glass on hand to at least get some, then that might suffice for as much as I need to suffice. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Probably still gonna need feathers, because Testaments of Feathers is how we get in, but one step at a time. And also, I'll be putting this in the bank. I don't know how much stained glass I have for the Dominion aspect of things, but we'll see back home. Rather at Sky Barnet. For dust, enter the Lyceum. Compile the port reports. Complete your task for the lamentation. She seeks a casket of sapphire, lost somewhere in the gloomy deeps of the Lyceum. You will require maps and permission. We have those, so your task for the lamentation. A treasure hard won. You provide maps to the unworthy scribe. Together, you pore over them. After long hours and a dozen candles burned, you think you have a course. The scribe promises the testament will keep you safe. The way is arduous. You clamber through chimneys and unlit furnaces, hide from broken spirits, clutching shattered jars, evade yoked dead, wielding ladders like siege weaponry. At last, you find yourself in the right place, the Discord of Kings, where once the regrets of the heavens met. Sigils remain scorched along the walls. The golden mosaics on the walls are melted like candle wax. Only a few sorry pieces have survived conflagration. Among them, a casket of dual sapphire. You hasten to claim it, and hurry back to safer climes. And now, petition for an audience with the lamentation of Miss. Find an endorsement from your litigator. First things first. Inform the lamentation of the ombudsman's disappearance. He was already dead, and now he is gone. Hey, some of those unlicensed charts back. +1. The lamentation's gratitude. She flaps her great, fragile wings. Waste. Would have made a good servitor if he had only understood. Bureaucracy serves power, not the other way. She plucks a sheath of paper from one of her shelves. Recompense. Maps of the kingdom from ages past. She wrenches a white stone tablet from the ground. A study of the fears of stars. Ooh, a Syrian enigma. Study of the fears of stars indeed. And now, you give the lamentation a casket of sapphire. You have returned bearing one of the caskets she requested. Found one of the last caskets in the Lyceum. Unearthed hope. The lamentation flies towards you and snatches up the casket. She carries it as if it is as light as a feather. Gratitude. Contain concordance between binary and sapphire. One will contain instruction I require. She bids you open the book chained to her. You must sign with her quill. Your blood will be the ink. There are words written before your name, in a language you have never seen before. There, you're bound to service in the Blue Kingdom. You are one of the yoked. Wonder what that one's all about. Like, it's to get a testament of salt. I can only but presume it requires a check, because that'd be weird otherwise. Just, hi, can I have this? Oh yeah, sure, no problem. We are yoked now. Yeah, we're not gonna worry about that. We have one. We very much have one. Alright, so we need to go to the shadow of the sun. And we need preparations. How much... what do we need to do for there? What do we need from there? Oh, okay. Cool, we have that prepared, actually. We have that prepared. We need an moment of inspiration. We have moments of inspiration, thankfully, because I bought some. So, okay. Alright, 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 alright. Turn to the Lyceum. We have no need to do here for now. What we do need is to go up to Death's Door. We are now one of the Yoked, which should help with matters. And now we need to go up to Death's Door. Sorry about the pause there. I was just checking on something. Ugh. Ah. Nice relieving water. Dun, 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 dun. To be honest, I didn't 100% expect to spend so much time in the Blue Kingdom, because I really do want to get on this, and I do want to do some things with here. But Testament Assault, we thankfully have a couple of those. But we spent so much time just having to deal with the bureaucracy nonsense. We've completed that, we've completed that, we've completed that. On the plus side, we're certainly sure as hell completing a lot of the different things here. Not everything, if we can help it. I don't remember what the Long Passage requires, to be honest. I don't think I've completed the Long Passage. But we do need to go to do this, and then it's just our Albion stuff, so hopefully we can finish off what we need to do at the Forge of Souls. Hopefully. Don't know if there's more or whatnot that may or may not need to be done, but we do not have to worry about that for now. Although I will have to worry about it, so, actually. It's like, what do we need other than this? We don't want that, we don't want that, we want this. This. Maybe this. Da, 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 da. Oh, we might not actually need the price cost to go back in, which thankfully means not going back to there, but I want to make sure we have our other deals. Ah! Ah. I see. Okay, okay. We have two of the things we will need. Balance point being, and... Okay. Go back there. We'll need a cage catch. Pretty sure just one. Yeah. Trying to save myself time here. Time and effort. And that means at the moment we need a cage catch. Which they sell cheap cage catches here. So I guess we do need to buy one thing from the Palmas. One of their frozen thingamajigs. Okay, we'll just breeze right over it. You can't stop me, White Well. You're semi-frozen in silliness, although you're still a terror of the unimaginable terrors. So, well, I'll taunt you. I'm not going to taunt you too much. And dock. Bizarre. We need one of your strange monstrosities. Thank you. And we now have that. We have our other things already. Our useless cat is angry with us. That is fine. It is mostly useless anyways. You know, except for the one time it was useful, but other than that... Still like the dialogue on that option, just... Finally! A use! Oh, goddammit. I leave for 1 second and it's already infested with an alligator. God damn it. Alligator! How many times do I need to teach you this lesson? All the times, apparently. All the times. Enclave of Dead Spirits, and we will go up here. Ah! God damn it. God fucking damn it. Why is this place so fucking bad? I will not get. But it is. Like, seriously, there are no rights why this thing should be so much faster than you. It's fucking bullshit. I hate this place. I hate its enemies. It's such a poorly designed from an enemy prospect. It is such a bad zone because the enemies are just complete and utter fucking bullshit. Ugh. Fuck it, I'm killing myself. No, I am not accepting its bullshit. I control my own fate! I control my own fate. I control my own fate. I fucking hate those alligator things. I really, honestly, fucking hate them. They are the worst designed enemy. They go faster than you in their attack animation. They deal obscene amounts of damage. And for some reason, they'll track you across the entire length of the goddamn fucking map. And it's all bullshit. All of them. Complete bullshit. Stupid fucking nonsense. Piece of shit little fuckers. Fuck off, you explore. The hold, a bulging sack. And sovereigns. And onwards. Alright, we'll just explore up this way a little bit, because why the fuck not at this point? What's the worst that can happen? We'll die and need a reload from our autosave again? Okay, that enemy is actually a good find. Can reduce a bunch of terror off of a scorn fluke. I know how to fight them easily, because these enemies are fair and reasonable. I will definitely try to lead you on with where they attack, but that's fine. That's fine, Scorn Fluke. You are forgiven. Especially since I'm gonna reduce my terror by immense amounts off of you. Thank you! You are an enemy worth the efforts. Tremendously worth the effort. Alright, that's the Tufts. We'll strip it for repairs and gain some more hull. Which puts us in a pretty decent position. Unlike the nonsense that happened last time. So, yay! Grony's Cove. Ah, it's a dead end. Okay, well, fair enough. Now I know. It's like, ah, yes, a dead end. Now I know. Hello. Welcome to Weird Random Dead Endsville in the Blue Kingdom. There is no reason to go up there. Not even a terror up there. There's a Spearfur that has spawned in the place of the Scorn Fluke. But we want no part of it. None whatsoever. No, no, indeed. 5 quarters. 5 quarters. Okay, fair enough. Like, ah, yes, a full 5 quarters. Alright, that thing's after us. This is the glory of the heavens. It's fine, we can get past it. First, we're heading towards this death store just to sell shit. For our quietest degree, please, Captain and Navigator, please. No post. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Money, invitation of endurance. Souls for silver. Alright, now we need to get to the Shadow of the Sun, which is where the things we want to do are. The Preserve of the Daughter of the Sun. And Dock. The Shadow of the Sun. Thriving flower beds, statues, obsessively trimmed grass, an ornamental lake, shining and perfectly circular, like a dropped shilling. These surround the glittering palace called the Shadow of the Sun. The Shadow of the Sun is a meticulously kept garden palace, sitting at the center of miles of spirit-churned mud. The gardens are vast, ornate, resplendent. The flowers have been grown in exquisite regiments. As you follow the pale gravel path, you notice a yoked spear carefully and individually measuring each blade of grass. At the center of it all sits the palace where the sun's daughter dwells, colossal, gleaming, its walls cascading with lilies. Write a port report. You spot a bench beneath a willow tree, beside a mirror-smooth lake, a place to sit, take out your notebook, and jot some observations. A report on Death's Door. When you write your report on Death's Door, it is difficult to avoid slipping into philosophy. What does it all mean? Is this all there is? After a few attempts, you find more luck in writing about the spirits of the dead as baldly and bluntly as though they are imported cabbages. Shades arrive in ever greater numbers. The Blue Kingdom finds it difficult to meet demand. You've heard rumors that there are even distinguished members of the living among the influx of spirits, trying to slip through the door while alive. Outside the Shadow of the Sun, a rising chaos is barely contained. Visit the Garden of Unflowers. Center of the ornamental lake is a garden island where unfinished stories are planted and fed. Passage across. A rowboat sits at the lake's edge, occupied by a yoked spirit with an oar at the ready. Doesn't take long for him to row you across the placid water. Any conversation is decidedly one-sided. The Unflowers have petals of parchment. Their stems are tightly wound scrolls. The island is filled with them, but they are not allowed to grow as they please. Instead, they are cultivated in meticulous patterns. A yoked spirit tends to the island, pruning and studying the Unflowers with infinite diligence. She is known as the Gardener Archivist. She greets you at the dock, hand raised in silent greeting. Ask about the Unflowers. What are they? Grown from unflourished seeds. When the dead pass through the catafalque, we extract their unfinished stories. Spirits afflicted by unfinished stories are bitter, detestable things. The gardener archivist keeps her voice in an empty flower pot. It echoes dolefully. At first, we did not know what to do with our harvest. We could not destroy them, and then they would remain unfinished forever. We found that we could plant them, and Unflowers would grow from the seed. The stories remain unfinished, but at least now they are pleasing to the eye. Ask the gardener archivist what's wrong. She is fidgeting with her robes. She looks like she's working up the courage to ask for a favor. The gardener archivist. It takes her a moment to work up the courage to unburden herself. Every decade I am ordered to raise the young flowers and plant anew, she says finally, even though it leaves their stories unfinished forever. It's a matter of space, you see. We don't have room for them all. That time's approaching again. The ending of the unended. Before that day, can you help me finish as many of these stories as we can? You can say you can't help her, she nods, without expression of course. Her porcelain mask remains impassive, but her shoulders slump. Nana, agree to help her. She bows her head in a mixture of gratitude and relief. The gardener archivist's resolution. I can't tell you how thankful I am. The gardener archivist pauses to collect herself. With a magnifying glass and a mirror and a great degree of care, I can read the beginning of an unflowered story without causing it to wilt. I'll select one for you that I think can be ended without too much trouble. Come back when you're ready to begin. You've agreed to help the gardener archivist finish some of the unconcluded stories in her garden. Could pick an unflower and read it before it wilts. Densely packed words cover the petals. As you start to read, the parchment blackens. Offer to conclude one of the unflower's stories. The gardener archivist will select an unflower whose story you can end. The unflower. She hands you a flower pot. It contains an unflower, a huge and delicate papyrus blossom, sprouting from ink-black soil. You're in the process of concluding one of the gardener archivist's stories. Don't read it until you arrive at your destination, cautions the gardener archivist, or it'll decay into nothing. You must take this to the Eagle's Imperium in Ulithuria, says the gardener archivist. Once there, read the unflower. You'll know what to do. Take the unflower. All stories can be ended, if the right character comes along. The unflower shrinks from your touch. With one swift motion, you pluck it from the pale soil. Your unflower for the Eagle's Imperium quality is now 1. Turn to Central Garden. The ferryman is waiting patiently for you, his oar across his knees. And now for what we're here for. Seek an audience with the sun's daughter. She is the arbiter of endings, the daughter of the Sapphire King. The shadow of the sun was built for her, and around her. And not having any of the arbiter's deadline, yoked. The carefree attendant. Outside the palace doors, the carefree attendant bows deeply. He is wearing a robe of red feathers, and a pair of startling green boots. His voice echoes from a pot in his arms. The Arbiter of Fates has expressed an interest in meeting you also, says the carefree attendant. I trust I need not tell you the magnitude of the honor, but if you saw her in your current form, you would unravel. Follow me. He leads you to a structure at the edge of the ornamental lake. It's halfway between tree and lighthouse. It's a branching tower with a blazing globe nestled in its upper reaches. You are taken upstairs to a windowless room, with off-putting implements hanging from the walls. Preparation. Your eyes must be replaced by gemstones, says the attendant, measuring your face with calipers. That is the simplest part of the procedure. He lifts a small bell and rings it, carefully watching your response. Your thoughts must become song, or they will turn against you. You will have to replace your skin with the language of light, and your tongue with flame. All perishable flesh must remain here for safekeeping. The extremes you need to go through. It sounds painful. Yes. Yes, it does sound extremely, immensely painful. Now, here's the thing. If you were just on your own, you would have to do this without any litigator. Allow him to ready your form. Your eyes must become gemstones, your thoughts become song, your tongue fire, your skin correspondence. You would need a full-on cask of gemstones, a moment of inspiration, and a vision of the heavens. If you have litigators, however, it reduces costs. If you, say, had, like, the devil, I believe, it's just like you eliminate, I think it might be the... You might eliminate everything else but the gemstones. We have the nameless spirit. So it seems like in this case, we only need a moment of inspiration. Allow the nameless spirit to assist in reading your form. Your eyes must become gemstones, your thoughts become song, your tongue fire, your skin correspondence. The spirit has anticipated the stones and the skin. Making your tongue become fire is on you. Or you could say, on second thoughts, you either lack the required materials to ready an appropriate form, or the will to go through with it. Nope. A state of readiness. The attendant lays you on the bare stone floor at the center of a circle of engraved correspondence symbols. He takes from the wall a scalpel as long as a sword. This will hurt for a moment, he says. Then you will lose your comprehension of pain. Symbols flare like stars. The scalpel slides into you, just above the collarbone, and traces your outline with delicacy and precision. There is only a little blood. Your skin comes away in rinds, like shucked fruit. The blaze of correspondence devours you. The world falls away. You now have a form resilient to resplendence. And it's just a bit painful. A bit. Ooh. Also, this is the first time I've done anything with the sun's daughter, so this is fascinating. The palace is a vortex of blossoming kaleidoscope architecture. She, at the center, a nucleus of violent light, the daughter of a star. She is a pillar of blazing time and rushing song, a winged and skeletal sun, a seven-limbed, seven-headed colossus of sapphire and silk, whose words dance like fireflies on the burning wind. Welcome, she says, her voice a howl in an orchestra and a shivering crystalline song. Lead for an indulgence, a single word from the sun's daughter can cut through the Blue Kingdom's bureaucracy like a superheated knife. The nameless spirit indicates that it has come before the sun's daughter before. Its arguments can lend weight to your words. Hearts check. Oh, we want this. Ready to listen to your request. We will request a testament of the feather. Most officials can't give these away without careful consideration of the cost. She, of course, is the exception. In exchange, she only desires a story. Oh, hey, I have tons of these, which is why it's probably on a timer deal. Attach yourself from the radiance of the Arbiter of Fates. You will need to discard your new form. It will certainly be painful. To become this form, it'll probably be a bit painful. And to detach yourself from the radiance of the Arbiter of Fates, it will be painful. Quest a testament of the feather. A story. As you tell your story, you speak not in words, but in storms. Ink-black clouds coagulate above. A rain of words soaks you both in memories, leaving you shivering with nostalgia. When you reach the crescendo, lightning crawls across the horizon. The sun's daughter listens in silent rapture. When your story is over, the clouds boil to nothing, but pools of meaning linger. Sunshine burns them away. You've earned your dispensation, she states. Have a testament of feathers. Is that on the thing if I fail that? I don't know is the answer. I don't want to be booted out and have to use another one. And also go through more pain. We can try. We can try. Success. Granted. When you try to speak to the sun's daughter, you find that you're not using words. Concepts are communicated, yes. Shapes manifest in the air. A tapestry of 100 meanings is whittled down until only one remains. Your arguments are sound, says the sun's daughter. You suspect she's not using words either. A measure of translation is taking place. I will offer you a word of support in certain matters. Honestly, I want to just keep that for the sake of keeping it. You now have an indulgence. Request a template for the Clay Conductor's Companion. You have a testament of salt. Only the sun's daughter has the authority to interfere with the Amaranthine Edict, which forbids the usage of the Forge's souls for bringing forth new creations. The edict holds. You speak your request in a slim flicker of light, like a candle flame. It wavers as though blown by a great wind, but you hold firm. The light grows brighter and warmer. Your entreaty becomes insistent. The sun's daughter listens in silent contemplation. When she finishes, your flame grows to a sudden roaring incandescence, and then just as suddenly dies. She conveys the edict is inviolable. However, she implies obliquely that something composed of old parts would not be in violation of the edict. Consult the spirits of the forge. The minister in white was cherished once. You will require her skill. Turn to the spirits of the forge. Tell them what the sun's daughter has advised. That's a little roundabout. And now, listen to the Arbiter's request. There is a reason I have agreed to meet with you, traveler, despite our disparity in stature, says the Arbiter. I have a request. Philosophy of culmination. I can perform miracles, traveler, says the sun's daughter, her eyes blossoming like flowers. There are only two things you can do that I cannot. The first is die. The second is exit the Blue Kingdom. Fortunately for you, I require the latter. The sky shatters. Her mouth sings something similar to laughter. I've decided to establish a Blue Kingdom embassy in the Reach. Our isolation must end. I have chosen you for this task. Oh, whoa. That's fucking huge. You could refuse our help. You will not help the Blue Kingdom expand its influence. Or, which we will do because I'm dreadfully curious, agree to help establish the Blue Kingdom embassy. The embassy will not just facilitate relations, but will also spread the Blue Kingdom's philosophy and influence. I mean, tick for tack, I've kept an embassy established of London's in the Blue Kingdom. We might as well do the inverse of matters. Huzzah! Agree. A pact. The son's daughter accepts your agreement with the unhesitating ingratitude of someone very accustomed to the world reshaping itself in her favor. You will not be alone in this task, she says. Waiting at the station, you will find my other chosen representative, a yoked spirit who, in life, was famous for his charisma and genius. He has received special dispensations that allow him to venture outside of the Blue Kingdom without being unmade. You have agreed to help the Arbiter of Fates establish an embassy in the Reach. You can meet her chosen diplomat, the Mesmeric Orator, in Death's Doorstep. In Death's Doorstep, huh? Alright, let's detach ourselves and go. And gain some terror. Resurfacing, the palace falls away. Your new shape twists, folds, and retreats. The flaming symbols that have replaced your flesh extinguish one by one. The stones in your eye sockets shatter into teardrops and crumble down your cheeks. It is excruciating in a dozen different ways. The ache of a still healing wound, the agony of scourged flesh, the pain of a bitter and dreaded departure. When it is finally over, you find yourself once more confined to the twitching, decaying flesh wreck that is your body. You haven't outwardly changed, but every movement now feels lumpen and ponderous. The carefree attendant helps you to your feet with a smile. Okay, so Death's Door. We need to get past that fucker. And dock. Okay, good. Good. Okay then. Stuff to keep track of in this. We now have technically this. Although that's all the way in Eleutheria, which I guess we might unlock through there. And here, Mesmeric Orator. A stir ugly little town, indeed. Turn these hoarding. Let's get some more fuel. And yet, meet with the Mesmeric Orator. A stocky spirit is waiting, buckling under the weight of a golden urn as tall as he is. This is the daughter's chosen ambassador. The Mesmeric Orator. Some of the yoked spirits speak through the voices of the departed, which they carry in jars or other containers. You've never seen an urn quite so large, though. Greetings, spirit specialist. A voice echoes from the urn. A voice that is honey poured over thunder. You could huddle around it for warmth. I understand we are to be partners in the Blue Kingdom's first diplomatic enterprise. Well, what are we waiting for? Asked the Mesmeric Orator, chuckling the warmest, kindest chuckle that has ever issued from a pod. He marches aboard your engine. We are to establish the embassy at a place called Hybris. Oh! Huh. You must take the mesmeric orator to establish an embassy in Hybris. You now have the mesmeric orator. Ah, fancy that. A jar with a seronious, almost hypnotic voice that is carried by a silent spirit. And our royal astronomer, too. Okay, so we have the Nameless Spirit, a Testament of Salt, a Testament of the Feather, and an Indulgence, a document permitting much, highly valued in the bureaucracy of the Blue Kingdom, where it can bypass protocol and override precedent. Quivers and burns in your vision. But those qualities are still there. Alright, the end of us all. Indeed. Alright, so, back to the Forge of Souls. Quickly! There's evil behind us. So why I'm going this way. Please say that bridge is movable. Thankfully, yes it is. Let's get some exploration while I'm at it. So I can't help myself. But yeah, we are one of the yoked, and honestly I don't intend to change away from that for the time being. Because we are doing things that seem to partly require it. Ah, fuck's sake. Bulkheads! That's the thing. We are in turbo speed, and it is still nearly catching up with us. It's nonsense, I say. Nonsense. That everything in this zone is so goddamn fucking fast. Hey, you all! Why don't you go with the alligator? Thankfully that's not hostile to us. This fucker is, and it's why we can't put down our speed. Even though we are about to go in a tight-ass fucking corner. So, Godspeed! It is still following me, by the way. It is still fucking following me. The mile of morning. There's a thing there. I have ignored the thing because I'm being chased by a crocodile that won't fucking leave me alone. Take the hint. Take the goddamn hint. Yeah, that's right, get stuck there. Goddamn. Still gotta go speedily because I don't know if it will fix itself or not, but... Alright, and around, and dock. Oh, yeah, we have all that done. Just making sure. To the Lyceum. You knock upon the bronze gate, and you are stared and forge. Turn to the Forge of Souls, and consult the spirits of the forge on creating the Clay Conductor's companion. The Sun's daughter suggested they could create a new creature from old pieces. Something old, something new. The spirits gather in the greatest and most central chambers of the forge to hear of your audience with the Sun's daughter. The White Minister, with her wings of canvas and white sapphires, is at the heart of the throng. As you finish, there is, Susurrus among the gathered host. Excitement? Anticipation? Fear? At last, the White Minister steps forward in her robe of starlight on snow. It can be done, she tells you. The clay conductor grinds his teeth. Finally. You can now begin crafting the conductor's companion at the forge. Speak to the White Minister within the forge. Forging a clay companion. Smoke rises from the chambers of the forge. The air resounds with hammer upon gemstone. Spirits of air and darkness fly hither and thither, while ministers in red and blue and indigo labor over molds and blueprints written in starshine. Supervising them all is the White Minister, who sits upon her lofty throne, which circulates the forge at a steady pace. You could say leave this. For the moment, the clay conductor might grumble, but you have business elsewhere. Now, consult the White Minister. What is needed to create this companion? A person in 4 parts. The White Minister tells you that despite what autonomists believe... the essential building blocks of a person are a body, a heart, a thought, and a voice. The last of those is most important for this task, and so will be dealt with at the very end. She has a list of requirements for the rest, which she presents to you. The clay conductor grinds his teeth in frustration, but nods his head. We will gather these immediately. He pauses and turns to you. At the captain's convenience, of course. Fulfill the White Minister's requirements to forge a companion. The White Minister requires a condemned experiment. The White Minister requires a cage catch. The White Minister requires a moment of inspiration. Provide a body. The White Minister has very specific requirements. Unfortunately, they do not naturally exist. A condemned experiment. A body reclaimed. The supervisor bends low, sheathing the silver blades in her forearms. She takes the condemned experiment from you. It rests in her arms like a child in a cradle. She promises she will give it a purpose it was denied. The conductor nods in satisfaction. One step closer. Soon the air will resound with our voices. Provide a heart. The White Minister asked for something that was once wild, but is no longer. That knew freedom, but that is now trapped. The cage catch. A heart taken. The White Minister lifts the cage delicately, holding the beast within to see into her eye. With one hand she unlocks the cage. With the other, she breaks the beast's neck in a single, clean snap. She carries its corpse away in a stately procession. The clay conductor watches impassively. Soon my companion will have their voice. And provide a mind. A singer without inspiration might become contempt. Might become competent, but never exceptional. The White Minister requires a thought to fill the companion with fire. A moment of inspiration. A mind cleared. The White Minister leads you into one of the slimmest of the towers, and bids you sit over a small furnace for 3 days and 3 nights. The air is soon damped with steam and sweat, which the White Minister gathers in a small iron pot. At last, you are free to go. The clay conductor hurries to examine you, and is not satisfied until he is certain you have not been diminished. Aw. And now, provide a voice. The White Minister tells you that the vessel is ready. It is time for the last component of the companion. We have this with a mind for the forge is 5, a heart for the forge is 5, and a body for the forge is 5. We fulfilled the White Minister's requirements to forge a companion. This choice is irreversible. Almost born. The White Minister leads you deeper into the forge. The clay conductor barrels ahead of you, almost running into the minister until a sense of self-preservation stops him short. You emerge into a vault blackened by soot and coal dust. Slivers of gemstones sparkle in the ceiling, like stars in the firmament. Your footsteps echo and echo again. In the middle of the vault is a slab of crystal. Upon the slab is a body. The companion. You must give a voice to the companion. A voice for the forge. The body on the slab is identical to the clay conductor, except in 3 details. Firstly, it is made of copper, for its resonance, the White Minister tells you. Secondly, it looks less abraded than the clay conductor, with long copper eyelashes and smooth metal skin. Thirdly, it is smiling. The clay conductor gazes down upon the form as though entranced. The White Minister clasps her wings together. As its progenitors, the voice must be one of yours. We could allow the clay conductor to give up his voice. He wanted someone who could sing as well as he. There are sacrifices for every ambition. Or offer your voice. The point of this endeavor was to give the conductor a singing partner. To take his voice would be counterproductive. This will hurt. Your voice is acceptable. Offer your voice. A sudden change of heart. The clay conductor looks up once from the body of his new companion. Thank you. His expression is wistful, almost lost. The White Minister fetches her silver spindle and advances upon you. She is about to hook the thread about your tongue, when the clay conductor cries out, "No! Damn you, Captain, stop!" The White Minister lowers her spindle and steps back. This was a mistake. His gaze falls a final time upon his companion. Cover that up, please. The conductor has intervened to spare your voice. A decision has been made. The companion is upon the slab. The White Minister waits to see what you will do next. Or he saved you, or at least he saved your voice. And a lot of pain, because, oh dear God, just the thought of, yes, now hook the thread around your tongue and tear out your voice. Sounds horrifying, but... Speak to the clay conductor. The White Minister is covering up the hollow copper shell with blue cloth and summoning spirits to convey it away. A lonely wish. The clay conductor turns to face you, but his eyes are unseeing. His voice cracks. We can talk on your engine. I'll be along shortly. He looks back at the body on the slab, now shrouded in blue cloth. Go, before I say something I'll regret. Besides what I've already said today. The White Minister bows briefly as you pass by. The clay conductor wishes to be alone. Speak to him later aboard your engine. And 2,000 experience. Alright, well, let us go to our officer. Also, I like the description on the clay conductor, by the way. An experienced first officer, the clay conductor is invaluable in a locomotive emergency. Calm, ruthlessly strong, and largely impervious to fire. Yes, indeed. Thought I'd read that because A, I don't remember if I did, and B, because, well, they're about to change. Speak to the clay conductor. He refused to allow you to give up your voice. Why? A change of course. He is, as ever, in his bunk. His suitcase is folded neatly by the bed, and his things have been taken out and placed around the cabin. He sighs as you enter. I'm sorry for wasting your time, Captain. I couldn't... He stares at his hands as though he might find his answer there. I did not think it was right for you to sacrifice it. He shakes his head. If you don't mind, I have my duties. He leaves the room to begin his rounds of the crew. The clay conductor continues on your engine, for now. For now. That should change. Let's see what the journal says. Yeah, we'll remain aboard. Well, either way, we need to fly back around, and for the moment, I feel like I'm done with dealing with... the goddamn Blue Kingdom. So let's leave to the Reach to do a Blue Kingdom related task, but at least we'll be in the Reach. We need to go to Hybris. So, to Sky Barnet. Was the red fire this way? No, it was a blue one. We're fine. I think. Yeah, it's the blue one. Okay, cool. Maybe. It's to you, devil. Don't run into anything, because that'd be bad. That was me half yawning while talking, my apologies. Look, da, 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 da. Actually, if I'm going to do this, there's a better route for me. I was just thinking on this. I do intend to repair the relay. And if I then go back through that relay to Ulathuria and do the Ulathuria thing, the Unflower deal that I have going on, to then bounce back, I would be bouncing back to the Reach. And where would I bounce back to the Reach? Right back next to Hybris. So, we're doing Albion stuff first. Thankfully, I had that realization now. It's like, oh, right. This makes a lot of fucking sense. So that's what we're going to do. Hey, for me remembering. 5 cage catches ours to the well. Nope, we are leaving. Nope, right, that's what I was going here for. Fuel. Crew, we're fine on crew. We'll go here. We'll deliver more port reports, which is 3 of them, which now gives us 3 gratitude, which we'll now immediately spend for a moment of inspiration, so that we have 2 of them. all the dialogue on that's the same. I just want to make sure. Alright then. We have some tasks to do in Albion. Unfortunately, most of those tasks, this one and that repeatable one, just because we'll be in the vicinity, means we need to go down to the Royal Society. So we might as well stop by the Clockwork Sun and then go to the Royal Society. Then the next one will be its own task right there. We're going to be delivering a lot of barrels of time of unseasoned hours. So, let's go to Albion. First things, we're stopping at New Winchester in case anything requires us to, like, bounce up to Port Prosper, and we could get some free bonus money. To reach the route to familiar skies, regions untouched by the Sapphire King's light. Indeed. Ask to travel to the Reach, because we don't need an audience. Briefly without terror, and let us go. Tick, tick, tick. Room. And here we go. Back to the Reach. Really, really loudly, and I apologize. It always catches me off guard too, because for the most part, volume's pretty well balanced in this game. Except for some very noticeable and loud exceptions to the rule. Can we improve anything? Ah yes, we can improve our hearts by once more. So we might as well. 5, 5, 5, 6. So next one of that is 7,000, then it's the full 8,000. Figure, might as well. Clearly more hearts can give us the potential of indulgences. Not that I expect to go to the Sun's daughter very often. Da, 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 da. Well, no. At least you're not coming out the really half-dead like you did in the beginning. Truth! Especially since that did not end well for the captain, and frankly, well, I'd rather that fate not upon me. Titania and Titania. Okay, well, we sure as the fuck ain't going that way. There we go. Tell me we might as well get some excess supplies, because I'm feeling extra cautious. Put some more supplies into there. Also, I don't know why I turned around when I'm likely going to stop by the company house to turn in support reports. Alright, to Port Prosper and then to Albion. We have tasks to do in the very south, and then relatively northish. Really depends on how much we have to bounce around for the Parliament's quest. And we slide on into here. Deliver port reports, which we have 3 of. Fortunes increase, fortunes decrease. Bounds of power, don't need to worry about that. We can grab 1 ministry permitted stamp because we're going to spend one. And then, I don't know, let's get some more Saloon Stewed gossip. Or 75. Now to Port Prosper, and then to Albion. We have places to be, people to see, a person to carry around for whatever reason they want to be carried around for. We're about to find out, really. Treasure to ignore, because that would require me to restart, and I'm feeling lazy. Even for loot at the moment. We're gonna have to make a lot of back and forths for the relay, because we'll be relying upon our stash of hours. And that's gonna be a lot of deliveries at a time. But I'll make it work. Hi, Techity Scout. You be tiny. Teeny tiny little scout. It would be totally fucked if they decided to pick a fight with me, because, oh dear gods, why would you pick a fight with me? Because, oh dear gods, why? Around the glorious dreadnought. We've done nothing wrong. Nothing at all. Should probably slow down, though. Ugh, pardon me. I think I need to stop by the office, because I think I did that curling task that we need. Reports. And join the Llamas Fair. With a crew of Eastenders, sure. Uncanny specimens. Yay! Uncanny specimens. We actually were getting a little bit shy on those, so that works out. Sure, I'll buy some munitions. Who doesn't like cheap munitions? Ha ha! And eventually I'll need to use up munitions to get back from Lutheria. Ugh. Pardon me there. Currently busy. Waved on through. Excellent. First class. Burblow's still giving me a gift with a piece of their mind. Too bad. Away we go. Going along the back just to see where we will go. Away we go. Pardon me. Alright, ministries, first things first. Then London, second things second. An insistent knocking. There is a hammering upon your door in the dead of night. The knocker is insistent. They will not go away. They will not let you sleep. It is the clay conductor. I wanted to tell you that I am not leaving. I assumed that you thought I would be, given my reasons for traveling have failed. He draws a deep breath and his eyes finally meet yours. I mean, Captain, I'd like to stay as your first officer, if you'll have me. You could refuse, which is just brutal, too little too late, and he has decided to bother you with this very late indeed. He'll leave at the next station. Lose the clay conductor, gain a substantial amount of sovereigns. No. We're not doing that. Permit it. You want him to stay. A beginning. For the first time, you see the conductor's face, open in a broad smile. Of course, Captain. I shall resume my duties immediately. He goes to turn away, but stops at the last. And if you ever wish to sing with me, you have a very fine voice. Aww. Aww. Over the next weeks, morale improves. As first officer, the clay conductor's mood is infectious. It spreads throughout the crew. They are happier and more productive. Occasionally, when you pass the clay conductor, you find yourself humming a snatch of a song of the clay choirs. Sometimes, when working alongside each other, you find yourselves humming in harmony. Aww. You may appoint the caring conductor to first officer next time you dock. The clay conductor has chosen to remain at your side. The clay conductor is determined to stay by your side. 4,000 experience. And so they are right there. We now have a full plus 20s on our hearts, I'll add. Our hearts is ridiculous. It is at an 83. Our irons has dropped by a little bit because we lost the plus irons on the regular clay conductor, because he is now just a flat out, forgot to show, but he's just a flat out plus 10. And plus 2 affiliation academy. The caring conductor, a devoted comrade and first officer, who wishes only to help and, on occasion, share a song. Man, I remember how hard it was to get these many stats in Sunless Sea. Sunless Sea, you have to go a lot of effort to get the stats up. But also in the same vein, you can get your stats up to insanely ridiculous values in Sunless Sea. This one has a lot lower margin for its overall toughest challenges, but you are limited in your opportunities to gain your stats. And that's through your officers, and through faucets, and then through the little bits at the end that you can fine-tune. A lot of crabs for their secrets. The big iceberg ones. The crabs themselves or the lifebergs? Because I'm not sure lifebergs are crabs. If only because I question what lifebergs really are, but yes. The lifebergs, I'm just calling them crabs. Fair enough. I just had to make sure because, as you well know, there are giant crabs in Sunless Sea. So I had to make sure you weren't talking about the actual crabs. Yes, our irons and mirrors are now equal at both plus 9, because they do have some minuses from the right that we have inflicted upon ourselves. And so both of those are 75, while Hearts is at 83, and Veils is at 46. We're not the most sneaky. The caring conductor. The conductor is a taciturn but diligent first officer. His berth is immaculately kept, lined with sheets of music and postcards from your travels together. He conducts the occasional singing lesson within, but more often he can be found amongst the crew, looking after their needs, seeing to their complaints, and attempting to bother them into joining his engine choir. You can speak to the caring conductor. It's hard to get hold of him most days. He's forever busy with either his singing or his pastoral duties. And a busy man, he is surprised but content to pass an hour with his captain, discussing old performances before he met you, and then reminiscing over your journeys together through the heavens. He tells you, glad things have settled down for a while. Now, I must dash, Captain, he says, finishing his tea. I have choir practice with the lads. As you'll notice, there is another option. Spend time with the caring conductor. He can spare an hour, surely, for you. Why do we have that one? Well, unlocked when you have intimate with Clay. One could probably take a gander what this implies. Passing the time. He opens the door when you knock and raises an eyebrow. My bunk this time, I suppose? He smiles, a bashful little grin. Well, we mustn't set tongues wagging again. Other tongues, at least. He draws you in, close against the cold strength of his chest. The door closes behind you. It is about what you would expect. Yes, indeed, one could say my tally at the moment when it comes to Sunless Skies with Specialist Rem here is indeed what's the word I'm looking for? Right. Hermaphroditic Bat, Clayman, and with that little fling we had, one of the judges within the White Whale's court, one of the Graven. Suffice to say, I have certainly had a varied adventure in that regards. Very varied adventure. I might have missed some deals as well, but say the beat. So I think we've talked to all our different deals. There's this one. What does that require again? Right, a really, really, really risky deal. On Mir's check, okay. B. Steady your soul. Let's go into the ministries. First things first, tick. A new assignment. The chief horologist almost looks pleased to see you. Ah, Novitiate second class. You're back. Good. I trust that you're ready for your next assignment? Something that I very much need to keep on working on. Clocks. Port Avon. The clocks must run on time. These careless colonists. We've been getting deliveries before they've even been sent. Chronologically speaking, I mean. Wind your pocket watch and get them back on track. Assignment in Port Avon. Well, we'll do that when we're there. We have one port report here. We shall do that. Paid a favor for a cryptic benefactor. Actually, I might want some more cryptic benefactors. When you enter the Genio Auditor's office, the air is heavy with cigar smoke. No other ministry officials present. Are you intruding? Not at all, the auditor says. Come in. We're all friends here. Friends in high places. Judging from the auditor's deference, his colleague occupies a position of importance in the ministry. He is at no point named. A semi-depleted decanter of brandy stands on the desk. You set about depleting it further. The conversation grows increasingly informal as you all lament the state of modern society. Tell me, the auditor's nameless superior asks idly. Who would you say is the problem? He listens closely to your answer. Afterwards, he stands to leave. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, he says, shaking your hand. Good egg. Damn good egg, eh? And we now have another cryptic benefactor. Back up to 4. We've been using up a lot of them. Yeah, what is my ministries of work? Can I hammer out some work? 3 barrels of unseasoned hours. Okay. I can accommodate that. And the permit. But on my way back, we want to duck down here first, and then and so on and so forth. You know, that complicated navigational work of what? It's official in the business. You go near 'em, everyone goes near 'em. And into the station. Been a while, London. It's been a while. But I'm back. Let's see what we've got. Floating Parliament and Avid Horizon. Potentially, we might have to go back to Parliament, which in that case, 5 Bronzewood, 3 Ministry approved literature. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 and 5. Okay, cool. That'll do us favors. And now we go here and... Sure. Alright, the Clockwork Sun and then the Royal Society. First things first. First things first. Off and off we go. Ignore the smuggling place because, well, we don't want to put smuggled loot in our inventory here at the moment. For the obvious reasons. Those obvious reasons being then the ministry ships are going to have objections with us. To put it lightly. Sorry, Papa Graveyard, I'm just running through your corpses. Apologies. Alright, to the sun. The sun. The sun. It feels almost weird. It almost feels weird. But we're kind of almost... It's like we still have work to do. There's ministry. There's 2 ministry monitors, by the way. This is why we don't put smuggled goods in our ship. We don't need smuggled goods in our ship. Yet almost like I said, it feels kind of weird, but we're actually kind of steadily reaching a conclusion. And that's Tackety Scout, which means it's guaranteed to, yep, be a guest here. Let's put it lightly. If you find a fucking Tackety Scout in Albion, it's full of guests. It is 100% full of guests. And not the good kind, the kind that crush your ship like a tin can. We don't want to be crushed like a tin can. Mighty inconvenient, that. Mighty inconvenient indeed. But yeah, we've done so much, and it almost feels like we're reaching to some fashion of a conclusion here in Sunless Skies. With our ambition, with the quests we've done, there's stuff we haven't done, but that's beside the point. Towards Azimuth. Complete our charitable assignment. Some experience, some sovereigns. Another one, which will probably take us to the same place. Yep, we're over at Juxtamare. And, I don't know, we'll pick up some munitions while we are here. Sure, why not? The sun, the sun, the sun. Oh my god, it's the sun! The Clockwork Sun, for which one can't deny, it might be a source of terror. It might be slowly poisoning all of the area around it. But it is a damn hell of a feat of engineering that it has achieved. Just unfortunate about what it's inflicting upon everything else. But it is one hell of an engineering achievement. I can respect that. In the same light, or rather, a bit in a different light, the Khanate's moon is just as impressive of an engineering feat, and is not slowly poisoning everything, and is in fact a peaceful vista. But it certainly doesn't pierce as much through as the Clockwork Sun does. It's very much a difference in philosophies between the Khanate's approach and London's approach. London's approach is definitely very assertive, which is fitting considering how much of a tyrant Her Renewed Majesty Victoria is. She is one hell of a tyrant at this point upon her throne of ours. And it's reflected on the approach with the Clockwork Sun. Not to say the Khanate doesn't have its faults. The Khanate does have its faults. But their approach is more as just a fight against the darkness in specifically their corner of their place. Ah, volunteering. Hey, success! Write a report. Visit the President. And deliver a report on the Clockwork Sun. Which will gain some strength, which is what we want. Attend to port reception to reduce our terror fully. Another sky story. Let's see here. Irons. Irons. That's already irons. Trying to see if I can get 100% on this check. 95% is apparently the best we can do. Well, we might as well. Because we can get another cache of curiosities. A sheaf of papers. Crisp as freshly ironed shirts. The pages are stiff as a new clerk's collar and thin as a spurned lover's parting smile. The ink is rich and jade. The permissions are varied and wide-ranging. The signatory is surprising. Ministry stamp permit for our efforts. Ah, cool. Hearts. Bats. Good old apples with bats to give us mirrors. And the rest is fine and dandy. Okay, not Portsmouth House, but Neil's Tower I think we might want to go to. We'll use that permit that we just got to get some visions of the heavens. We have 2 more visions of the heavens. And now assist the royal astronomer. He needs to use the great telescope. The first secretary requires whatever findings the astronomer can make. While the astronomers are authorized to use the Royal Society's equipment, there is a long waiting list. Members of the Society wait months for their turn on the Great Telescope, and even then only with London's say-so. The Royal Astronomer's position doesn't give him any preferential treatment in this regard. Come back later, the first secretary will have to wait. Demand access to the observatory. Permit. You have paperwork from London that could plausibly justify some time with the Great Telescope. You could attempt to break in, 39% chance by the way with my current checks. How well guarded can it be? Apparently decently. Bribe your way into the observatory. Some sovereign should afford you time with the Great Telescope. 50. Or your patron is a lecturer in imperial affairs. Use your reputation to help skip the queue. You've earned a certain amount of sway with the Royal Society. A little political pressure. There are complaints, but none loud enough to prevent you getting what you want. Soon schedules are altered and the climb to the observation dome. The Royal Astronomer busies himself with the Great Telescope. Brass cogs click in turn. When he emerges from his calculations, his face is ashen. He thrusts his findings into your hands. Here, take it. I never gave you this, or saw it. You study his notes. Using the telescope, he was able to locate the last light cast by Albion's old sun, the one the Empire claims to have defeated 10 years ago. But according to his calculations, the light is centuries old. Albion's sun was dead long before the Empress came to the skies. We know this. We indeed know this. Because because our ambition. Not only because of our ambition, but because of our aunt. And we've already decided to keep this a secret with our spymaster aunt. So return to the first secretary with this news. Return to Parliament to present the Dignity of Albion Bill. Your Royal Astronomer quality is gone. You now have the Royal Astronomer's reports. We talked to her about it? Nope. Fair enough. Alright, so the Royal Astronomer's report is... where? Albion, the floating parliament. Ah, yeah, here we go. Its contents are likely explosive to the handful of people able to understand it. Alright, let us go. We'll make our way to the floating parliament through the border edges. To the home bureau, where we can drop off those books, and then to the floating parliament. So we have a route, and I'm gonna take the outer edge route so that I have it explored. We have a lot of this explored. There's still just this vast gap here. Let's fix that. Let's fix that, shan't we? Yes, indeed. Let us go. Actually, I'm not 100% sure if it's considered a lawn route or not. It's a route, and it might just keep us out of the way of things. Honestly, it's probably not that much longer than matters. It just means I'm not going to go full barrel because, well, I could crash into things and I don't want to do that. Because it's a new path that I haven't been on. But that I will now be on. For the sake of science and exploration, and let's turn. And thank goodness that this thing is, well, is quite maneuverable. Let's explore a little bit of that. If there's anything that'll make it longer, it's that I'm backtracking to fill in voids. Which, I mean, fair enough. Fair indeed. Let's get this exploration, and then we can head in a downwards trajectory. As so. I wonder if there's anything more we can do at the wreck of the boatman. I would check that. I don't think there is, but you know what, we might as well check it. Long way from its route indeed. Speak with the happy dead. The deceased stoker leads a group of corpses eager to be off among the stars. Need help with anything? The stoker, a skeleton grin. Stoker adjusts his jaw to make his speech more intelligible. Good to see you again, Specialist. As you can see, we're just getting ready to move off. He considers the state of the engine around him. Might be a while, mind. Got a lot of work to do. He shakes your hand and shows you to the exit. Please don't let me keep you. Okay, we can't do anything more for them. Fair enough. Now, we don't want to go off the map. That would be silly. This is not the place for it. The place for it is in the Reach. The current rate we've been doing stuff, this might be, I put in the title, and it will be and it'll basically be probably more towards the end of the stream. Or at least it's certainly going to be a bit, considering we're being completionists and can't help ourselves, but hey, we'll manage. I will do it. I won't not do it. I promise y'all that. It will be done. We'll fling ourselves off the map and see where our ambition leads us. It's just we're kind of trying to cover some other quests. I think I might stop by the Most Serene Mausoleum for some fuel. Think I'll do that, yeah. vacant buildings. Dappled with eyes. 2 barrels of fuel for a thing. Share food with them. Trade a sky story for a vision of heaven. Okay. Swap stories with the Skylarks. Skylarks have seen most of the heavens than most. Lies, libation, and liberties. They pass around flasks of something bitter and fiery, while regaling you with stories. They speak of the windy Ormswold and its intransmittable rebellious inhabitants, of the long-necked beings that wait within the frosty stones of Skyhenge, or a plain wooden post that stands at the avid horizon, pinned with messages for smiling, heartless gentlemen. Chug, 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 off we go, off we go. Don't need to hide every little speck, just need enough for the boundaries. And up and around. Like I said, we'll stop by the mausoleum just to appease my fuel concerns, because everywhere along our route sells fucking supplies. Which is unfortunate, and thus we should account for the matter. Because we can indeed very easily just buy a bunch of fuel. Like, there's no problem in that. We won't backtrack for any of that. We'll just get this boundary and maybe on another pass. I might actually be able to risk some speed. Could have gone that way. That would have been super, super dicey. Incredibly dicey. Like, goddamn. Oh gods. Oh gods. Ugh. Out of that, into the confines of the dead sun. May impede upon the progress of Empire. Not even the stars. Except we've learned the truth about it multiple times over. Alright, let us stock up on fuel. Just basically fill all our slots with fuel. Although I will actually check something first. Skyfarer's funeral. Sky story to reduce our terror. Alright, reports. I need to figure this out, to be honest. I need to figure this out, and I don't know how. Gain some terror. But I can mark this down just out of curiosity. Bright eyes and a cold hand. Around hearts. What that means? Fuck if I know. Like, fuck if I know indeed. Cheap souls? No. All the fuel? Yes. Alright, to the Home Bureau, where we will sell some books, and then to the Floating Parliament, where we will do what we need to do there. Please don't shoot at me for your scuffle. Thank you. No, really, thank you. Alright, so we want to go to the Home Bureau, as I've said. And to do that, we'll explore a little bit around the edges of this asteroid and this darkness, because I haven't explored it. So I might as well see what's what. Hash? No. Snow. We get too close to the Abbot and, well, we'll fucking know. There's just a ruin sitting there. Not overly concerned about it. Huh, is that a path through? Well, now I need to just see. Maybe, but there's nonsense here, so I'm just gonna ignore it for the time being. Bye! It's like, that's enough of a view. Yeah. Zaps of ice through the sky. Cautious hand on the brake. Ah yes, as you can see, the very cautious hand on the brake I have going on right now. Full speed ahead! But, full speed ahead. The hiss of slow, dark surf and the chitter of sepia bats. Ah, the sea. I can see my captain missing the sea at times. She is an old sailor after all, and while she's gone about new adventures here, the old is still the old. I could reduce my terror like this. The Home Office. Court reports. Watch the quiet sea. The great glass windows at the south of the office look out on the misty waters. There's precious little else to do here. I gained terror from it. Excellent. Not excellent. It's fine. A boat to take me away. A pale emerald light washes the sea like a spilt chartreuse. Offerings left by the colts to the gate blanch in the eerie light. Out in the water, someone is singing softly of a home and hearth, and a child left in a cradle. There's a splashing of paddles in water, and the shadow of a boat heading out towards the gate, before all is lost to an oncoming wave of mist. Let's take some tea to reduce our terror again. A good brew. Improved with age. Because of course. Alright, so... desperate for diversion, distraction, or escape? Have some books. Hey, my hole was repaired. Terror romances of the turbulent fabulous are notably popular among the denizens of the horizon, as is Brotherhood Ridge's A Tour of Heaven. An amateur engineer gratefully offers to repair your engine before you depart. Yay! Dean Senior Prohibitor has raided the back rooms for unused consignment hours. Has seen anybody once, he says. Spend even more time here. Yep, I will take that off your hands because I'll be utilizing those. Alright, and now to Parliament, where we have news to deliver. Ah, fuck you. It's like there's just coded to be enemies right in the most inconvenient damn places. How did that miss? Ugh. I'm just the master of near misses at the moment. No, you're not getting me from the grave. No, I don't care. I'm repairing the damage you did. You goddamn flying sea urchin. I have the best of Bens waiting for me. It'll clear me of my sins. And a chunk of my terror. What's around you all? And just see what's down here in Exploration Land. We certainly see more places below us, that's for damn certain. And a Scribe Spinster. Hello, Scribe Spinster. Proper, thank goodness. Hey, Starburn Striker. Hello. Good to see you again. Welcome in. Hope all's been going well for you, rather. As for what my brain jumped ahead for, as for me, I'm just continuing to progress through more here in Sunless Skies. And just plowing away through a bunch of different stuff. Fuck you, Ken Tinkerite. Not running into you. Also, fuck you, Waste Wave. And I have been getting immensely annoyed by that. For some reason, everything can go faster than me. Great, and Adam, nice movie night. Nice. Glad you have dropped by for a lurk before bed. Thank you, I greatly appreciate it. And I'm glad you had a nice movie night. It's been a while since I've last watched a movie, thinking on it. But glad you had a fun one. Glad all is going well with you. And I definitely appreciate lurk before you head off to bed. In which I hope you do have a wonderful sleep. She watched a bunch of shows, but we still call it movie night. Nope, that's acceptable too. When it's basically When it's basically a whole bunch of stuff, it might as well be a movie as far as runtime goes, so that's fine. That is perfectly fine. Perfectly acceptable to call movie night. Alright, hello, Parliament. We're back. Alright, the People's Protest. Reduce our terror. And sell some bronzewood. And we can buy more literature. Okay, sure, why not? Also, I'm glad I bought more fuel. Thank gods for that. Report. People's Virtual Protest. Join the protest because opinions and Sky Story. And now enter the House of Commons. In which we will first disrupt proceedings with our pangolin because... And now to the first secretary. Oh, wait, what? Thought it said something about return to Parliament to present the Dignity of Albion Bill. Oh, do I need it? Go elsewhere. No doubt the Office of Undersea Affairs is lost without its leader. Ah, okay, here we go. I'm really pleased that I'm in the Office of Undersea Affairs at the moment. I hope this doesn't change when I have to present this bill. Present the Dignity of Albion Bill. The First Secretary has fired up the whips in your absence. It is time to present it to the House. A House united. The bot MPs wave the Dignity of Albion Bill through before you are halfway through your opening statement. Those who would have opposed it watch the shadows fearfully. The House votes overwhelmingly for Her Renewed Majesty to once again respect the decisions of Parliament and the people it occasionally represents. Just as overwhelming is the relief of every other MP that they aren't the ones with their names on the bill. The First Secretary meets you afterwards. Excellent. Very good. Just to cross our T's, however, I think we should run this through the House of Lords for their approval. I'm sure I have the key somewhere. Ah, here we go. Just a formality, you understand. I finally have a key to the House of Lords. Oh, I've been curious about this for so long. The Dignity of Albion Bill quality is now 1, and the report is gone. Okay, whew. And I'm still the head of the Office of Undersea Affairs, and thus why I'll never do a new law, because I want to stay the head of the Undersea Affairs. I mean, why wouldn't I? I'm the Office of Undersea Affairs. That's the best office to be in. Oh, wait, no. Not that one. This one. First things first, where would that bill show up? Just right here. The Dignity of Albion Bill. It states, over the course of some 300 tightly written pages, that the Empress may make no law without the agreement of Parliament, nor may she refuse to respect its judgment in matters of law. Shame there is no clause in there about not shooting the messenger responsible for delivering it. The high key to the House of Lords. Bronze. Heavy. Slightly rusted after years of sitting in a drawer. Enter the House of Lords. Her new Majesty's favorite lords were escorted to the luxury of the serene mausoleum. Nobody has heard from the rest in years. The end of the party. The eye-burning stink of ammonia hits you first, followed by the buzzing of flies. The lords sit dead at their benches, surrounded by the empty bottles with which they happily drank themselves into oblivion. Pools of maggots writhe on the floor and drip off tables, fed for generations on the copious bounty of their lordship's necrotic flesh. But parliamentary protocol must be carried out. You clear your throat and officially propose the Dignity of Albion bill to the audience's empty eye sockets and hollow ears. It is a lengthy bill, but the lords are polite enough to listen in silence. There are, thankfully, no objections. Yeah. House of Lords is clearly not doing so favorably. Key quality is gone because clearly we don't want to be back there ever again. Wow, that was dark. Welcome to the Sunless series and Fallen London by proxy. It can get fucking dark at times, and it is not shy about being dark. That is but a taste. Ask about the Dignity of Albion bill. I mean, I knew these were dark, but that was more than I expected. Yeah. That is a pretty dark moment indeed. It's like, I see. Well then, you've done your part so far. What's the next step? Not here, you fool. The first secretary gestures down the corridor. Anybody could be listening, he whispers. He slides something to you from his side of the table. A key, the Empress's tower. Tonight. Come alone. You can keep this appointment by visiting the Palace of Highminster. An occurrence. Your key to the Victoria Tower. Return, head back outside. Visit the Victoria Tower. First it was the King's Tower. Now it stands as a tribute to the Empress. Everybody avoids it if they possibly can. A sinister meeting. You climb the stairs past opulent rooms that now play host to little but dust, moths, and the occasional sleeping bat. On the top floor, the first secretary looks out at Albion through an open window, its panes encrusted with years of neglect. You came, he says. Perhaps we can be saved after all, huh? Politics and knavish tricks. The Dignity of Albion bill is complete. Key to the Victoria Tower quality has gone. Treasonous talk in the Victoria Tower. The first secretary stares out at Albion. We are told that the Empress conquered Albion's son and founded our new enduring empire on its ashes. A lie. Now, with your help, we have proof. Albion's sun, its judgment, was extinguished long before we came here. Yeah, I knew that. Wait, what? But don't worry about it. Ask for more details. Why all the secrecy? Finders keepers. Don't you see? Without right of conquest, we are no better than squatters in this territory. Albion no more belongs to us than a dog belongs to its fleas. Or so I believe the other sons would see it. The closest son rules the Blue Kingdom. Were the truth to come out, it would not sit idly by. In that truth, there is opportunity. A chance to restore order, to dethrone the Empress and her clockwork son, to restore the will of the people, through their duly appointed representatives and humble functionaries, naturally. He turns back to the view. We would be holding an empire hostage to coerce its monarch into doing the right thing. But it is the price of dignity. It is worth paying. The first secretary stares out at Albion. We were told that the Empress conquered Albion's son. Oh wait, this is the same. Okay. You could agree to the plan. Perhaps he's right. Perhaps it is simply better he believes you think so. Push the traitor from the tower! His back is turned. It would only take a touch. Or refuse to get involved with this. This is not what you agreed to. Oh, options, 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 options. That center one is like, yeet. Okay then. What are options? You know what you want to do. I'm considering it. There is potential of more devious methods than just yeeting them out. It's like, there is worse things you could probably inflict. But I am just making the decision. Gotcha. Max intrigue. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm considering. So if there's that... we have a different option, which should be... that. So... One moment, please. Yes, I think that's what we'll go with. Max intrigue. Let's think he knows the plan. Sorry, I was just checking something. United in treachery. The first secretary breathes a sigh of relief. I knew that I could count on you. Together, we will restore democracy for the next 1,000 years. Here, I have prepared everything you require. Take it to the Blue Kingdom. I fear I cannot protect you from the Empress's likely wrath. I can only promise that any sacrifice you make will not be in vain. Is there no alternative? None, he laughs. It's not as if you could blackmail Her Majesty, he laughs again. The thought of it. Blackmail Her Majesty, you say? Throne of Ours in London or Death's Door in the Blue Kingdom? Well, I'm sure as fuck not wanting to go back to the Blue Kingdom at the moment, so... let's embrace some intrigue. And go to the Hours of Throne in London. Also, I accidentally closed it, but the reason I was looking something up was because just for the sake of because it's an amusing deal, and I wanted to read it off anyways because the idea amused me, but I kind of wanted to do this for what my character would do. But I'm going to read off the text for what happens if you do push the traitor from the tower, just for the sake of completion, and that it's probably some good text. That's what I was bringing up. So, if you do decide to just push him from the tower, the first secretary turns to hear your response, just in time to see you coming for him. He shields his face, not realizing that your aim is lower. You shove, and he falls backwards to the window, and away into the void. You quickly forge a suicide note and join it to the wall. It isn't long. In his honor, you restrict yourself to scribbling it in the margins of a memo about pork production. But then, you are gone. Both the Albion Bill and the Royal Astronomer's notes are safely in your possession, and no one is any the wiser about their contents. So, that's what happens if you just yeet them out. You literally just... oh gods. Guess. You literally just yeet them out the window, into the void, and just take everything for your own safekeeping. So, as amusing as the idea presented itself, that's certainly not the sort of character that my current character is. It's like, because she is very London, but there is a fair point that, well, that Victoria is definitely very authoritarian at this point. So we're effectively going the attempt at a third option way, so to speak, and that's to go back to London, to the Hour of Thrones. To the Throne of Hours, rather, where Her Renewed Majesty Empress Victoria does indeed sit upon her throne. Alright, so we want to turn here. Because he does have a fair point. I'm just not sure delivering it to the Blue Kingdom is the best of ideas. Especially with what we've learned about the Judgment so far. And the fact that this sun, yes, it's been dead for a while. Why is it likely been dead for a while? Considering the research we've done on the matter... building. Ah, fuck you, game. Alright, rest and recover. Stay a while, the crew could use a rest. For a night, the crew can forget that they live on a cramped engine amidst the stars. Instead, they enjoy some small luxuries. The fact that they don't have to stoop to get through doors, have enough rooms that they needn't share. They light fires in the grates and pretend, for a while, that they live ordinary lives. As I just bonked my head into it. But yeah, as we've learned from our truth ambition, the Judgments have a very laid out way to officially kill another sun, another Judgment. They have all these accordances and procedures for the matter, and, well, we've learned said truths about said matters. And I believe we're at least either aware or can make a fair assumption that one of those authorized procedural murders of the sun rests rests in just that Albion's son is one of its victims, which means the judgments already know and have not made a move on London. So why the fuck would they care now when they've been informed of something that they already know about? That they likely probably already know about. It's just my presumptions based upon what I know from the truth ambition at this point as is. Just rock and roll into station. Oh yeah, off-topic fun fact, by the way, it's been a cold-ass day. And what I mean by a cold-ass day here where I live, in that it is, I think our low for tonight is around, like, -3 degrees Fahrenheit. It's fucking cold here. It be cold. Very, very, very cold. Let's do it like so. Brunswick for Parliament. Here's for that. I don't think we're going back either way. Don't think. Explore London. And here we are. Deliver the Dignity of Albion Bill to the Throne of Ours. This will blackmail Her Majesty into restoring Parliament's status. Interestingly, we have two things here. There's just a nodule crate, and unlocked when learning about an inconvenient aunt is, you promise to keep London's secrets. It is time to leave. We did indeed promise that, and we are here to kind of, yeah. Some other people figured about it, you know. Royal descent. Her renewed Majesty, Empress of Albion, the Reach, London, and the soon-to-be conquered territories, Victoria, Queen of Britannia, grants you an audience before the Throne of Ours. Her expression upon reading the Dignity of Albion Bill is more amused than concerned. I do believe that we already discussed this matter, did we not? She says, crumpling it up. I am not accustomed to repeating myself. But I suppose you are at least courteous enough to follow the proper channels. And at least this keeps our little circle of conspiracy small. Victoria sighs. Very well. We will grant Parliament the power to make its own laws, at least on matters of little consequence. It may at least serve to offer a convenient scapegoat for certain revolutionary elements. I will not, however, tolerate the current talk of this new people sponge. You may consider yourself dismissed. Well, there we go. We've upheld our bargain there. You restored the power of the floating parliament. Sort of. Kind of. You've gained 1 searing enigma. You've gained 6 strength of the sun. Which, by the way, apparently this gives a fuck ton of strength of the sun. Like, 25 or so. I just had to breeze over it while I was getting that push them out the tower dialogue. And 1,000 experience, and the Dignity of Albion build quality has gone. Guess she crumpled it up. Amazon said my package was delivered, so I went out in the cold, freezing night to check, and now it says my package is running late. How mean? That is certainly unideal. And a bit And a bit one of those cases of, huh, that's indeed, yeah. Unfortunate, to say the least. Sorry they had to go out there. How cold is it for you where you're at? Because, like I was saying just a bit ago, and I might as well repeat it, it's about, like, -3 degrees Fahrenheit here where I live. So it's bloody cold, and I would not want to step outside in the slightest bit. Hopefully it's not that cold for you, but if it is, all the worst. Just those negative temperatures are, they get brutal. To say the least. Understandably. 3 degrees Fahrenheit, that's bloody cold. Also, hi Kiki, welcome in. Should've known that they wouldn't deliver on this Sunday. Yeah, fair. Well, hopefully it works out. And like I said, hopefully your cold, freezing night to check isn't as cold as it is here, because, yeah. Wouldn't want you to go out in this sort of weather, Starburn. Not even for a package. 28 degrees here. Or Geeky. It's 10 degrees Fahrenheit and -12 degrees Celsius. 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Still not ideal, so definitely my condolences. 10 is still really cold. At least it's not -3. You have a full 13 degrees over me. And, yeah. Yeah, had to find the conversion. Fair enough indeed. But yeah, 10 is definitely pretty cold too. Not negative Fahrenheit cold, but it's still pretty chilly. Still pretty chilly. Anyways, we've been dismissed. You've been dismissed. Don't need to worry about this. That one's there. That one's there. And Parliament is complete. Clay Conductor is complete. So what we want to do now is get this place going. We want to get the transit relay up and operational. 100 divided by 5 is 20. Is 20 different percentages. So if we want to get to that 5 times, we need to go through that, which, I mean, proxy of 5 hours each would wind up being 100 hours, because then I just times it by 5 again. So we do need a little bit of something else to fill the gaps of our deal. Because we do have a lot of hours. We don't have that many hours to drop on things. And what we have to work with is tea. We have tea to work with. I see. Can you ask what time zone you're in? Yes, you can. I don't make it any mystery or whatnot. I am in U.S. Mountain Time. And as I've said it before, and I don't mind saying, and I live in the Front Range of Colorado. So it is currently my time about, yeah, you're in Pacific, okay, yeah. I am an hour ahead of you, yep, at about 1:50 in the morning. It's late, and I'll still be up a little bit longer. It's just me in my own oddball hours, and excuse me, I think I'm getting slight potential migraine signs, so they're gonna take something for that really quickly. I'll have water before it gets too bad. Migraines. My constant companion. Or somewhat frequent, occasional companion. Need to go tuck in for night, but it's nice chatting with you. I hope you stave off the migraine. Thank you very kindly. I have popped some ibuprofen for it, so that'll certainly help to a good enough fashion. And I'm glad you stopped by, Starborn. It was indeed very much, as always, a pleasure to chat with you, and I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful sleep. Take care. Have a good one. Migraine, please. I need a seat. Right now, I'm just in the visual aura stage, so it's present. 4, 5. We need more room. So I can't go overboard on stuff. Let's see here. 6 would get us to 6. Of course, see you soon. Yep, indeed. Hope so. And take care, Starburn. Thought of the kind with the jagged lines and rainbows? Yeah, with the sort of... I've had this for like a good chunk of my life, so I've become really familiar with the symptoms. It's definitely as kind of the rainbowy, almost like a sort of watery effect just kind of goes across my face. And it starts with the visual aura part of it, which is my prelude of I should be taking some pain medications, because the pain part comes after. And if I preempt the visual auras with the ibuprofen, it's substantially more tolerable, as I found over many years. Oh, you get this too. Spreads out like across your vision and disappears when it reaches the edge. Yeah, something to that effect. Just a blurry, weird, unfocused deal that eventually fades down around the time where the pain starts amping up. And yeah, it's lovely. I'm glad I know the signs because I know how to prelude it, but there's certainly a treat, alright? A lovely treat of, the pain. Never met anyone else who gets them. Everyone thinks I'm crazy when I describe it. I know exactly what I mean. Yes! I have definitely not run into many other, or really anyone else who really describes migraines as how I suffer of it as well. So, hey, great. I say great to see someone else who kind of goes through the same thing. Unfortunate we have to go through it because it hurts and it's annoying, but nice to know that it's always nice to know that you're not the only one who has to deal with such, so cool. Kindred spirits in the realm of migraines. That's what we are now. Kindred spirits in the realm of migraines. Go sleep for real. Hope it's a quick light one for you. Yep, thank you kindly. You have a wonderful night, Starborn. Take care. Take care ever so much. Alright. Seasoned hours and tea. Yep. Hours and tea. All our tea, all our hours, and we are going to deliver them to the relay. After a slight ceremonial bump on the side of St. Dominique Station, as is tradition. Let us go and build a relay. I heard during Majesty's ship. How goes it? You're not a guest, you're too close to London for that. And thank gods for that. HML Brennan. And there's a good old Thor Dreadnought, HML Memento Mori. Hey, the Memento Mori. I miss that gun. It's a fun gun in Sunless Sea. The destroyer of worlds. And unlike the Wrath of Heavens, not ever likely to explode you in the face. Which is great! Always great not to be exploded by your own weapons. The Wrath of Heavens definitely explodes you, as we have well displayed. in combat, and in a couple ceremonial offings of my own life. In-game. Well, my ship just restart matters. So around there, and then it'll be up. Although we need to dodge slightly a kilter of Whirlbury Juxtamare, because, yeah. Don't want to run into that. We've learned it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but it is terribly awkward, to say the least. Terribly, terribly awkward. Yeah, we're getting close. I need to do these runs to go upon my Uluthurian route that I have planned. But damn it, we're going to do it. And then we'll be back in the Reach, where we can then proceed to just head off from Hybris to Lustrum, stock up to the extreme in Lustrum, and then be solid. For mysteries abound, for the truth awaits us. But we definitely want to build this relay. We might use some visions of heavens. Hi, Eyeball. Hi, Monstrosity. Welcome to the party. You just can't help but jump scare us every time we're here now, can you? No, you can't. Alright, into the relay we're making. Deliver materials for the final phase of the relay's construction. Progress on the new relay is well underway. The housing is mostly complete. A grand skeleton of scaffolding protrudes from the ruin. Workers scramble across it, piercing together the accelerator rails. While the surveyors overseeing the construction in Uluthuria, work on the Albion relay continues. Work is endless, ledgers always in the red. Let us deliver some tea. Supply tea for the workers. It is the fuel that powers the British workforce. Have some tea. Your delivery is gratefully received. You turn away before you are forced to witness the horrors that will be perpetrated upon it. Shoveled with sugar, swamped with milk, until it is the color of a grieving ghost. Unstrained and still swimming with leaves. Adulterated with honey or lemon. The cup unwarmed. The milk added first. It doesn't bear thinking about. Clearly, our captain has some very opinionated perspective of how one should treat tea. Clearly so. Although I kind of like tea with honey. Just a little dab of honey. Not a whole lot, but enough to sweeten it a little bit. Not that good, delicious honeyness, because honey is just good. Doesn't bear thinking about it. This puts us at 20%. Work is inevitably behind schedule. A delivery of hours might get things back on track. Progress. We could do it if we had 8 days in the week, a workman mutters, looking at the ongoing construction and how much remains. That can be arranged, says a bristling foreman, as your barrels are carried to the hour looms. 3/10 of the necessary progress for this construction. And 2/5 of the necessary progress for this phase of construction. I'll do a couple of these just because I want to see the text for it. The engineers are supply visions of the heavens to calibrate the relay. Or I'll do one of these, just to see the progress rather. The engineers are eager to tap the brains of an experienced skyfarer. They will provide tea and biscuits. As a Skyfarer accumulates a wordless, habitual understanding of the heavens. You have been to Uluthuria, survived countless journeys, and witnessed things the engineers couldn't imagine. You have they have many questions and managed to extract answers from you that you didn't even know you knew. About 2/5. About 2/5. So it's about 2/5 for the other one, which is... Okay, we've done a 10% and a 10% for 20%. This is 30%, 30%? 30%, 35%. But that's still about 2/5, so this would be, in theory, 35%. Numbers are just acting weird. But yeah, it's like, we did 2 T's, which is 20%. We did 2 of these, which is 30%. That is 35%. And so we need our more hours. So 35% minus 100 is like 65. Yes, indeed. Five is 13, so we need about like 65 hours then to bring around. Maybe something to that effect. We might end up blowing more the heavens just to speed things up. Yeah, obviously the slower methods, we're about to be jump scared again, by the way, because my terror was going up. Or not. Oh, my terror's going up. I thought it would do something there. Why is this Cantankerite able to keep up with me? Leave me alone. Piss off, you stonefish. But what we will do is carry as much as we can, as far as hours go. But hopefully not running out of fuel, because that would be tremendously awkward, really. Tremendously awkward. Ah, there we go. There it is. Our monstrous friend. No. Excuse me. Bye. Sorry, I don't have more to hear about the Flukes and their mourning. My condolences to your state of being, but I have a relay to construct. And a relay to construct we shall. There's a building there. Then again, there are buildings all around here. Near home. Because we are right almost back into London. Huzzah. It's like, basically, it's like, I still need to do the hours because I can't supplement everything with that. No. It's Auntie. Go deal with it. Oh, pardon me. Didn't want to keep speeding ahead while I have sneezes on just lingering. I don't know if it wants to sneeze me or not because it's... Ugh, borderline. It's borderline on the matter. Alright, now everything is on equal footing as far as stat increases go. Just realized it's like, oh wait, I have 7,000 experience. I can do this. The smog. Oh, the smog. Okay, so we don't need to stock up on more supplies, I believe. Maybe a couple more fuel just to be safe? But we should be able to load up as much as we can. And trust me, I will load up as many hours as we can. My crew better not break any barrels. It'll be terribly, terribly inconvenient. Alright, perfect. So, we should be able to mostly fill up as so to 30 hours. And then next trip, in principle, we should be able to go for, say, another 30 hours. Load up the rest on fuel, because we have fuel sitting around here. So we should be able to do so. Or if I make up with some heavens, then cut the balance. For now, this is 6 deliveries of precious time. I can't see. Like, half my vision is all blurry, and it's quite annoying. I don't have to really read anything at the moment. Although, chat's, like, part of the big victim at the moment when it comes to this migraine visual aura. That's why I'm adjusting my head a bit more, so I can keep track of chat, because looking at it, the peripheral is a little bit spotty, to say the least. Really do want to get this done, because then I can push forward. Push forward with other endeavors. So I want to do that truth one. Even if that's what we end the night on, is a whole bunch of truth. I do want to do it. I will do it, I will say. We will be flinging ourselves out into the abyss in pursuit of our friend. But damn me and my completionist, I can't not do these things. I mean, I could, but I want to do them. So I will do them. And because me constructing this relay, will keep the relay going, just ever, on future captains and the like. Might as well see what's here. Creation and some experience. Conduct an excavation. With very limited supplies, no thank you. Let's just leave them undisturbed. And terror falls. You climb back aboard your engine and leave the windswept stones behind. The crew are relieved. Hi, fish. I'm back. We'll just get some free supplies. It'll mean we have to less restock on matters. And also just out of spite for the fish. Like, fish, you think you can do that, eh? Well, meet my canning equipment, and we shall feast on your remains. Also, we're about to get terror up. As so... It's fine, I have a way to reduce it a bit, and I will be doing so. It means stopping by at Whirlbury. Oh! I didn't realize ours was 10%. Is that where the difference in my math was? When was that 10%? Oh, well then, okay. I'm not about to argue. Half of the necessary progress for this deal. Yeah, that's 10%. When was it 10%? Apparently always. I think I just assumed it was 10% because based upon what a previous deal was, but okay. 3/5 of the necessary progress. Let's get back to this deal. 7/10, so 70%. 4/5 of the progress, so 80%. 9/10, so 90%. Ah, so we just have a little bit more hours than we needed to. Alright, that's fine. That's fine with me. You completed this phase of construction. Hey! The second phase is complete. But what is this commotion? Why are the workers downing tools? An enduring dreadnought has docked at the relay. Oh, hi. Find out why work has stopped. The London dreadnought HML Resounding has arrived at the nearly complete relay, disgorging a number of unsympathetic gentlemen in blue jackets. They have ordered the workers to down tools. The Revenue Men. They are from Her Renewed Majesty's Customs Service. Their leader is a stiff-bearded man, a quiver with barely contained anger. Lithuria is a haven of smugglers, dissidents, and maniacs, he barks. Her Majesty's governments can't allow you to open a new border without proper authorization and monitoring. That's a law, is it? Retorts a bristling foreman. The Revenue Man hisses. Probably. Until I'm told otherwise, I'm going to assume you shouldn't be doing it. The foreman snorts. This is a private facility. You just want another thing you can tax to raise funds for your luncheon club. I demand to speak to your supervisor. Please do, says the Revenue Man oilily. He's in London. Right. The foreman turns to you. Go and speak to this man's supervisor. Good grief. The Customs Service can be found at the Ministry's platform at London. Travel to the Ministries at London to speak with the Customs Officer's superior about the new transit relay. Alright, well, best we get to it. This is fine. I was gonna go back anyways to drop off these spare hours that I didn't know were spare hours. Honestly, thank God it was 10%, really. It's for the best. Otherwise, can you imagine how... otherwise, that would have been a lot more resources. Thank God it was only such. I'll take it. First things first. To Whirlbury, Duxamere. Miss of Whirlbury. Join the Son of the Mist to reduce terror. We now go into here and go to the Pauper's Pass, which will increase our terror back to this amount we lost. And now, pants. Write a port report. Now, reduce our terror, because this is what we're here for. It's very much what we're here for. Reduce terror. No. Continue reducing terror. Reduce our terrors by more. We are now scruffy. And bedeckled with shops. Now we slide across into the off-season and reduce the rest of our terror through this. A well-intentioned package. And we leave for the dock. And we are in a wonderful position to buy explosives. You know what? Sure. Considering the current situation, who knows, we might need explosives. Hopefully we won't require explosives at the ministries. You know, just in case, let's grab some munitions and carry on our merry way. As we go to speak to the revenue men's. The revenue man's superior. Wait. No. Okay, now we make a book for it. Like it! Also, tally-ho indeed, my aunt, but more specifically, like it! I have nothing to gain from fighting that thing. I can prepare myself on it, but whoop-de-doo-dah. Whoop-de-doo-dah day. Big Ben got a little bit cut off there. My condolences. Right, in here, and up to the ministries up here. Also, hello, Ministry Monitor. How's it hanging? And not the smoothest dock, but we'll dock in. There it is. Her Renewed Majesty's Customs Service. A busy, growing department, the Customs Service regulates the trade of sensitive goods, combats smuggling, and levies duties on trade in and out of Albion. Hey, a use for a cryptic benefactor, and all our affiliation. It's also the last thing standing in the way of opening your new transit relay between Albion and Eleutheria. There's your two options here, which effectively form a deal with a corrupt official. Your criminal associates have given you a name, a member of the Customs Service whose loyalty might be swayed, if you can prove it would be in his interest. Or pull some strings. Your establishment associates help you identify a pallid civil servant with the authority to resolve your problem. You will need to call in a favor. Well, what do you know? We can call in a favor. We've been an establishment person mostly up this way, so let's pull some strings. The right sort. The civil servant shows you into his office. The curtains are drawn, gaslights glow on the walls. I have an aversion to starlight, he admits. Now then, this new relay is a private facility, yes? And you come highly recommended. He waves an effusive reference, signed by your benefactor. The Customs Service has a duty to monitor new routes in and out of Albion, but I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. He insists on some presence at the relay, but in the end you agreed that the customs service will only station a couple of monitors nearby, and perform random checks on goods passing through. It's the best you're going to get. Marvelous, he says, clearly glad this is over. I will ensure this goes through the proper channels. Good day. You take your leave. Your new relay is now functional. Master Cryptic Benefactor. Agreed that the customs service will only station a couple of monitors nearby and perform random checks on goods passing through. The monitors checking through, or does it function the same as... Or does it function the same as any other relay? I don't know, to be honest. I do not know. Maybe we might as well check and see. Trying to figure this out just for the sake of... Just for the sake of knowing. Because I want to know, it's like... Is there construction for it? Da, 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 da. I'm having trouble finding things, is the answer. Let me see here. Alright, this is taking a while. I'm just trying to figure things out. Honestly, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. I'm sure it's still present is what it means. It's just worded so weird that I'm just like, I was wondering because I do have more of these to deliver if I so desire, and I could, or I could not. Really depends. Honestly, that would take me to Aklis, which is slightly out of the way, and I won't bother. I'll see with the purview of just going through. We just need to get things done. Just Need to get things done. Which means this Gardener Archivist Steel. And then the Embassy quest. And then I'll be in the Reach to do the Truth Ambition. Okay. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Need to head back to that relay after we've stocked up on stuff. Go up, and around, and down. Alright, so bank. Drop off these munitions, drop off these. Actually put the munitions back in so I remember what I need for, well, getting back to the Reach. We need munitions for where I need to go through the Ulathuria. So we shall approach with that in mind. Alright. Alright, let's get the fuck back to the relay, and then we should be good to just then buzz straight towards the Eagle's Imperium. Just nothing else. Just head straight back to Eagle's Imperium. Let us streamline and try not to get distracted. As we have hit the 5-hour mark. And I still have not done what I want to do. I mean, I've done plenty that I want to do. Hello, HML South End. I've done plenty I've wanted to do. But I do want to get that truth one, which is the main thing I want to do. And thus, that we will end off on. Just doing the ambition. But first, we need to get there. So, speed. Let us get there as quick as possible. You know, I don't need to go the Whirlbury. I can just keep on going forward. Nothing's stopping me from that. I just kind of kept buzzing through Whirlbury as a habit because, well, because I was skirting around the fuel and supplies heavily. We won't have to worry about that right now. We are fully stocked, so we shall just go this way. A tiny bit of change of scenery. Maybe with less mist eyeballs. Yeah, who am I kidding? We'll probably get one just trying to sweep in there, but we'll see if we can't swing around the fog for the most part. Tick, tick, go the cogs. The big giant factory cogs below us. But hey, we've helped build a relay. We're the supplier for helping build a relay. Hells yeah! We have left a permanent mark on the world. Other than the permanent mark we left on Titania, but same difference, really. Same difference. We've been leaving our mark with Specialist Narem. And we shall continue to do so. For we have pursuits. We begin continuing around about the seaside. Does this count as mutiny? Probably. Hello you, I'm trying not to get distracted. Please leave me be. Thank you. The quaint rustic transit relay at Duskqueen's Link links Albion to Ulathuria. Hey, it has an official mark now. Ulathuria Transit Relay. It's all done. Okay. Okay. The Albion to Ulathuria Transit Relay. There is a certain homemade quality to the transit relay at Dusking's Deep. The buildings are cottagey, the sequencer wheels are under constant repair, and the customs procedures are lax. But it is the most direct route to Ulithuria. As a co-founder, your arrival is treated with the pomp normally afforded to a town mayor or local celebrity. Caps are doffed, the forelocks tugged. The insistent surveyor will not let you leave until you've shared afternoon tea. Submit to a customs check. A monitor is docked at the relay. Officials from the customs service are conducting spot checks on all locomotives passing through. You will have to satisfy them before you can travel. You have no contraband on board. Wave through. The check is thorough, but you have nothing to hide. The revenue men are satisfied and clear your engine to travel. Don't know what would happen if you didn't have it, but okay. Travel to Ulithuria first class for free. It would be a damn liberty if you were expected to pay, after the amount you sank into building this thing. No shit. We go through free because we are indeed a co-founder of the relay. Away. A differential manager escorts you to your engine. A number of the relay's workers have given her a scrub and a polish while you were doing the rounds. As you climb aboard, the staff line up to wave you off. The arms holding the sequencer wheels clink to jerky life. The hour looms rattle, spinning a fold of hours about you. The sigils begin to burn. First like embers, then like gas lights, then like suns. With a noise like the sky breaking, you are cast across the heavens. Boop, boop, boop. And through the relay that we are co-founders of, for free and first class, because I'll be fucked if we don't get otherwise. We did sink a lot of resources into this, and here's the Albion Transit Relay. Just sitting all nice and polite here, out in the edge of the abyss. But at least it's not the Broken Reach Transit Relay, so they can go back if you so desired. We aren't, but we could. Your descendants have to pay. Good job, though. I assume your descendants have to pay because they are not the co-founders. We are the co-founders. They would put no resource in. But hey, we've left our mark on the world. Again. This time with the Albion to Ulithuria Transit Relay. It is certainly an accomplishment. One I'm glad I have achieved. And now, as we go about our ordeal, we want to do this, and then we will jump over there to that for Hybris. And then, the truth. What we have all been waiting for. Okay, I think we have clear enough avenue, hopefully, that I can risk going speed, because I want to get there quickly. Onwards! Tally-ho, indeed. This is only a brief pass-through, after all. Fly lightly, Captain. We don't want to wake no grievers. No, we don't. Sorry, Floating Amber, but I vowed not to get distracted. I'll be Sleep now, little griever, don't make a noise. Your light wasn't on you, so you should continue to sleep some more. That's how you soothe the griever, right? Right? Does sing it a lullaby? Probably not. Alright, this is a bit unknown territory that we're about to go through, but... risk it. But risk it cleverly, yeah? Oh, the Devon thing reach. There's an experienced thing hiding in this avenue. How dare it? The Glazebrook. I'm hoping to repair. We cannot repair. I will do the next best thing in terror reduction. You saw nothing, Griever. You saw nothing. Neither did you, Dowser, or... Hey, look, it's one of them. It's one of the Connate's vessels, fighting off the Dowser. Well, good luck with that, mate. Good luck with that. I'm sure you'll be fine. You are a finely built vessel, as I've so clearly displayed with our good old Outrider. What was it again? Right, X was our horn. Hello, Eagles Imperium. I'm here. Alright, let's slide on in. Donate a plaque for our terror, just to make it a little bit more manageable. Ooh, cheaper gems. Don't mind if I do. Who am I to say no to cheaper gems? Certainly not I. Here, the Imperium. Join in with the ceremonies. An Outrider prepares for launch. Beyond the city, the Eagle's latest ship prepares to head out into the heavens. Around the docks, the crowd does its part by releasing paper lanterns into the night air and cheering the skyfaring heroes. Only chosen hands get to fly Outriders. Or me. Or me, who was allowed to purchase one and make myself at home. But join in the ceremonies. All are welcome to celebrate and toast the Eagle's power. That's what I was hoping for. Terror reduction. You are made unusually welcome amongst the Imperium's citizens and encouraged to construct your own traveling lantern. For once they use candles rather than electricity. White, pristine, waxy. You fold the bright paper as instructed and release it into the air to join the rest. Together they rise proudly past the Xanathos moon and disappear into the darkness, carrying the defiance of light against the liberation of night. You're only allowed to visit once every fortnight. Frequent visits are regarded with suspicion. Welcome to the one true civilization in Elthuria. Bowed into the Imperium proper. You're free to explore as any citizen. Where the hell do I need to go for this thing, then? Gardener's Archivist Resolution. Did I have to read it before or something? I don't know, I didn't see anything to read. Nothing in our hold. There, at least. Nothing there, nothing there. Alright, hold up. I might need to look to see. Gardener Archivist Resolution. What is stopping me from doing things? Davis resolution in a brief. Oh, London's Enclave. I didn't look in London's Enclave. Seems about right. Alright, where do we want to go in the meantime then? Go to the Uvu of Returned Skies, the spiritual heart of the Imperium, a sanctuary for its citizens and a monument to its entry into the heavens. Go to the Khan's Market. All merchants in Imperium, whether citizen or not, operate only with the express permission of the Eagle Khan. And go to Shangtu, the district of recreation and amusement, where music and games distract from the encroaching darkness. You set out to the Uvu, passing through the lantern-strewn streets of the richer districts. Citizens hurry past, some fearfully watching the skies. The belt of midnight is too close for the Imperium's comfort. The Eagle's moon cannot drive away so much dark. Progress through the streets. Each street is lit by evenly placed electric lights. The light is cold and casts hard shadows. Imperium citizens hurry buying silks and cloth. There's always somewhere to be in the Imperium. All who live here work. There's no space for idleness. Walk on, you've done all you can here. Navigate in the dark. Lights on the street ahead fail suddenly. The Imperium suffers periodic bouts of darkness as power stalls. Can you find your way? Yes. A lantern in the night. There are a few curses as the district plunges into night, but any who have been in the Imperium long are familiar with these periodic bouts of lightlessness. Citizens grope their way down the main thoroughfares, traveling in numbers and down familiar routes. You stick by a group of guards, visible by a lantern hung from a nearby window. They walk beside you until, with a thrumming spark, light floods the Imperium once more. Tale of Terror. Your destination. The Vu stands before you as promised. A mass of stone and bone, forming a labyrinth around a mound. A withered branch from a massive silver tree rises towards the sky. From it hangs a cobalt-hued karag. Could wander through the Vu of the returned sky. Here, the electric lights have given way to paper lanterns. They hang from cords that zigzag the square surrounding the central mound. Or spend an evening in the Ovu. Favored citizens and friends of the Imperium are welcome to stay in the Ovu after hours, when the visitors and celebrants have gone home. Hey, we are considered an agent. So let's do so. Beneath the bogs, where the lanterns hang. As visitors are ushered out, a sharp-eyed guard spots you. If you wish to stay a while, you're welcome, he says. Some believe that spending a night here brings luck. I'm gonna need luck for what I'm about to do, so... Godspeed for us. Others should stay just because they find the place restorative. You join a group of Imperium citizens beneath the bogs of the Silver Tree. Many resting there are highly placed in the courts, but there are a few merchants, palace servants, and dock workers among them. You while away the night swapping stories of histories back in the world you've all left behind. Ah, in the morning, a troop of very polite guards escort you out of the Imperium to the port. You have seen enough for now, they say. Fair enough. Thank you. So this, London's Enclave, finish an Oh, we might as well pick up a report. While I'm here. Finish an unfinished story for the Gardener Archivist. Instigate conflict. Answer questions. And tie loose threads. The Unflower can guide you. A denouncement. You read the petals of the Unflower. It blackens and wilts in your hands. Becomes apparent what you must do to bring the story to an end. You storm into the London Embassy and grab a frightened diplomat by the lapels. He still loves you, Frederick, you cry. When you overheard him and Percy, they weren't lovers in earnest. They were only rehearsing for a play. Now go to him and quick, because next week he is due to be married to the loathsome Margaret. You depart before Frederick has a chance to ask any questions. That sounds like a play ourselves. He still loves you, Frederick, now go! And I'm off! I've done my duty! Whoosh! Turn to the Gardener Archivist in the shadow of the sun and tell her the conclusion of her story. Excellent! Alright, we're good, we're stocked up. Let's go. Chug. Almost run into a building because I was being a fool. But it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. To control the Imperium, that's fine, because the Reach is where we want to go. Nothing to declare, nothing to fear. Temporarily, of course, have some munitions. And we're off. Oh, we're so close. We're so close. So close to getting the truth ambition. Pieces are lining up. Hybris for that, for our deal there. And then to Lustrum, where we will stock up. Yeah, because this we don't have to worry about at the moment. This we're gonna do because we're right near Hybris. And then it'll be just going up along this way to Lustrum, where we will stock up at Lustrum of just all the supplies and fuel I think I may or may not need. And then, whoop. Off the map we'll go. I accidentally fired. Let's let that go by before I get in trouble for anything. Or get myself in trouble for that matter. Don't want to blow myself up. No. Don't want any of that. So, Hybris for the Embassy. Which this is going to feel really weird because I have not been back to Hybris in a long while since we did that quest line that basically made Hybris not worth anything. Except a place to dock if you really, really wanted to, but not much to really get there. The inhabitants were a bit fungal. Speaking of fungal, hi. Feel like something grumbled at me there, and I do not approve. Son of a bitch, it dodged me. Things being remarkably more sprightly than I'm used to it being. Yeah. Then he does it. Okay. Whew. Fire. Fire. Oh! Hey! Exo! Paul! Hello, hello, hello! Thank you all for the raid of 49 people! Oh dear mercy, that's a lot of people. Hi! Hello! Good to see you in here! Hello, hello, welcome! How was your stream tonight? What were you doing tonight? Hey, and hello, Homer, as well. A number of you already know me, but for those who might not know me, coming over from Paul's raid, I am Narem. I am a variety streamer. I play in a variety of things, and I'm currently playing through Sunless Skies at the moment, and heading off to find the truth. So welcome everyone. Final Fantasy Crisis Core. Ah, okay, nice. Hope that's been a fun experience for you. Also, hello Ace, good to see you as well. Welcome everybody. All the ridiculous amount of people. Oh dear gods. I hope y'all enjoy your stay. I'm pretty done with it now. Fair. There's points when you're just like, yep, I'm done with this game. And that is more than reasonable. Oh hey, repair. Yep, welcome in everybody. Hope y'all enjoy your stay. 49 people is a lot more people than I usually have, to say the least. So, welcome everybody. Don't mind my nerves. Yep, I hope everyone's been having a wonderful evening. Welcome to Tends to Run Even Later stream. I tend to run some silly hours, and now that I've been raided, I will be here for a bit. I don't mind. There's things I plenty enjoy in this. Plenty more things I can do, too. Like, we're here to establish an embassy. Knee seat now, have a great stream. That is fair. That is more than fair considering the hour. I hope you have a good night, Paul, and I hope you just have a wonderful sleep. And take care, and thank you for the well wishes on the great stream. It's been a fun one so far, and I hope to continue in so far as much, so thank you very kindly. Have a good one. Take care, Paul. And now, for those who are sticking around, let's establish an embassy. Establish a Blue Kingdom embassy. The village sprawls, silent and abandoned and overrun with rapturous fungi. Oh yeah, and for those who don't know, Sunless Skies is basically a roguelike-ish game, a bit slower pace. It's very story-orientated with a very eldritch vibe to it. So it's a unique game, along with its counterparts of Sunless Sea and Fallen London. They are very unique games, and I hope y'all enjoy. The interior of every house is choked by spores and rot. Here we are, then. The mesmeric orator masterfully avoids showing even a trace of disappointment. Very good, very good. From the humblest of seeds, a mighty oak may grow, after all. Occupy an abandoned building. We have our choices of abandoned buildings here. Your crew can help clean it up. The founding of the Blue Kingdom Embassy. The orator takes upon himself to deliver a speech. Your crew, suitably inspired, band together and tackle the village head-on, clearing away clutter, sweeping up spores, even hacking away most of the fungi. By the end of the day, Hyperus is habitable once again. This seems the most suitable accommodation for the embassy, declares the embassy, standing outside the modest town hall. For now, we shall set up our operations here, and one can only hope that in the future we grow. You have helped the Orator establish an embassy in Hybris. You can now help him expand it. What would we need to do that? Let's find out. The Blue Kingdom Embassy. Hybris is a silent, spore-swept ruin. The Blue Kingdom's embassy has taken over the town hall, but it stands almost completely empty. It is occupied only by the mesmeric orator, who stands on the balcony and practices speeches to an audience of mushrooms. When the orator has finished his speeches for the day, he meets you in his office. The golden urn sits on the desk, somehow managing to project an air of pomposity, while its carrier silently gets on with some paperwork. What is the embassy's goal? The orator clears his throat dramatically. He loves the chance to pontificate. The Order's Gambit. An embassy helps different cultures understand each other. Am I correct? The orator pauses for precisely optimum effect. As the Reach comes to understand us, they will adopt our inherently superior philosophies. Soon the Reach will swear fealty to the Blue Kingdom. Perhaps Albion, too. And we will have opened strategically valuable new fronts against the Uluthurian menace. Thus, it is imperative that we educate the denizens of the Reach in the philosophy of culmination, and hasten this process as much as we can. We propose an ending to beginnings. It is more complex than that, of course. I explain more in my daily seminar. And receive an assignment from the orator. There is plenty of work to be done as usual, he says, in his voice of butter and honey. The orator's assignment. The stars are much maligned in the Reach, says the orator sorrowfully. Perhaps because of that clockwork abomination. The citizenry must be taught that entities such as the Sapphire King are not threatening in the slightest. Why, they protect us from falling into the darkness of Ulithuria. They keep us whole and safe, and together under a single immutable law. There is no greater comfort, my friend, than knowing that the sun will rise tomorrow as expected. As such, I require you to travel to New Winchester and spread the argument that the stars are above us, for good reason. You'll accept the assignment. You can refuse it, and another will be available in a week if you so choose, but you'll do your part to help spread the philosophy of culmination throughout Albion and the Reach. We'll accept it. We're not going to do it right now. We have the truth to seek. The beginning of something. The Order's voice is sunshine breaking through the clouds. Wonderful. I have every confidence in you, Specialist. Travel to New Winchester and foster pro-judgment sentiments. Alright then. We have that. We have that completed. That's a new deal there, but for now, the truth. The truth we seek to do. First things first, join the crew in their song. Introduce our terror. We'll probably be gaining a lot of terror going off the map. This is fine. Let us go to Lustrum to high, right? How about no? None of your shenanigans. Sift through the pulverized rubble. Perhaps you'll find something of scientific interest. Look for an uncanny specimen. Venture out in your skysuit and begin plucking through the fragments. Your patience is rewarded. Here's a stony organ, still palpitating with stubborn life. Anyways, as I was saying, as we pass by this wreck again... Oh wait, that's a different wreck. The Roanoke. The Roanoke. Not the most ideal of names, considering, but, oh well. We'll go through, find the sky chest, slim clap steel, and ministry-approved literature. Inside a slim red volume. The bindings are leather, the covers are embossed with gold leaf. It is a book of love poetry, a collection deemed both acceptable by the Ministry of Public Decency and Her Renewed Majesty. A faded daguerreotype of the Prince Consort fills the inside leaf. Which is why she was fine with it. Alright, well, we have some literature. We'll just carry it along with us. So, our current route is to follow on here, go up there, and head to Lustrum, where we will be stocking up on fuel and supplies. To the newcomers who are about, the reason is we are seeking the truth as our ambition. And our current task is to, well, go off the map. Literally off the map of Reach. So, stock up on fuel and supplies, and then we're going just that way. Just off the course of the map in search of a friend. A friend who has gotten themselves in a lot of trouble, as have I, in the course of this ambition. But this is literally what my 5 hours and 40 minutes have been working towards at the moment. Getting to this. Could have just done it off from the start, but would have been the fun of that when I had a bunch of stuff I wanted to do. Oh, nope. But we are now doing it here. Live, in front of a lot of people. Which still, I'll note, hi, by the way, everyone. I know it's late, but I hope everyone has been doing well. Hope you enjoyed Paul's stream. Paul is definitely... Paul's a good sort. He is good people, and I'm honored to have you all come over from him. And a bit nervous, but honored nonetheless. This would be a lot slower if I didn't have an amazing engine. I have an amazing engine, and thus I can speed. Speed to my heart's content. Alright, cool. This is a good sign that we're getting close to Lustrum. Closer. We don't want to run into things while going this, by the way. Honestly, you don't want to run into things in general. Escovitch Peak. Escovitch Peak, eh? I hadn't found that peak. Hi, King Tinkerai. These are grumpy stonefish. I'm waiting to see if it'll grumpily try to bash into me. It's thinking about it. Nope, there it goes. Yes, distract yourself on the Tackety Scout. That's perfect. Pardon me while I go off on here in this direction on my own adventure. Have fun! Have fun fighting each other. Alright, to Lustrum. We don't have enough experience, I don't think, to do any of that business. To increase our stats one final time. I'm fine with the officers that we have set up for. High Sky Spinster. How's it, Annie? Yes, yes, you're grumpy. I see, I see. Alright, into this lovely, lovely island of Lustrum. During the celebration, our final terror reduction that we can do. I mean, we could have tea, but I don't really care for doing that. Penny Dreadfuls. No, I don't want my inventory too full of other stuff. We need supplies and fuel. 13, 26. We'll be going through another fuel, so yeah, there we go. And now, off the edge of the high burrow below. One moment. Beep, beep, The burrow below and I have had a constant disagreement since the start of this game. And now he has consumed supplies and fuel from me, and I'm just gonna grumpily buy more. Going down to 25 is fine. This is what I budgeted for. I will just remain grumpy at the burrow below. Also, that was a 90% check that I failed, because that's always a pleasure. My god, yes! 90%, eh? Turn back. You are at the edge of the living sky. Nah. On the spiteful gods of the sky, perhaps here, at the edge of the places it is taken for its own, you can win its forgiveness. No, we won't worry about that. There's Venture In, which is a normal option, but we have a different option we need to do. A waste stretches before you. The star that reigned over it died cold eons ago. Now its domain is empty of life, drowned in darkness, harried by a howling wind. Your crew beg you to turn back. All that waits ahead is the slow shedding of all that you were, then a frozen death. Ambition. Search the wastes for your friend. She left her crew at New Winchester and took the Azil alone into the howling wastes. The more searches you make, the better your chances of finding her. We currently have 0. I think we need to make multiple checks to get through this, but 2 supplies, 3 fuel, and your friend is hiding in the waste. The first one is guaranteed to failure. Time to search out the map. Search out of the map. Yes, indeed. Where the wind waits. For days you scour the waste. These are regions where the sons have died. The victims of the polite slaughter, concealed by the courtesy. You find nothing but frozen ruins, grim grey monuments, and rubble strewn across the sky. Winds hound your locomotive, battering her every hour of the endless night. Frost is a constant threat, creeping along pipes, infiltrating the stores. Eventually, you have to turn back. When your engine and crew have thawed, you can try again. 2 supplies, 3 fuel. And it's now 40% chance. Which we succeeded on. Well, there we go. It only took us 2 tries. Hey! Just in time. On the 3rd midnight after you entered the wastes, a junior signaler cries out. A fire, Captain! You rush to the window. There, in a ruined palace fragment, you see a flicker of a lonely flame. The Azazel, rather. A small encampment is tucked into the tumbled pillars. Someone has tried to grow a plot of verdant seeds there, but the winds and cold have choked them. There is a lean-to, constructed against the side of a locomotive, which has been stripped for parts to build makeshift components. Find the earnest mariner. There's no sign of her at the camp. Perhaps she has taken shelter in the scavenged remains of her locomotive. The reunion. You find her in the engine room, rolled in blankets beside the now cold firebox. She is half-starved and bitten with frost. Another day and you'd have been too late. You're struck by the familiar curl of her hair on one cheek, the sharp arch of her eyebrows. Her forearms and hands are wrapped in bandages. She opens her eyes. Recognition draws in them. Then horror. She pushes you away. The fire follows. If you find me, it finds me. If it finds me, it finds you. Leave me, please. You could leave her. If you do, you also abandon your quest for the truth. But perhaps you have learned enough. Abandon your ambition. You can choose a new one, a new Winchester. No. None of that. None of that. Indeed, as this says, take her home. None of that. She's coming with you. She's our friend, after all. We're not abandoning her to this fate. Nope. None of that, indeed. She fights you, but has no strength. You carry her back to your engine, and put her in your cabin. She weighs next to nothing. You'll need to get her back to New Winchester, and a doctor. As for the fire that follows and the wrath of the stars, well, what will happen, will happen. Carry your friend back to New Winchester so that she can recover from her ordeal in the waste. And experience. Oh, we can still do this. What is this option? Can we gain forgiveness? Ah, no. Only if we had a caged catch, which we don't, so... let's not worry about that now, shan't we? Let's just turn back. To the starlight and the ports. To the enclaves of humanity, sprinkled across still-living skies. To fires in the hearth, and toast with marmalade. And the steam coiling over a fresh cup of tea. And friends. 180. You issue the order. Your engine, amidst its skirts of steam, lumbers around until the wastes are to lay aft. The crew work briskly, and soon you are thundering back into less terrible spaces. In a moment of relief, someone blows the engine's whistle. And we get bumped back to here. Let's restock and get our friend back to New Winchester. We'll buzz through the terror because why not? The most direct route after all. That search went a lot better than I expected it to. Oh yeah, we can do this now. Improve our veils a little bit more. It is our low one after all. And who knows when we need a veils check. We'll be increasing all of them in due time anyways. Alright, back into the room. We didn't write a port report. That was silly. Well, luckily we have fixed that issue. And now, to enjoy some tea really quickly, just so our terror's down for the way back. Because I worry we might be harassed by, said, briefly mentioned evil. Because, yeah, we're being stalked by fire. Makes a bit more sense in context. A bit. It's basically the wills of the judgments that we're learning the truths of. And they don't like that we're learning the truths of. I had a feeling one of you would be here. This is your turf, after all. Boop. And some bronzewood for the collection. Alright, let's get out of here before our terror rises more. Yeah, staring at all this stuff, not the most ideal thing to do. Is sigils of the correspondence, the language of stars, and it tends to do horrible things like light you on fire spontaneously. Linger a while beneath the soaring stones. Sky story, uncanny specimen. I don't think I need to hold anything, so let's search for a memento. You spend an hour combing over the tumbled stones and exploring the ruins' crannies. At the foot of a crumbled monolith, half buried in the rubble, you find the remains of some old, dead thing. An offering? Oh, the less we know, the better. Off we go, out of the desolation of Saliba, and back to the more hospitable, the New Winchester. Let's go, Spencer. I'm already in speed mode. Can't afford to stop for you. Bye! Bye, indeed. Off we'll go this way, and, well, off we go. Off to New Winchester. We shall continue to see what our truth ambition is all about. Cover our friend, because our friend needs some recovery. She's been through a bit. Our earnest mariner. But we do not give up on our friends. And Captain Narem definitely does not give up on friends. She can be loyal to a fault with her friends, and this is certainly going to be, no doubt, one of those cases. Willing to risk the wrath of the stars, the wrath of the suns, for her friend. Alright. Here we are. Nice, lovely New Winchester. Back home, back home. Just deal with those things first. And alright. Ambition, the reunion. You have established the earnest mariner in a safe house belonging to Meg. To try to confound the fire that follows, the house is lampless and candleless. Instead, the Baroness has provided an electric bulb, a heater, and generator from the Empyrean to illuminate and heat your friend's room. In addition, the Didact has covered every surface with talismans and amulets. You don't know if they help. You don't think he does either. The mass citizen has provided flowers. A great many flowers. Attend to your friend. The doctor you contracted was not optimistic about her chances. She has been senseless for several days while you cared for her, but finally, she's beginning to wake. Burned. Beneath the pile of blankets, she is still gaunt and wan. She lost 2 fingers to frostbite. Her eyes open. When she sees you, she gives a snort of exasperation. Fool, she murmurs, fondly. Her voice is scoured by the cold. Then, in a sudden flash of panic, she looks at her forearms, only relaxing when she sees the long gloves you have covered them with. A few days ago, when you removed the old grimy bandages wrapped around her arms, you found this skin beneath covered in script. The fire that follows must have caught her at her lodgings. Her forearms and hands were covered in her secrets. Did you read them? Ooh. Of course, you have known each other for years. She has no secrets from you. You did not. You looked away and found her the long gloves as soon as possible. Oh, game! Why must you make this? Why must you make me make this decision? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, game. So these are the kind of fun decisions the game makes you make in your ambition. And what to do. I might read them out of curiosity. Give me one moment, my water is out. Let me think on it by grabbing myself juice, which I only need to go to this fridge. Precious, delicious liquid. I'll probably have looked at them because it does fair point. They are friends. No secrets indeed. And, hold up. Should pour this less awkwardly. Think I'd be familiar with this by now, but nope. Get overly nervous about pouring things that I've only just opened. For good reason. Not paranoia if it's a genuine thing to be concerned about. Yaha! Alright, there we go. Alright, and now over this juice, did we read the secrets? Oh, but she did. Many. The times she believed the wrong person. A betrayal she has never forgiven herself for. The reason she doesn't speak with her sister. The fact she has never confessed her true feelings to someone. The things she did in her pursuit of the truth about the stars. You reach for some water for her, avoiding her eyes. Yeah, exactly, Razzletooth, exactly. It's way too easy to spill the big juice things if you're not. Exactly. You know. Like I said, it's not paranoia if it's an actual proper thing to be concerned about. Exactly, Razzletooth. Also, hello. Always a pleasure to see you, Razzletooth. Hope all's going well with you. A short respite. The earnest mariner is sitting up in the bed now, demolishing a bowl of soup. You both know you won't have long. The fire that follows is hunting for you. I have a few options. Ask why she fled to the waste. What did she hope to achieve? I mean, we can take a good gander on that whole business. Discuss what you've learned about the stars. Not even the seasoned captains know everything that the two of you have learned. You can speak of this with no one else. Or, what I'm more inclined towards, talk about old times. Forget suns and their strife, hunting fires and the courtesy. Talk instead of better days. Might be able to do all these, but if I'm going to do a first option, we do this. A brief warmth. For a time, you try to forget. You talk about old escapades and friends, bicker companionably about unsettled arguments, tease each other with familiar precision. It is good, for a while, but soon her eyes settle on her gloves, and she remembers the fire that follows, and the hopelessness of her position. Alright, so we can talk about other things. Fruitless. A few more months, maybe. The fire had already found me, more than once. The last time, I barely escaped. I hoped the stars would find it harder to see out in the wastes. That it would be harder for the fire to find me. Perhaps even that it might be afraid. She looks into your eyes. I was wrong. There is no escape. You'll see about that. Okay. We only had the options to choose two things. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. These are the two important ones, so good to know it's fruitless, and yeah. The earnest mariner is sitting up in the bed now, demolishing his bowl of soup. Suddenly, blue light flares in the window. You hear screams. The fire has found you. Help your friend escape to the roof. You knew it was only a matter of time. You have made preparations. Hunted. You knew the fire would come, but not that it would come so soon or so stealthily. It inhabited the hearths of 4 houses around your location, then put forth embers and fingers of flame. It crept down into their cellars and then through them to adjacent cellars, building in size and intensity. Then it rose. When you emerge onto the roof, an abrupt inferno has broken out. Blue flames, spewing clouds of smoke, consume the surrounding buildings. They have burned a sigil onto New Winchester itself, and now, moving with impossible speed, the fires close in. The fire has followed. On the roof, with a rain of smoke drawing in, the earnest mariner leans on you, heavily. I'm sorry. You know as much as I do now. It'll never stop hunting us. If I could offer myself up to spare you, I would. Oh, my friend. I wouldn't dream of it. You feel an abrupt itching at your neck. Your second mouth, the gift from the halved, speaks once more. This is possible, it says. Ask what it means. Time is short. What is it suggesting? Or flee together, ignore the words of the extraneous mouth. You prepare an escape, but it'll only be the first. You stay in the skies, you will be fleeing forever. You'll have to find a way to escape the heavens. Ooh. We take time to listen to the mouth. An excellent question. Really excellent question. Ugh, blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. Honestly, we don't abandon our friends. We won't even consider abandoning our friends. Let's be fair here. We do this. Friends in high places. The second mouth closes, tight as a vice. It never speaks again. Over the crackling of fire and the shouts, you hear another, more welcome noise. The shrill scream of a locomotive's whistle. The smoke billows, and out of it thunders the Bodishon, the plucky Baroness's engine. A rope ladder is flung down, and you help the earnest mariner climb up and inside as the locomotive pulls away. The fires leap one last time, and then their blueness fades from them. The fire that follows is patient. You think it is enjoying this. I'll drop you at the station, the Baroness tells you, and then you'd better start running. She hugs each of you once. Your old friend is now an officer on your locomotive. Talk to her to decide what's next. Talk to your old friend about your locomotive. They will serve as a first officer. Your old friend has joined you. She will serve as your first officer, if you ask. Like I said, I don't sacrifice my friends. I am loyal to my friends. Narem is loyal to her friends, especially her longtime friends. She is not abandoning the earnest mariner. Your friendship began back when London still lay beneath the earth. Hells yeah, it did. Here it is, our old friend, who has an interesting array. +2 for every stat. Iron Hearts. You wouldn't have liked the other path then. I had a feeling when the mouth said this is possible, as in it might be possible for a friend to sacrifice herself to get the fire off your back, I just looked at that and went, you know what? As much as I'd be interested in what they have to say, yeah. Actually, that's a fair call. I could just read it. It's like, alright, what is the path that I did not choose, since it's not like I'll be playing through this again? So, if you decided to appeal to the other mouth that has been put upon you, you would get this instead. The bargain. You cannot flee the courtesy, or defy it. You can only join in. You could appeal for the right to slay a star. You point out that you're not, in fact, a sun. Quite. However, the courtesy is unspecific on that point. Perhaps, since only suns are capable of defeating other suns, they did not think it worth holding others from trying. Or perhaps the idea amused them. Regardless, the requirements are the gift of a soul, and an exact supplication. You're not capable of the latter, but I am. And while customarily a rare and elaborate soul is given, to symbolize the weight of the act, hers will do. Then, of course, you will ultimately have to kill a sun. Oof! Note, by the way, and I'll note because it's an interesting note, I do believe that your friend is influenced by your background, because you can get a whole there's just a whole bunch of different adjectives that you could get. Ours is an earnest mariner, because our background is a Zedial. You don't have to like the killing part either. Yeah, I was about to get to that. Because the bargain. The fire pounces, and the friend adjective, whoever your friend is engulfed. The last of her secrets bloom across her skin. The petty gnawing wrongs of her youth. The extent of her feelings towards you. Oh no. Oh no. The fact that, in the moments before she dies, she regrets making this bargain, and wishes desperately that the fire had taken you instead of her. Oh no! Oh, that's horrible. Your second mouth speaks words in the language of suns. Its tongue is a yellow flame. Its voice is deep as a brass bell. The fire that follows has burned a sigil on the city, and from the sigil arises a logos of the courtesy, a servant of the judgments, a word of living flame. It pulls the soul from the friend and brands you with it. A livid sigil is seared into your skin, closing your second mouth forever. It symbolizes your admission to the courtesy, a license to kill a sun. The smoke swirls, the fire fades, you are alone on the rooftop. Oh, that's horrible. No, 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 no. That is not a thing Narem would have done. Narem is all about her friends. And her friends that might have feelings for her and all that jazz, well, might be reciprocated. Either way, did not abandon our friend, so ha 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 ha. Sky stories. I have tons of those. Moment of inspiration. I bought it, but next one. Reunited with an old friend. You've known the earnest mariner since the days before London came to the heavens. They were simpler times. Said you wouldn't have liked the killing part either. I meant the killing a star part. Yeah, potentially, yeah. But that also dialogue of the full deal on what happens if you sacrifice your friend is not a pleasant one either. But clearly, the truth ambition has a route decision. And we have decided to go this route. Spoiler, it involves a deal with what's they're called, a spider covenant? You tend to compose of innumerable spiders. No, I unfortunately do know what a sorrow spider covenant is. I do unfortunately know what sorrow spiders do when they just become a huge entity of their own. It's horrifying. It's horrifying. The Tree of Ages in Sunless Sea is one example of it, and also the tree that we set on fire of theirs. Just sorrow spiders. Sometimes they become a big mess of horribleness. Is it a spider? Is it a covenant, or was it something else? That's actually a question I'm wondering. I know they do have a name for it. I do know they have a name for it, but I can't remember. It would also involve replacing one of your eyeballs with a spider. I hate it. This seems about par for a sorrow spider, for anything related with a sorrow spider or a sorrow spider colony or what have you. It seems right up their alley, and I hate it because it's right up a sorrow spider's alley. Ugh. Plan you get emotion in that path, and the ending you get are brutal. Yeah, I can imagine. Instead, we are here. Now you are both fleeing the wrath of the suns and their bloodhound, the fire that follows. The knowledge you have learned is the scent that leads it to you. There's nowhere to hide in all the wide, wild skies. Spoiler alert, it also benefits the spiders. Even worse, you benefit the spiders with your actions. That's horrible. That's horrible. And you can see my priorities of horribleness. Lay your plans. Night after night, you meet in your cabin and try to come up with a way out of your predicament. Bad choices. You soon rediscover what good foils you made for each other. Thinking is easier with two minds doing it. After scouring your shared knowledge of the skies and considering and discarding countless fruitless ideas, you are left with a single conundrum, and no good recourse. There is no refuge for you in the sky. Therefore, you have two choices. Flee the heavens, or flee yourselves. I beg your pardon? Considering it seems like it and correct me if I'm wrong and refrain yourself it isn't, but considering it sounds like a completely different route that won't intersect with whatever I'm doing, and what I probably won't wind up doing, sure, you can elaborate what happens. That is fine. Because otherwise I'll probably just wind up looking it up on my own anyways. So, I presume it doesn't intersect with anything of this. So yeah. We seem to be on a different route. And so this is our route. And we have a choice. Two horrible choices. Flee the heavens or flee yourselves. Decide whether to flee the heavens or change yourselves beyond recognition. I don't know what that implies. Can you elaborate? Two paths lie before you, indeed. Discuss fleeing the heavens. London entered the sky through the avid horizon, but that door has been closed for years. On the far side lies the Neath, a vast subterranean cavern where suns hold no sway. That's tempting because going back to the Neath would be hilarious as an option. Hilarious, I mean hilariously awesome. You make a deal with the Spider Covenant to help you, and they start making an ultra-pure poison. You contract the devils to fabricate a perfect soul. You then rent a tower in the Blue Kingdom from the devils for 100 years. You gather a bunch of hours, enough to survive for 100 years, then you hole up there. Okay then. Or discuss hiding your cells. The fire that follows is hunting you and the things you've learned. But what if you were to become someone else entirely? Discuss fleeing the heavens. The Neath sounds like an interesting one. And I do want to see... I'm tempted by this one. I'm very tempted by this one. To escape the sky. No one knows why the avid horizon closed. One day, people just stopped coming through it. Attempts to reopen it have been unsuccessful. Of course, you would only need to open it a crack. Just wide enough and long enough for the two of you to slip through. The Egocon provided insight and machinery that helped Her Majesty open and hold open the door, your friend says. If we are to do so again, we'll need some of that ingenuity. It won't come cheap, and we'll need to establish a base at the gate itself. Oh, I love this plan. The inner me that also enjoys Sunless Sea and Fallen London is like, oh, I love this route. Go back through the avid horizon. The poison gets completed after like 20 years. Then 20 years later, the soul visits you in a vessel, and you give it the poison. It doesn't kill it, of course. 20 years later, you get the news that the soul has crossed the death's door and is being accepted by the star of the Blue Kingdom itself. 20 years later, you hear how bad things are getting, and when you finally get out 20 years later, you can visibly see the spiderwebs in the sky from star to star, starting at the star of the Blue Kingdom. The poison makes stars burst with spiders, and it poisoned the whole corner of the sky. Oh dear gods, that's horrifying! No, no way I'm living in that sort of world. Peace the fuck out of that goddamn nightmare. Hi, welcome to everything that would be my complete and utter nightmare. At the seat of the Blue Kingdom, there's a throne of spiderweb, and the spiders accept you as the regent and ask you what you wish to do. At that point, you can decide to, like, take down Death's Door to bring back the death, or just take down the rest of the stars, or just relinquish the power. The throne of spiders. I hate it. The throne of spiders. I hate everything about this. Everything. Glad I'm not going that route. My instincts did not lead me astray, and this is why you stay true and honest to your friends, people. Otherwise, suddenly the world becomes infested by eyeball-stealing spiders. Don't let the world be infested by eyeball-stealing spiders. Trust in your friends. Be good to your friends. Keep with your friends. Yeah, I thought you'd hate it. Indeed. Brutal how you and the spiders take such control of the skies. Yeah, that is very brutal. That is very brutal. Visit the Imperium in Eleutheria to acquire the devices and knowledge you need to pursue this course of action. Okay, and we can discuss the other path as well. Although this one, I'm really liking the idea of this path. So not only do you have that path you can potentially go with, but also apparently you have two different paths here with your friend. Fleeing the heavens or hiding yourselves. What would we need to do for this? Blank slates. In Eleutheria, there's a prison called Piranesi. Oh no, Piranesi. Those who are cast into its deepest cells emerge changed beyond recognition. It would mean giving ourselves up, your friend warns. We would become new people, with new memories, new faces, new selves. Visit Piranesi to Eleutheria to pursue this course of action. Nope. It's decided. We will flee the heavens with our friend. We will flee the heavens with the earnest mariner. I'd rather go back into the Neath than give up ourselves. Give up who we are to each other, who we are to all of our people. No. We are going to flee the heavens, to the Neath, where the judgments hold no sway. Back to the Neath. As a sailor, it makes sense you'd flee to the sea. Exactly, and it makes so much sense to my character's background. It just clicks so well with how I've just been playing my character, with how I've been playing this Narem. It works. And it's such a book's end moment. It's such a bookends moment for the fact that I started off all this playthrough stuff with my playthrough of Sunless Sea, with the Narem that went through all her trials and tribulations there. Narem here as well, with her trials and tribulations going back to where it all began. Also, I'm very curious if it'll explain anything of what's gone up with the Neath. Well, gone on with the Neath when London fled from it. I imagine the bazaar still has to be there. But we'll find out. No spoiler in that regards. I'm looking forward to this. Oh, this right here. This is just... Yeah. This is the proper ending. This is the good route that I will take. Yep. Ambition, the truth. Even the stars keep secrets. Visit the Empyrean and acquire the knowledge you need to flee the heavens via the avid horizon. Or change yourselves beyond recognition at Piranesi. Nope, we are going to the Imperium, and we are going to the avid horizon. Oh, I love this plan, of course. Or the city. We have this going on. So, write a poem about stars. Something that will set the city alight. Something that will emphasize the benevolence of the cosmos. Let's just do this once. We'll see how it is. A poem that burns and writhes. You write a mad dash of a poem. Something that barely rhymes and barely coheres and yet somehow carries the reader in a fever momentum. You write about an Eleutheria drowned in endless night, an Albion poisoned by glass. You write about the Reach, starless, adrift, a ship guided by a lighthouse it can barely see. Adrift, that is, until blazing blue cuts through the dark. I'm just doing this once. I don't care particularly for the judgments, but I wanted to see what it was about. A thread that guides the ship home. You publish your poem anonymously. The next day it's the talk of New Winchester. Speculation as to its meaning and its author reach fever pitch. I want to do the spider ending one day. I only read it. Fair enough. I'll beg y'all's pardon if I just never do it because, oh dear gods, no. This is like, ah, yes, the arachnophobe's nightmare. Okay, Port Avon. Port Avon, Port Avon, Port Avon. We're honestly pretty near a lot of the end of stuff that we're doing anyways, so, yeah. Although, we might as well try to do our clocks. So, to Port Avon. Albion and the Reach. That's, I think, goes into the completed pile. Yes, it does, I'm sure. Alright, continue. Let's see what's going on here. Zainrod, Port Prosper, for 9 caddies of tea. We do not have 9 caddies of tea. This is fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we shall fuel up and go there. We'll go to Port Avon for the clocks, and then we make our way to... we'll make our way to Eleutheria, but we'll do that through Albion. Because then I can poke at the clock stuff more. Now, I don't know if there's an ending, and I don't know if you know this either, Cybershot, so I'll just posit it out in case it's something I should be actively pursuing or not. But is there a culmination to doing the horologist stuff for doing all the clock stuff and rising up the ranks for the clock? If you don't know, that's fine. I'll figure it out. Curious if you happen to know, and thus it should, if I need to prioritize doing things with it. Because, well, I do want to do the horologist stuff. There's more story behind. Oh, remember, that is fine. That is fair. My ministry monitor. I'm worried about them. I'll just have to figure it out myself. Alright, so these are some mirrors checks, so be sure to get mirrors up and running. Mirrors, mirrors, beautiful mirrors. Because honestly, with all I've done, I feel like I'm on a home stretch of matters. I know there's some story stuff that I haven't done, a lot of them seem just endless repeatables. And then there's this one, which I'll see if I can do. Basically, I know there will probably be a point of no return beforehand. And I will know it because it'll involve the Avid Horizon. So, do what I can. Do what I can, and I know I can always adjust things, but for now, I kind of want to continue pursuing the truth stuff. And anything clock I run into. Because clock! Tick, 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 tick. That's as much mirrors as we're gonna get. Moving to our... I think the Chamberlain absence one leads to a new ambition. Okay, then I do need to figure that out. For future space folks, yeah. Okay, I do want to figure that out then. Might not be something I do on stream, but I might want to just do it for my own sake, so... Unlocking it would be good, and this would be the run to unlock it on. There we go. Fair enough. Currently I have it as Bright Eyes and Cold Hand around Heart, which... that's certainly vague as all fuck. For now, let's fix some clocks. You here, investigate the clocks. You here for the clocks? The tired-looking farmhand rolls his eyes at you. Couldn't you have been here sooner? Could have had me another couple hours in bed. Still a really difficult check, dear gods. Okay. Well, we'll hope. Your horological office pocket watch affords you access to the port's primary clock, from which others in the area get their time. You unpack your tools to begin. Assorted screwdrivers, brushes, pliers, tweezers, a small bottle of oil, a jeweler's loupe. And we're probably going to fail this because that's tradition. Holy shit, we succeeded. I'll take it! Order is restored. You return to the train past the now exhausted farmhand, earnestly trying to milk a cow that was milked only a few hours ago, and is, frankly, little happier at the whole affair. He stifles a yawn just long enough to shoot you a foul look. Strength of the sun has gone up by 150 sovereigns, and you've been promoted to Novit... Oh, I hate having to pronounce that. Pronouncing things is hard. Novitite, first class. Yeah, that's right. It leads to an ambition for future folks. Okay, cool. That makes sense. I'll definitely see about doing my research on that one. I say the infamous words. Yeah, I'll do my research. As I forget to do my research. A few hours. You know what, sure. Buy some hours. As for you, we'll switch to you, and off we go to Port Prosper. And then to Albion, where we'll stop by the clocks and see where we are going to be sent to. Unfortunately, it won't be anywhere to Etheria, but, well, we'll be back into Albion Place in due circle of time. But this way, we continue to pursue the truth. And in this case, we have effectively found the truth already. We are just trying to figure out how to escape from the consequences. Which, as a former Sailor, which I'll note is, yes, our background, we were a Sailor, and we explored wholeheartedly. They fleeing back to where we once came from. Away from the judgments. Alright, a vision of the heavens. Alright, 2 tackety deals. There's a Liberator and a Scout there. And you'll note that the Liberator decided just to ram square on into the Scout, which was hilarious. So, notes... I'll mark my notes on this for the Chamberlain. Unlocks future ambition. Which is a thrilling idea. But honestly, I can definitely say 100%, I've gotten a lot out of this, run of Sunless Skies. There's some things we still want to complete, but otherwise, I'm pretty satisfied with all the things that we have completed. I'm very satisfied with all the other things we have completed. So, I'll definitely parse out for next week which ones I definitely want to do, and which ones I want to figure out. Our options for things we haven't done is exploration here, which I've just been putting off and really should do. Figuring out Death's Door, which I'm not 100% certain what that's going to be all about, because I've never done it. Chamberlain's Absence would be a good one. And honestly, I don't know if anything comes about the export business or the Researcher's Crusade deals. I have no clue if anything comes out of those ones. Like, at all. They just seem endless at the moment. For as much as I've done them. Alright, more hours. Boop. And that Chamberlain one, if it unlocks a future ambition, I do want to unlock that. No guarantees I stream it, because this has been a fantastic run-through as is. But I do want to unlock it because, I don't know, I play this game myself. Play things off stream. And trust me, considering I do play things off stream, you cannot imagine, y'all, just how much I've had to resist. Despite the fact that I've bought it a while ago on sale, how much I've had to resist putting off Persona 5 Royal until I can actually stream it. It's been there tauntingly, and I'm like, oh, no, must hold back, must resist. Must resist. Join the Lamisphere. We'll promenade this time. For, more gossip. Okay, the other one was better in my case then. Because I have less of those, but that's alright. Back to the relay we go. Where we go through here, and that's all we need to know. Send ourselves to customs. Nothing to declare, nothing to fear. Turn to our engine and return back to Albion. First class with all the permits we have. Mini-eyed bird, being annoying. Yeah, you can be all annoying you want, mini-eyed bird. I'm leaving this place. Needs to worry about having angered the gods when we intend to get the hell out of this place. Not that I intend to anger the Z gods. The Z gods are have a lot worse consequences than our sky gods here. Some of the Z god stuff could fuck you over hardcore. That's why I never piss them off. Alright, forward to the ministries. I'm out. Enjoy it. Only sipping chewing. Alright, next month's pay. Have 100 sovereigns. Enjoy. So we need to get to the ministries to do stuff there. Or at least to see where the next clock assignment would be. I guess, well, we're still raising in ranks, so... So, before we leave this place to good, I want to see just how high you can get in the ranks of the horological works. Just rise up the ranks of the clock people. Fixing all the time. So once again, we are a very pro-London character, Narem is. However, the choices between London and her friend, well, in this case, it's going to be her friend. And it's not like we're betraying London, we're just, leaving. To where London used to be. So, it sort of evens out, really. Oh, we're near the ministries. Slow down, slow down. God damn it, dodge the wrong way. Nobody saw that. Everyone saw that. Royal Horological Office. A new assignment. The Chief Horologist almost looks pleased to see you. Ah, Novidai First Class. You're back. Good. I trust you're ready for your next assignment? Yes, we are. Where to go? these careless colonists were getting deliveries before they even sent. Chronologically speaking, I mean. Wind your pocket watch and get them back on track. To the Brabazon work world? Oh, it's here. You know, okay, sure. We can just head back up and take a stab at it and see if we succeed or fail at it. You know what? Sure, we're here. If it had been the Reach, I wasn't about to go back, but we're going back to the Brabazon work world anyways. We're not going back there purposely, but we might as well. So why not? Ugh. Going longer than I intended, but let's be fair, when people raid, I'm not about to make it, any sort of fruitless, so I'll go on for a little bit longer. It's fine. I'm enjoying myself, and now I'm hooked, into the path of my ending, and it fascinates me. So, we'll tidy up all that we can, for as long as I can last. Which I can last for a bit. And free supplies, okay. Alright, back up to the work world. I probably should have checked London to see if there's any deliveries, but honestly, I'm not doing bad on cash in the slightest bit. I'm doing really good on cash. My cash is doing fantastically. And that is just dandy. World, we'll have to boost our mirrors up again to give us the best chance, but that's fine. Not like we have a whole lot to boost it by, but we do what we can. We do what we can. On that note, unfortunately, switch back to you. Bit between. Let's see here. Is it down here or is it elsewhere? Well, let's find out. Turn to the back streets. Right at Port Road because we can. And we're here. Okay, so yeah, it is in Little Nice. Probably. Or not, I'm just being blind somewhere. Clearly. Oh, it's just passed down every other single fucking option. Investigate the clocks. The clock is fast. Sabotage. Someone has wound it already. The culprit soon reveals himself as an exhausted miner. Please, I've done 2 shifts already, he whispers. Got to sleep sometime, right? Sorry, mate, but the clock's supposed to be wound up to 56% chance. Why does it keep on getting worse? Yeah, failure. Fortunately, someone else is there. 2 things done, and yep, we tried. We tried. Unfortunately, we tried. Dear gods, those checks are difficult. Are getting very difficult. Like, huh. I think these are like one of the few checks that scale. So you never really have a decent chance when it comes to fixing the clocks. You always just have a gambit because the checks just keep on increasing, scaling in difficulty. What they're scaling to, I'm not sure. Maybe they're scaling to your base mirrors that you have going on? Or something. Either way. Maybe it's rank tied as well. I don't know, to be honest. All I know is I think they scale in difficulty because, dear gods, these are rough checks for being this late in the game. Alright, don't mind my failure with the clock. Where would the next assignment be? What I lack for in skill, I make up for in spirit. That counts, right? Right, of course it does. Tick. New assignment. Where now to? Clocks must run on time. Good, hurry up and tell them that they're living in the past, or possibly the future. Either way, not in the now. An intolerable state of affairs. New Winchester. Okay, it's back in the reach. That's fine. Turn in some port reports for money. And then, considering we spent one, let's use up this that we just got for another cryptic benefactor. And now to Ulithuria. By going through our free deal. So the relay we built, and thus can go for free because we are the co-founder. Yay! Let's get to Ulithuria so that we can make our plans to escape. For the judgments are trying to kill us utterly, but we don't want that. No, we don't. I do like London's music. In both games, it just makes you feel at home. Which is honestly fitting with this game. It makes you feel at home. You know, actually, we're going on this side, you grumpy fish. Just in case you get any ideas. And there's a rock in between us. It didn't get ideas, but it could have. And it would have. I would not be surprised in the slightest bit. Right, let us go back to Ulithuria. We've been this route before already. We're doing it again. So I'm definitely not doing Piranesi. Just getting rid of ourselves is a no-sell, and sounds like a horrible fate. The Neath is not the most pleasant of places, but honestly it's better than wiping your entire identity. We have a good chance of living our lives as we want to live our lives as the people of whom we are. And maybe figure out the mysteries of why the hell people stopped coming through the Avid Horizon. Why did its gates close and not open again? You're here to find things out. Off we go, for free. supply both. I do know that. We're back, Ulithuria! You miss us? No, of course you didn't. But honestly, this Ulithuria is an interesting zone. Without a doubt. I do enjoy it. Just as much as I do enjoy the Khanate. The Unhalved are not about to speak to us again, and you know what? That's fine with me. We're not here to get messed up in the affairs of stars. We're just learning the truth. And then trying to... Like, we were just learning the truth and trying to find our friend. For the sake of knowledge, but also friendship. And we have done so, and we will continue to do so. Ulterior motives for us. Keep sleeping, little grievers. Keep sleeping. I did not plunder those scraps from their libraries. I plundered it from their dead cousins, which probably doesn't make it any better. Oh, hi there. Bye. Let's keep on moving forward. Alright, through here. Basically our route we took last time, and it did work, so... Did Pan once stretch this far? Maybe. Maybe so. The Demantine Reach. I might be curious to figure out what's the case that the other route takes you, but this isn't the route we're doing in the playthrough. But it is interesting that there are so many different routes. There really are. Alright, through the belt of midnight. I'm back, Egos Imperium. I am back to figure out secrets and a means to open the Avid Horizon once more. Which I know y'all think I'm fucking crazy for that, but it's fine. Yeah, gems. Cool. So that, and ambition. Acquire Imperium Ingenuity. To open the Avid Horizon and flee the sky, the earnest mariner needs access to Imperium materials and records concerning the last time the gate was opened. Either the bespectacled official or the London Embassy should be able to provide you what you need. But do either of them trust you enough to share it? So ask how to win over one side or the other. How can you prove yourself to them? But it's basically call on your favors at the London Embassy. The embassy has come to rely on you. Perhaps enough that they'll give you what you want. Or what we're going to be doing because we've been doing that anyways. Coincidentally enough, trust me, I have no knowledge of any of this. Call on a favor from the bespectacled official. You have proven your value to the Eagle Khan. Perhaps some strings could be pulled. Let me see and trust you, but we are considered a valued informant by the Imperium. And now we'll be neutral with them. Vital materials. It takes some convincing, but eventually several crates are delivered to your locomotive, containing redacted documents, incomprehensible machinery and even more incomprehensible blueprints. Seems like to be easy to be thrown into the prison is fairly easy. You just need to commit a big enough crime. Or in the case of Peronzi, also, you could just break their rules, but I guess, yeah. But it's fine. We're fleeing. The Josai collection, an accompanying letter from the official informs you. This is all I can risk, but it includes accounts, appropriately edited, of the earliest attempts to open the gate. The letter makes it very clear that you are no longer warmly regarded by the Imperium. The earnest mariner is satisfied. This will have to do. It's enough to get started on, anyway. We'll have to establish a base of operations at the gate itself. The Josai collection contains the knowledge you need to open the avid horizon. If you wish to flee the sky, you can now establish a base there, on the quiet sea. Helping the Clockwork Sun is one of them. Or having that favor from the daughter. I see. Helping the Clockwork Sun. You did fucking what? How dare you? Currently neutral with both embassies. And you've gained 2,000 experience. And we can just head straight out to the avid horizon, eh? Okay, then. This is still here for some reason, but... Josai collection contains the knowledge you need to open the avid horizon. If you wish to flee the sky, you can now establish a base there, on the quiet sea. Okay then, which means we will want to work on the stuff we currently have got. For what we're trying to figure out. Okay. Okay. I think there's a couple of things that I can feel comfortable doing doing it tonight without knowing the proper research or whatnot. And I think that would be the New Winchester deal, because I'm going to be going to New Winchester anyways, and also potentially trying out entering the Regent's Grave, just seeing what that's all about. I just need supplies and fuel, and I could probably accommodate that easily enough, considering I run around with a lot of it, so yeah. Go to New Winchester, see about the clock, and then head there. I guess see if the embassy has anything more for us. If only because we'll be passing by it. So yeah. Tidy some things in the breach that we know about. Present ourselves to customs. Nothing to declare. Turn to the engine and travel to the Reach with munitions. Tick, tick, tick. And away we go. On your character portrait means you're ready to level up. Yes, indeed, and that's not going to happen anytime soon because we're max level. We'll go through Hybris, we can stop by the circus, and then New Winchester. Well, I stopped by the circus to handle terror. And because it might be our last visit to the goddamn circus. It's just the same options and dialogue. Then we'll need to establish a gate at this. Alright. That is fine. You know, I honestly didn't expect it when I was entering this stream tonight. But I can now very definitively say we're on the ending, we're getting close to the fact that there might not be many Sunless Sky streams left that we can get at. There might not be all that much left to doing this. Which, I didn't think I was this close, but hey, we are. It has been a hell of a ride. Won't be done this stream because, well, there's still stuff I want to do. But who knows? 1, 2 more streams, depending on how long I go through things. We might be soon, humorously, finally, on course for a new game. Although it will be sad. It will be sad to be done with the Sunless series, because there aren't any more. Now, a potential in due course if people are interested in visual novel stuff. I mean, technically Mask of the Rose is still in production and will have a release sometime this year, and that would be a throwback to things, so that could potentially be a thing I do on stream. It's just, it wouldn't be immediate, of course, but it's an idea that I have been considering. I've definitely been considering the idea of, do I do Mask of the Rose or not on stream? And we'll see. But it is a potential for more of this universe's shenanigans. It'll just be more along the lines of Sunless Sea, in that it's definitely in the Neath. Very early in London's term in the Neath. Anyways, tell the Orator that you completed your assignment. Another agent of the philosophy is working to popularize Blue Kingdom ideals. Sky Story Vision Heaven's experience. Rumors and hearsay. Your actions are helping Hybris grow, says the Orator. The more we expand, the more there will be to do. Ah, the curse of success. I know that curse all too well. The Orator slips into storytelling mode. His magnificent voice is particularly well suited to the rhythm of a well-worn tale. When I was alive, I was a politician, one of the greatest speechmakers of my day. My success made me a target. Fine words can't stand up to a soldier and sword. As he speaks, blazing light filters through the fungus that coats the windows. Is it your imagination, or is it tinted blue? Sky Story, Vision of the Heavens. Work done as usual. Alright, what have you got going now? Our work principally concerns the spreading of the philosophy of the Blue Kingdom, says the Orator, with the air of a man for whom monologues come naturally. This is the purpose of the embassy. We are not here to concern ourselves with diplomacy and mortal squabbles. So please understand that while this assignment may be diplomatically disastrous, it is key to our philosophy. Travel to London and publicly denounce the Empress who thinks herself eternal. Specifically, discredit her efforts to prolong the false life of her consort. You You know, we might refuse this assignment. Writing a poem is one thing. Publicly fucking calling out the Empress and discrediting specifically the deals with her consort, which she does tremendously love. Another will be available if you so choose. Bye. Oh, I understand, murmurs the orator. Busy, 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 of course, but don't lose sight of the value of the work we are accomplishing here. Perhaps later when it better fits your schedule. Sigh of disappointment indeed. Well, good for you. I'm not about to. Basically, if you weren't the protagonist, this is saying, hey, I have an assignment for you. It's guaranteed to get you fucking killed. Have fun! So what goes well with publicly denouncing a tyrant on your own? Not much, is the answer. Not a whole lot. Whew. Anyways, let's finish up some Reach stuff, and then we will call it night, because it is... Well, it's pretty much reached a point of, it's no longer calling it a night, it's calling it a morning. Oh, fuck. Not what I want, not what I want. Nope, 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 nope. You can deal with that, fucker. I'm out of here. Have fun, Marauder. Those are guests. They suck. Bye. Once that proved to be a guess, it's just all the no. All of it. I'm being really brave and or foolishness going at this speed through that corridor. But I did do it. Ah, Touch of the Skies. Hello, Touch of the Skies. A sensible foundation. Send them back to work. Hands busy. Issue them a grueling list of new duties. No time now for starry obsessions or wild notions. Engine grease and elbow grease, as you've heard old Skyfarers say. Trust me, considering what we're fleeing about, it's for the better. It's for the better. Ah, this music. Been a while since we've heard this music. The You're in Dangerous Reach territory music, be careful. Ah, there's a Marauder to greet us. Hi, Marauder. Almost. And now. It'll be a shame to lose our wonderful train, but this is what we do. Is take hull damage because we slightly bonked the deck. Yeah, Doc. Seems about right. Terror has fallen. Yay, the circus! And another performance. And reduce our terror by that. And I almost forgot to collect free tickets. Of course we collect free tickets. We're family. And it just souls. I might as well pick some up. Alright, let's go to New Winchester. Take a bow, count the clocks, prep up everything else. That's just gonna be a colonist. We don't care for that. Then we'll head towards Trader's Wood. Because Trader's Wood is where that expedition thing that we've been ignoring pretty much all game. So we might as well explore it before we leave the skies for good. Also, I appreciate y'all, everyone who's just stuck around for these obscene hours. Greatly appreciated. I support all the people just sticking around, lurking, however all of y'all decide to support. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. Let's see here. Still these things. Alright, shop, banks, restock up on supplies. Let's see here. Here's what is 2 supplies and 2 fuel. Okay. It has supplies there, so we'll want to prioritize having fuel because we'll need to get there anyways as far as fuel goes. Yeah, sure, that's plenty overkill. Let's see here. Officers. Let's get a slight boost to mirrors, and then do this. The clocks are running slow here. A whole day by your quick calculation. Still, it should be a small inconvenience for most. Clocks must run on time. And another failure, because, of course. You've been promoted to horologist. Ooh. That'll be fun to see next time. We've been promoted to horologist. That seems like a final promotion, if I do say so myself. That seems like a very final promotion. Just, you've been promoted to horologist. Cool. Cool. Alright, let's get over to Trader's Wood for the final thing I want to do tonight. Which is, for sure, see if we can't delve into some secrets here. The game hitched there for a moment. I think it's trying to give me a sign. But, well, Trader's Wood is waiting. You're still here. Or another one of you is still here. Trying desperately to hit me, as is tradition. As is tradition. Bonk. It's been a fun playthrough. I'm now waxing nostalgic as if I'm already done with it, but I kind of got this way towards the end of my Sunless Sea stuff as well. It's like, these are fun games. And these games have been, between Sunless Sea and Sunless Skies, these games have been a staple for my streaming for a bit now. The buffalo. Well, let's do the proper thing and mourn the dead. And slip on into Trader's Wood. The leaves whisper. That was weird, the dock thing didn't show up and I almost breezed through the entire dock. Awkward. Nah, we don't want to do that. Let's see here. You risk more crew, but lower the chances of failure. 2 supplies, 2 fuel. In preparations, you will need to embark on an expedition to regain any crew who have been converted into crew in the woods. Alright, well, prepare for a large expedition. Like your 6, but at risk of losing them all. Then choose your destination. Crew, you're a little short-handed. When you have fewer crew than your locomotive's minimum safe manning number, things will begin to go wrong. You can take on more crew at major ports like New Winchester and at many smaller ports as well. It's fine. Sizable contingent into the wood. A sizable contingent of your crew volunteers to follow you into the wood. Packs are hoisted onto shoulders, rations divided and sensibly stored in little tubs. We're with you, Captain, a stout signaler tells you. Crew are ready to explore. Don't worry, we'll try to recover them back. Not be available until you complete that expedition. If while you have crew embarked on an expedition. Yeah, okay. Somerset College has until recently funded expeditions in the forest. Those who return speak of voices on the wind, of murmurs in uninhabited groves. You must decide what your expedition's destination is. Expeditions for otherworldly artifacts are easier than for Bronzewood. Occasionally, a quest will require you to choose a unique destination. If you leave while you have crew embarked on an expedition, they will not be available until you complete that expedition. So yeah, you can do expeditions for just regular stuff. Embark on an expedition for otherworldly artifacts. Whoever kept the wood has left ruins scattered around the forest. Need to reach Trader's Progress 5 to successfully complete an expedition. This is an expedition of moderate difficulty. Or embark on an expedition for Bronzewood. There are rumored to be groves of ancient bronzewood near the heart of the forest. This is a difficult expedition. And what we want to do, prepare for an expedition to the Steward's Font. The Somerset scholars believe that the font will provide clues to the identity of the king in the regent's grave. This is an expedition of moderate difficulty. The Palewood. The scholars share individually what they know. Their transcriptions of the correspondence differ significantly, and they refuse to work together on a single translation. Still, it should be enough to get to the general area of the font. You gather your crew and make for the edge of the Whispering Wood. The scholars emerge from their tents to wave you off. A short expedition into Trader's Wood. Thunder shakes the trees. Storm's nearing, a signaler says, drawing up her hood. Should we be out in this, Captain? Press forward. You might make more progress, but at a risk. Or take shelter. Send scouts to find a safe refuge. A safer but slower option. You've traveled far enough. You lose all progress but suffer no further consequences. Yeah, we'll take shelter. Beneath the roots. While you wait, you shelter beneath a vast tree. It is the pale gold of a candlelit manuscript page. The cover is inadequate. The flask of brandy does not last long enough. Then torchlight is nearby. Your scouts return. There's a hollow under an ancient tree where you can make camp. There's even a cache there. Someone has come through here before you. Far and further into the woods you must go. You've gained supplies. You emerge into a field of purple flowers, bright as new bruises. Captain, the stoker's voice is anxious. Can you hear them? Something whispers from beneath the petals. Listen to the voices. What do they know? Maybe you can learn. Or stopper your ears. Plug your ears somehow. Shut out the sound. Rally your crew to stop them listening. Yeah, we'll do that. A haze of purple. You find your booziest stoker and demand she open her knapsack. Inside, as expected, a veritable cellar of wine. Her protests are stifled when she realizes you intend to drink the wine now. Better everyone's drunk than hearing the voices. An hour or so later, you stagger through the field, holding each other upright. If the flowers whisper to you, you do not hear them. Well, that's certainly a way not to hear ominous whispers from flowers. Let's get fucking hammered. Begins to pour. The gray sky is angry. Your crew look desperate to make camp, and progress will be slow over sodden ground. Perhaps this is an opportunity to recover some of your strength. Leave. You have traveled far enough. No. Rest. Recover your strength. A less risky option. A night to forget. A navigator discovers a hollow way running through a vast copse of blackwood. You can set a watch at both ends and light a fire without being seen from elsewhere in the wood. Your crew stay up late, swapping stories of old rulers and their various ends. Your sleep is dreamless as death. Long shadows move through the silver trees ahead. There is a mournful howl. Someone sounds hungry, a stoker tries to joke. A low growling comes from behind you. The beasts have your scent. Draw the beasts out, you won't run. Or hide from the beasts, better safe than sorry. That's a risk of failure. So, we go for the guaranteed. A rout. You exhort your crew to stand their ground. Grotesque beasts, mockeries of earthly animals, emerge from the tree line. Their pelts are ragged and mangled with exposed inner organs. Their tusks carve cruelly. It is impossible to avoid thoughts of disembowelment. Each stares as if famished. You do not give an inch. You sound the first barrage, then the second, and the third. The trees trap the smoke. Your crew coughs and chokes, but the beast's blood flows freely. The beast's howls are discordance. Discordance? Ah! You stop your ears and bring them down, one by miserable one. Now, you could just say it's kind of a discordance in terms of how it's going, but the fact that it's capitalized worries me for many reasons. Because the capitalized discordance is usually effectively the anti-correspondence. Instead of lighting it on fire, it freezes things. Yay! Amongst other things about it. Suffice to say, I don't like seeing a capital discordance. The tree line parts ahead. Enter the steward's font. Below the thundering white water, a cave is visible, just under the lip of the rock. Hey, there's gaining my crew back. A scythe of starlight. You scale down the wet rock face and into the cave. It is several moments before your eyes adjust to the light. The cavern is not natural. The walls are covered with bronzewood and studded with Navarrentine gemstones, driven in too deep to remove. Distant starlight from the cave mouth reflects off the stones, filling the cave with radiance. towards the back of the cave, you found a silver seal the size of a crown and a curved crescent blade. Correspondence is scoured on the blade's battered metal. It is too large to move, but you record the sigils. Perhaps one of the scholars will be able to translate. You take the seal. Oh, the sword is too large to move. How fucking big is that sword? The Friends of the Wood. You found this steward's font. Return to the scholars. So yeah, as the summary begins, it's been a while. The theologian thinks St. John the Apostle slumbers in the regent's grave. The classicist thinks that the Sumerian Queen of Heaven sleeps in the grave. And the paleographer thinks Emperor Charlemagne lies in the regent's grave. Choose the paleographer to translate the sigils on the site from the steward's font. He is very keen to know what, if anything, you found in the wood. You'll only be able to consult one scholar. They do not share their findings with rivals and guard their research jealously. So who likely used a scimitar? What was your thought on the classicist, anyways? So I'm torn between the classicist and... with more scorn than a vengeful goddess and a firm conviction. Like, or do I consult the classicist? Sumerian sounds a bit closer to a scimitar than Emperor Charlemagne would. On the site from the sewers link, looks at you impatiently. Well, what did you find? You'll only be able to consult one scholar. Okay, that's what she says to that. And the forlorn dude, I do feel sympathy for. Very keen to know what, if anything, you found in the woods. Okay, we'll go with the paleographer. Go with my first instincts. The giggling place. The dismal paleographer grabs your notes eagerly. He is swift to initial translation. This is a gift for service. Carolinian kings gave gifts. Spoils riches offices for loyalty. He pauses. Eh? What's this? The paleographer labors over your notes for several hours. At last he rises from his desk. I think this was given as an office. Tanner of the King's Bower. But that's no position that I know of. Gave authority over the giggling place. Located somewhere deep. Do you have a map? It would be easier. He scrawls markings on your map. Take an expedition to the giggling place. Ah, the giggling place. I see. Expeditions in... lower the chance of failure. I still want to do this, probably, so... let us go. And prepare for an expedition to the giggling place. The sigils on the site suggest it was connected in some way. You're sure the name, however, is in error of translation. It's an expedition of moderate difficulty. The more crew you take, the easier the expedition, though you risk more of your men. It's fine. To the giggling place. Back to the forest. Once again, the scholars wave cheerily as you prepare your crew for another venture under the whispering bogs of the Trader's Wood. Safer but slower option. That's the storm one again. We get more supplies. Cover some of our strength is another deal. Okay, it's mad late. I'm going to bed. That is fair. That is fair. This is the last thing I'm doing anyways for this stream. It's just this expedition stuff. So, that is fair. I hope you have a wonderful night, Cybershot. Thank you for accompanying me for this very long stream. And thank you for watching as well. Hope you have a good one. Even if you infected me with the nightmares of spiders taking over the skies. No thank you on that. But thank you for everything else. I did ask. I brought it upon myself. I hate it, but I brought it upon myself. Let's see. Draw the beasts out again, because beasties once more. The ground gives way to bog, grey and fetid as a newly slain corpse. It burps lazily. The marsh reeds susurrate, growing in volume as you approach. There's English amidst the polyphony names, yours and those of your crew. Wait, what? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. You could cross the Whispering Bog. You have strength on your side. 90% chance, or search for another route. There must be a better, less noisome way. 100% chance. Yes. No, thank you. The Whispering Trees. The wood extends for miles, but so too does the bog, as though it were once a river or a moat. It is hours before you find a passable clearing. A glade of emerald hue, nestled between a copse of silver trees that shiver and sigh like consumptives. The trees whisper as you pass. They lie in a dozen languages, only half known to you and your crew. The discordant shivers beneath the bogs. Correspondence ignites wood that shrieks, as though not meant to speak it. The wood burns and breaks. The passing is treacherous and slow. Eventually, however, you emerge. Dear gods. The tree line parts ahead, and you enter the giggling place. A shaded dell below a steep and cruel hill. Bright laughter emanates from within the shaded dell before you. The unquiet grave. Within the dell, the laughter becomes cacophonous. Your crew must cover their ears as you press forward through the dripping undergrowth. White ferns whisper as they brush against your heads, your hands. Ahead, you can hear the lowing of beasts. The air is as cold as the grave. It's cold as the grave. You inch forward as the laughter crescendos, washing over you. Across the trees, grey as a rainstorm lies ahead. Blocks the rest of the dell from sight, but is the only way forward. Go alone, spare your crew whatever laughs at you from behind shadowed trees, or send your crew ahead. You cannot afford to risk yourself. Mockery won't make you reckless. Let us go alone. For the benefit of our crew. Stolen speech. Your crew are loyal and protest, but their relief is palpable. You stride through the trees, the distant starlight dappling their grey leaves silver. You are greeted with laughter as bright and insistent as a blade at the throat. It emerges from the dell, which descends to a gap in the trees. Enter the cleft. Gain a vision of heavens. A canopy of dripping leaves conceals what lies ahead. Laughter, high and mirthless, can be heard very close by. You must go forward. Enter the hollow. Voices echo from within the cleft in the earth. Ouch! A prize claimed. At the very bottom of the dell is a brook. The water babbles and chuckles, murmurs and giggles. A bronze seal gleams just under the surface. As you reach to take it, 3 faces are reflected in the water next to yours. You're being watched by a 3-headed fox, the size and color of a polar bear. It speaks, but with your voice, your vocal pattern stolen in service of its speech. Mourn not the wild trees, nor the slain servant. Open the silent burrows. The fox flees into the wood. Your throat aches. Turn the scholars, you've gained 1 vision of the heavens. You've lost mirrors, hearts, veils, and iron. Yikes! I lost stats and everything. Dear gods, that hurts. Ask the paleontographer about the Burrows of Silence. The name of the burrows was told to you in the woods. Evidence shifts. The paleographer paces his tent. Animals that speak. That doesn't fit. What will I say to the Senate? His voice catches. I will not just give up on Charlemagne. He rifles through his papers. Perhaps we will find more useful evidence in these burrows. We did find a reference to quiet graves on an old tablet written in the correspondence. It must be the same place. It was described as the place deeds were made. Aha! He finds his notes and makes a mark on your map. Hi, Tavarachi. Or Necto, rather. Maybe that's what you said to call you by. I forgot already. Sorry. I gladly sent my crew in order to not lose stats. I didn't know I'd lose stats. That definitely hurts. I was worried you'd, like, lose all your crew or something to that effect, but ouch, I was not expecting to lose stats in accordance. That very much hurts. That very much hurt. Didn't know what happened, and I was punished for my lack of knowledge. Fair play. Hello. Good to see you. This is the last thing I'm doing tonight because it's almost been 8 hours and dear gods I'm tired, but I want to finish up all this stuff because, well, I'm here and doing it. So, do it I shall. Expeditions. Large expedition again. Prepare for an expedition to the Burrows of Silence. The scholars have provided the location. The wood whispered its name to you. Whoever lies in the regent's grave may have been connected with this place. There's a moderate difficulty, yes indeed. To the grave. Your crew are reluctant, but obey your command. They haul on their packs and make ready for another incursion. Scholars watch you leave, their expression solemn. It is not long before you are surrounded by trees, the canopy plunging you into gloom. I don't have 100% on that anymore because of my lost veils. Brave the storm. A harsh captain. Brandy is passed around in little flasks until you have to remind people not to get run drunk in the middle of a thunderstorm. The going is quieter after that, but swifter. Eventually, the storm passes. Yikes. Yikes, yikes. All my checks aren't 100% anymore, and it hurts. I gained a few off of that. Ugh. Search for another route. Tale of terror. Thank gods I'm here. Losing 10 crew would absolutely suck. Enter the Burrows of Silence. A circle of earthen mounds surround a hollow of blasted ground. Between graves, the burrows smell of leaf mold and decay. Some are so old that they're sunken and are barely distinguishable from the rest of the grass-covered ground. Your crew shiver as you walk past the mounds into the blasted circle at their center. I hope this is the last one of these, by the way. A wind whips past you, blowing up dust. A bird overhead calls out. Its cry is cut short. A deep depression sits at the center of the circle, surrounded by smoldering sigils of the correspondence. The sigils, scoured into the burrow's earth, smolder. The incandescent language is searing. A command burns your marrow. Here, you will be silent. Gag yourself, seal your mouth, ensure silence. Gag your crew. Unlocked when you do not have a gagged crew. You cannot risk them screaming. Sorry, crew. This is for y'all's protection. They will be silent. Faced with mouths stuffed with cloth, look at you for instruction. And gag yourself, seal your mouth, ensure your silence. So let's just gag everything. You will be silent. You tear a strip of cloth from your sleeve and force it into your mouth till your jaw aches. Go further into this circle. Whatever secrets are buried here lie within the burrows themselves. The center of the burrows. Wind gusts across the graves, setting stones rolling from the barrows. Your crew huddle close as you advance into the center of the circle. Below your feet, correspondent sigils flare like dying fireflies. Even now, the letters of heaven sear the air. Step into the circle. The entrance to the barrows have been filled with piles of rocks. They are stoppered with slate and shale. Beneath your feet, the correspondent is incandescent. We have raised you up, and so we shall cast you down. Open the barrows, move the stones from the entrances, remove your gag, your jaw aches, your mouth chaves. What's the harm? No. Approach the hole at the center of the barrow circle. Perhaps another seal is contained within. Our power shared, our gift given, our law defied. The hole is partially clogged with ash, but you can see a gleam at the bottom. Something gold glistens down there. The sigils around the lip of the hole burn comprehension into you. The privilege of stewardship abused. Fury and pain and betrayal racks your ligaments. Your hands shake as you pluck the golden seal from its dim tomb. Leave. You have the last seal. Be away from this quiet place. Away, away. Your crew are glad to be away and hurry after you, away from the looming silence of the barrows. You have the third seal for the gate. The scholars in their camp will know what to do next. Consult the scholars on opening the gate. You have 3 seals to open the regent's grave. The scholars will be able to lend their expertise. His tent is close to the fire. Her tent is nearest to the wood. His tent is farthest from the others. Impatience. The scholars are waiting eagerly for your return, though they affect otherwise. The vituperative classicist arrives first. Well? The others hurry behind her, their expressions repetitions of her question. You explain all you can. A servant thrown down, the theologian concludes, for dreadful overreach. It is not my king in the burrow, then, the paleographer says mournfully. Only a retainer. We don't know that, the classicist replies. Though it's a reasonable supposition, she turns to you. Take me with you. Let's open this wretched grave. Theologian immediately volunteers himself as an alternative. Take the dismal paleographer. His theory is in tatters. The truth might be a balm. Take the vituperative classicist. She was the least bound to her theory. Perhaps she will find the truth rewarding. Or take the feckless theologian. His inconstituent demeanor shields him from disappointment. Would he appreciate the truth? I'll take the classicist this time because the paleographer is... yeah. A journey. I've packed already. I'll meet you by your engine. She walks away, ignoring the gaze of her colleagues. Paleographer sighs and returns to his tent. The theologian approaches you. Please be careful. I wouldn't want anything to happen to her. Need to find the regent's grave in your locomotive to continue. Fly to the regent's grave deeper in the wood to open the tomb. The classicist will accompany you to the regent's grave. Okay then, we need to find it in our locomotive, eh? Please buy your tea, I'll buy your tea, and I'll buy a few supplies for my journey. So what exactly am I looking for? More less than I thought. Travel to the regent's grave to open the tomb. I know where the regent's tears are. Eleanor Green. Let me see. Our final thing I want to do, it keeps on adding more and more and more. Because go figure. But it's fine. Where is it? It is not the regent's tears. It is something else. Alright, so maybe it's somewhere in here near the regent's... It is somewhere near the regent's tears and is like somewhere in the forest off this way. Otherwise it might be that, but... I'm thinking it might be in the one area this big old block of things that we haven't explored, so... Let's find out. Let us go, let us go. Let's go and see what we can find. Hey, I guess we have them in our hold now as far as... Oh no, it doesn't show us past her. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it's either there where that grave happens to be, or it's just somewhere in here, which... Oh, no. That's one of those stations, so that's definitely not it. So we definitely want to explore in this area where we haven't explored. Cool. Let's find it so I can... I can end what has ended up being 8 hours, which is insane. Have a vision of the heavens this time. It's what you're here for, after all. Regent's grave, O Regent's grave, where art thou could be, O Regent's grave? Could you be here, deep within this mire of trees and wood and things that hold ire? We'll find out. Although currently we're only going on a straight shoot through here, so to the rest of it I might need to find wherever the hell we would go otherwise. That's seeming to be the case. Yeah, I know. I don't mind though. We're fast approaching the end anyways. But it is fair of you to say. I'm just at a point of, I don't mind. Nice to have them along for the journey. Is what they're here for, after all. Sure, they're enjoying themselves. Gideon's Bronze. Dramatic. Gain hole. Keep dealing with that nonsense. Well, this is certainly something different. Ah, there's a terror over there. Like, cool. This is what I love to find. Terror. Unimaginable horrors. We'll get another moment of inspiration. That way we're not sitting at one. Inscriptions are written in the language of the suns. Decipher what you can. They hint at a number of feuding solar alliances or conjunctions. Each conjunction upholds a different philosophy, as obtuse and fiery as the stars themselves. We learned about those too. That's why they're all feuding and killing each other. Ooh, loot! Bronzewood! Not about to say no. The heart of the wood, silent and soulful. Get some bronzewood. Move really, really quickly to hope. Yep, Regent's Grave is a horror. You're the heart of the wood, silent and solemn. The Regent's Grave. Here, at the heart of the forest, a great burrow built from ancient stone stands. Gates of star-forged bronze block the entrance. Open the gate, you have the 3 seals and a translator. You will discover what was entombed here. Seal it shut forever, break the seals, lock the gates forever. They were not meant to be opened. Or leave the grave, go away, far away. Well, let's open the gates. Into the traitor's grave. Before fitting the seals into the gate, the scholar examines the correspondence markings on them. Something about to be used for visitation, and a reminder to not visit unless in direct need. Your scholar translates, plainly baffled. Each seal fits a particular depression in the gate. In goes silver, then bronze, then gold. As you place the final seal into the metal, the gate swings inward of its own accord. A long stair, vastly wide, descends downward into the gloom. Below, a wind howls with all the ferocity of a starving wolf. Direct, yes. Entering the regent's grave, burn away the wax that seals the traitor's mouth. At the foot of the stair is a burial chamber, fathoms high. Hanging from the roof is a skeleton. The bones are the size of locomotives. The skull, palatial. Red correspondence sigils are branded on the bones. The trisected skull's mouth is sealed shut with cloister wax. Unstopper the skull's mouth. The sigils on its jawbone mean to have gone further than one should, the scholar whispers. Not to be forgotten. Standing well back, you order your crew to light a fire below the skull's mouth. Soon the wax is congealing and dripping in long, slow splashes onto the tomb floor. The heat in the chamber rises. Dashes of wax begin to fall in heavy drops from the mouth of the skull. The wind rises to a frenzy. The last of the wax melts. The skull's jaw hangs open, and the corresponding sigils begin to appear on the walls of the tomb. The cavern lights in fierce incandescence as the traitor spits furious correspondence. Your scholar struggles to keep up as they translate the sigils on the spot. Hear the traitor's words. The scholar translates. The servant was given a task. They mean to complete it. But they have no body. They mean to chain the wood. No, tame it. They are the tamer. They overstepped when they gave voice to the voiceless. They want to undo their error. The scholar falls silent. Sorry, what? Their eyes widen. They want one of us to help them. For a year and a day. Huh. Explain that the judgment of the Reach has perished. Traitor's Wood no longer has a master. What would your task entail? What does the deceased servant of a deceased star want? Why not leave things as they are? The tamer has its freedom, though not its life. Could join the winds that howl in the heavens and leave the woods full of voices, wild and at liberty. What would your task entail? The taming of the wood. Correspondence flashes in the dark like bonfires on Guy Fawkes night. The scholar frowns. The vanquishing of all errors. The making right of the wood. Something about work. Bloody, burning, taming work. The silencing of the voices and the stilling of tongues. The scholar shrugs. They seem to think it's self-explanatory. Aha! A task complete. The scholar struggles to convey her statement, but the tamer appears to understand. Correspondence flashes like lightning. Ah, I know this. A duty magnified, the rights due to the dead. The scholar pauses. The chain of being, the obligations thereof. I don't know this last one. I think it might just be grief. Why not leave things as they are? Errors to be corrected. The scholar backs away as incandescent sigils go up like fireworks. It doesn't like that. A failure will not be commemorated. A debt will be repaid. That's repeated several times. Ah, a transgression that must be unmade. The regrets of having burned too brightly, to return humbly to one's place. Except give the tamer your body so they can fulfill their duty, or allow the scholar to fulfill the task. They step forward trembling. Let me. A choice, eh? A choice. Da-da. I'm tempted to go with my body just out of curiosity, to say the least. Because I'm not sure I'm going to be waiting myself a year and a day, because, that seems like a lot of waiting around. That would have been nice at the beginning, but won't do much here. So, give the tamer your body, so they can fulfill their duty. The tamer's task. The Vichopere of Classes considers you. You've impressed me, Captain. Good luck. She heads back towards the entrance. The wind whirls around you, gathering in strength. You open your mouth to speak, and a gust blows in, filling your lungs more than possible. Your chest strains, your teeth rattle, and your skull aches as though set upon with hammers. And then it all calms. Just a whisper remains, deep in your skull. It tells you where to go, and how to begin. You must return to the parting glade in Trader's Wood to begin your task. Turn to Trader's Wood to take up the mantle of the Tamer. The grave is quiet now. Go away. Far away. You leave the long dark of the barrow behind you. Alright. Time to get away from the horrors. If that goes out to the Regent's tier, then I am fine with that, because that'll actually be a lot quicker route back. And we'll pass us by a vista, which will help with our terror. So, yay! We'll go there. Go to Trader's Wood and see what's what. Appear in those forgotten days. Oof. This has been one of my longer streams in a while. Oh god, the can of wind. Nope. I was saying this has been one of my longer streams in a while. I'm kind of glad I've been able to deal. To just do... these. Alright, we'll wait on that. Basically, I'm kind of glad I was able to get through so much hours and make some really good progress here in Sunless Skies. Yeah, sure, let's just go up to the top again. Welcome, may the region's thanks nourish you. Sure to soothe your muscles. Failure! Peace in noise. The water is hot as a freshly drawn bath. You must ease yourself in slowly. You settle on a flat rock. Rest your head against the bank while knots in your neck dissolve. The constant drum of the rushing waters drowns out even your thoughts. All you can do is paddle gently and look through the steam. Out at the reach, emerald green, cathedrals with branches soaring like buttresses. In this moment, there's only beauty. Savage, exquisite. And you needn't worry about the descent. It'll be easier than the way up. Terror fallen and a vision of the heavens. Okay. Island wind, strong as me. The bees! I left like 3 bees back there. This is why I'm running the fuck away. Why did I go this way? Wasn't paying attention to my map at all. I'm a fool, I say, a fool. It's fine, that's only like 4 damage. Whatever. Oh, fuck's sake. Navigator smiles and leans back in his seat. Ah, you're enjoying yourself. I keep on nearly running into everything because things keep on appearing. Up to and including more bees. Now nectarless bees. Yeah, I literally did a smash and grab on the bees. Nectarless fuck. Trust me, I've been streaming for over 8 hours now, and it's 5:30 in the morning for me, and I've been slurring some of my words because of my tiredness. I am not about to fault you for misspellings in the slightest bit, because that would be a throw a stone in glass house sort of situation at the moment, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. Let's see what this entails. The parting glade. Oh, hey, we can find a mandrake. Sure, we'll grab a mandrake while we're out. Find a mandrake. Reserve wants one. Now to the parting glade and begin your service of a year and a day. The tamer whispers in your skull of where you must go. This will conclude the story of Trader's Wood and advance the date by exactly a year and a day. Well, okay then. Restoration. The tamer, whispering in the dark places behind your eyes, guides you through the vast acres of Trader's Wood. She bids you put down the gun and take up the hoe, the axe, the scythe. Glades are pruned of whispering wildflowers, pleading trees carved down, babbling streams brooked and broken. Some groves are watered, others blooded. Not all voices are quieted. The wood is vast, but the wood is more silent from your passage. And then, at last, your time is done. Quiet as the last breath, the tamer slips from you. Your mind is silent again. You go to the station and wait for the officers appointed with minding your engine to return with what of your crew stayed. Yikes! 2,000 experience, Assyrian Enigma, 50 strength of the sun gone down. The Tackety's fortune is now prosperous. You've lost 4 crew. Wow, a lot has changed. Okay then. They were not fucking kidding. The entire war has reversed around. Offer stable employment. Gained a crew. Gods, the entire war has changed. Well, okay then. We have completed that, to say the least. Yeah, the sun has dulled, and the war has changed. Dear gods, the war has changed. Okay then, let's get back to there and hurry along. The spirit wants to be paid. Oh god, everything's just wanting to pop off now. Alright then, off we go. I don't think Company House is going to be operational anymore, for, the war has changed fortunes. We're just gonna go to New Winchester and see what's what, and then we'll call things for the night. Morning. Whatever. Well, it's all fine and dandy. We're about to escape the high wilderness soon anyways. That is the plan. Man, that hurt to lose all those stats. Oh well. It's 1538 for me. Oh, fuck's sake. Look away one moment. It's 5:37 in the or 38 rather in the morning for me. So I'm in the morning, and I've been streaming during all the dead o'clock hours. So yeah, the wonderfulness of time zones. Alright, let's go into New Winchester. A year and a day has passed. Which I only did because I wasn't about to actually spend a year longer in this game. I'm really close to being done. Alright, into New Winchester we go. The Tacketys return. Another upheaval has shaken New Winchester. The Tacketys, having fought their way back from near defeat at the hands of the Windward Company, have returned. Hobnail boots tread the streets again, and talk of independence is heard once more in the tea and gin houses. The Colonial Assembly has returned to Victory Hall, repaired the shattered windows, and resumed arguing exactly where they left off. Learn more. Your acquaintances are prepared to furnish you with an account of events. Stalemate. As the Tacketys approached New Winchester, the Windward Company made a last-steel attempt to destroy Victory Hall. But a band of Tackety sympathizers occupied and defended the hall until relief forces could secure it. Now both sides of the conflict must share the port again. and the balance of power in the Reach has returned to its traditional state of simmering stalemate. This change in the balance will affect encounters, discoveries, bargains, and prospects in the Reach. For example, the renewed conflict means wrecks are more common, and unmined skyrocks less so. Okay, so it's back to stalemate. Recruit 2 or 3 crew. Yeah, let's get our crew back up to par. Bank, things into bank. A couple more of these. Not that much. So let's see if we can actually go there and turn in port reports for the Windward Company. Because then I can just swing on back. We'll go as so. So, Victory Hall is assembled again. And the company house might be present still? We're about to find out. And reverse a little bit of fortunes if so. If only by proxy of port reports. Ah, okay. Cool. We can still turn in some port reports. And we shall. 5 deals and adjust the ages by 5. Which specifically gives us this option, that I'm not sure if I've done or not, so I'll read it off. Trade favors to affect the balance of power in the Reach. You have provided the company with a great deal of information. You would rather they used to strengthen the Empire's hold on the Reach. Behind the scenes, you are ushered into a closed meeting with the fraught general manager and his prudent secretary. In it, you offer several pieces of strategic advice that would increase Her Majesty's prospects in the region. When you have done so, the manager casts a glance at his secretary, who nods. Of course, the manager says hurriedly. We'll ensure this reaches the proper ears back home. They're still struggling, they're still prosperous, but it's a little bit more balanced out. And we are now loathed by the Tacadies and beloved by the Windward Company. Let's make up for a little bit of the difference that we just inflicted upon ourselves. Now let us crawl back to New Winchester and call it a stream. Ugh. Fun stream though. Thank you all so much for tagging along. Necto for chatting here towards the end. Cybershot for a company for a ridiculous amount of the stream. And thank you once again for the raid from X-Foe. Paul, thank you kindly once again for that huge-ass raid that you dumped upon me. Always greatly appreciated. And everyone else is greatly appreciated as well. Thank you all for accompanying me for this journey through a lot of progress in sunless skies. Next time on Sunless Skies, we'll see about figuring out the Chamberlain's absence. We might figure out the Long Passage too. But at the end of the day, we have to escape from the High Wilderness. And to do that, we'll need to establish a base on the Quiet Sea. Oh yeah, and we need to check out the clocks. We were promoted to horologist. Yay! We need to figure that out. But yep, with that, thank you all so kindly. Next stream will be, ideally, this coming Tuesday, which shall be more Final Fantasy X-2. After that will be Thursday for more Troubleshooter Abandoned Children. Saturday, we'll see. And we'll see how I'm feeling, basically, mood-wise. And then we will wrap back around to next Sunday, which shall be more Sunless Skies. Potentially the end of Sunless Skies. We'll see. We have either one or two more streams, and depending on how long I go, next stream might be the end of Sunless Skies. If only because we are very close to completing our ambition, and completing all the stories that we have run across and want to complete. So we'll find out, and I hope to see y'all then. Whether it will be next stream, next Sunless Skies stream, or whenever I next see y'all, I hope y'all have a good one. And I hope y'all take care. And continue to spread kindness and joy whenever and wherever y'all can. For it is the least we can do with just how the world is. We can just make it a better place for at least whatever people we can. And with that, I hope to see y'all next time. Take care. Have a good one, y'all. Cheers, folks. And beware the sons. Beware the judgments of, well, the judgments. Go figure. Have a good one.